Welcome to day 2 of the GameSpot Stage here at E3 2016, brought to you by Airheads Bytes. It is my absolute pleasure to kick off day 2 with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We've got Daniel from the Nintendo Treehouse. I'm obviously joined by GameSpot editor Timur Hussein.
Hey.
Daniel, what is it? I mean, you're clearly repping the brand here.
Yes, I have this wonderful scarf that I have, luckily, so yes.
And the watch, don't forget the watch.
Oh, the watch, yeah, you have this crazy watch.
That is a rad watch. I'm definitely going to steal that off you when you're not looking. I'm an expert pickpocket.
And don't forget the socks, I have those socks.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll be stealing those as well.
How exciting is it for Nintendo to be finally able to show the world the new Legend of Zelda?
Oh, it's been a while. I know, even just having a chance yesterday to finally reveal the title, Breath of the Wild, which we showed that trailer yesterday, which shows off the art style, this open-air exploration game that people get a chance to experience, and just seeing the huge lines we've had outside the booth. People are waiting like 4 hours to get in, get this whole experience. And even when you go into it, it's a full, all-encompassing experience where there's statues and everything like that, and it really brings the whole story of The Legend of Zelda to life in a new way. At E3, we've never done before, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I've seen the statue. It's very impressive. I only got a brief look because it was after hours, and one of the security guards was like, "Get out of here! What are you doing here?" But it was really nice. I took a nice big picture of it. It's impressive. Like, I love looking at the color of the new Link and his outfit, and yeah, it's just super impressive. It's an awesome little statue.
But you brought us a gift today, haven't you?
Yes. So yeah, we showed a little bit of the game yesterday here on the stage with you guys, but now we're showing another part because it's a very long demo. It's actually like a 35-minute long demo. So we're going to show you the second part, which is a bit more focused on the story elements of the game.
Awesome.
So, yes.
Let's take a look. Or we'll take a look in a second.
I'll take a look in a second.
It's building tension.
There is building tension to it, but yeah, no, it's just a good art style for everything, and it'll be a chance to see exactly what has started this whole thing going, this whole story going along. So we'll get up in a second, but yeah, it's a chance to understand that you're kind of just thrown into this world right off the beginning of the game.
Right.
Don't forget, if you're watching on GameSpot.com/live/E3, I'll be taking a look at the chat, taking a look and offering your questions up to Daniel. If you have anything that you want to know about The Legend of Zelda,
open your eyes.
Let us know.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Wake up, Link.
Voice acting as well. So Link here just basically wakes up after a long slumber.
Mm.
And here we are. So you kind of just start off here in this room, and basically this shining object is kind of calling your attention, a chance to see what's going on. And this is where you first are introduced to the Sheikah Slate, which is an important tool in Link's arsenal this time around, which is how you're able to use a map. You can actually scan different enemies, and it's also how you're able to store this power of runes, which is something new to the game, where you actually, when you go to the Shrines of Trials, you'll get a chance to get runes embedded into the Sheikah Slate that you can then use to like throw remote bombs or freeze time on certain objects as well.
Right.
And we'll get to one of those shrines hopefully in this demo as well.
And from what I understand, the shrines are different from actual dungeons, right?
Correct. There are over 100 different shrines of trials, and so those are big and small in various ways. Right. And then, on the other hand, there is the dungeons, which we haven't talked much about yet, so we'll have more to talk about it. But there are dungeons, so they are different than the Shrines of Trials.
And obviously the name Shrines of Trials implies challenges. Are they kind of like similar to what we'd see in a dungeon in terms of a puzzle, or is it like enemy based? What are these?
It all varies. Yeah, a lot of them are puzzle based. Sometimes the Shrines of Trials have a single solution to them. Sometimes they have multiple solutions to them. Sometimes you go into a shrine, you realize I can't do this shrine yet.
Right.
So you might have to mark it on the map and come back to it at a later point.
I have a question from the chat. They're asking, is Link going to have permanently 3 hearts as his health bar, or can and with only food buffs, or can he get more?
As of right now, all we've shown is he starts with 3 hearts. He will have a chance to eat food to get those buffs, to get the yellow hearts we showed yesterday, and we'll have to wait till later on to see how the rest of the game expands from there.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, this is a beautiful introduction to the game, and you just don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it really kind of sets out what the kind of goal with the new Legend of Zelda game is to present this open world. You know, we're used to starting off in small villages and then exploring out, venturing out, and discovering parts of the world piece by piece. Whereas this is kind of like here's everything. It's up
Right.
to you do it.
And that's why the whole world is almost like a living character of itself, and you're always having to move around and discover what you can, and that's kind of why it's called the Breath of the Wild. You don't know what you're going to discover as you're going through the entire area.
One of the questions I had was like, it looks, obviously you've chosen a visual style that we're kind of used to seeing for the last few Zelda games, but there was a period when, Zelda was, everyone wanted a realistic Zelda, whereas you've you stuck to like the almost the Wind Waker style colorful art. Is this kind of like the art style that the series is settling into? Is this kind of like how we foresee this is Zelda games are going to look for the future?
Mr. Onuma's always talked about how they approach each Zelda game as a different, it's something new they're going to try to go after. So they approach it as they want to, and it's not always a permanent style. I mean, this is actually based a lot on a Japanese animation style. If I remember, it's like a gouache art style, more designed around the idea of looking at an open environment of space and then trying to capture that moment in a painting. That's kind of where this style is a little bit different. It is reminiscent to a little bit like a Wind Waker style, but it is its own style. Every Zelda game has its own little art style, even on the Wii U, on the Wii, on the 3DS, on the NES. They've all had their own different styles. So that's kind of just people get to experience each time.
So one of our editors, Peter Brown, played this the other day and wrote up impressions, and it was discussing this guy here. He's kind of like an NPC that you can choose to trust or not trust, or you can even avoid. Does that speak to kind of like the broader way that you integrated NPCs? Is there an element of like kind of choosing how to treat these characters and what they offer you and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, no, that's very true. It's very accurate. I mean, that's the whole point. Even with the Shrines of Trials, with the characters you'll discover, all of it is that you choose how you want to go about these and explore. And again, you're right. Trust this person, not trust this person. Is he helping you? You don't know. Like, you've just woken up from this long slumber, and you're in this world and being called to help by this mysterious voice. So yeah, it is up to you to decide how you want to go through that.
Okay.
All right, is this our first combat encounter?
And that's true. You have to always be looking for things to pick up. Like right here, Link has picked up an axe that he was able to use. And the cool thing about the weapons you'll discover from the enemies you fight, you'll knock out their weapons or defeat them and take their weapons, find treasure chests, or sometimes weapons will be lying around. Each of them have a different attack motion, like you saw there. By holding down the attack button, Link started charging it up and spinning around, versus using a sword, you just charge up and just do a quick spin. So there's all these different weapons that all have different styles to play with.
What was the thinking behind introducing these weapons that kind of you can pick up on the fly? Because the series, Legend of Zelda series, traditionally, I mean, the weapons are almost as iconic and beloved as the characters themselves. Like the Master Sword, the shields, the hook shot, the slingshot, that kind of stuff. So having these kind of almost just random elements like normal average axes putting in there, does that kind of lessen the kind of impact that weapons will have and the memorability of these weapons?
So we've shown so far, the idea is they want you to try experimenting with all these different weapons. That's why they have durability. They do break over time. You can throw them at people as well. So you have to kind of debate which weapons you want to use. They have different strengths. But you also, as I mentioned, once we get to it, you have also those runes, that's how you have a remote bomb. There's one that controls magnetic properties of anything, so people can even pick up an object like a giant metal boulder and actually swing it around as a weapon. So there are those kind of aspects of it that what you're bringing up from the game before. But again, it's that whole idea of every Zelda game in its own tries to build a different experience for people to enjoy.
And we're seeing Link do something which we haven't seen him do a lot in the past, which is just jump randomly.
Correct. Jumping, you actually can control when he jumps, and that was a really important mechanic that was changed in the game because Onuma wanted people to be able to climb. Climbing is a big important factor. As Link's been running around, you'll notice he has that little green circle appearing, which is his stamina meter, which is how long he can run for when he's climbing. And right here, right now, Link is actually sneaking up on this bokoblin right here. Oh, he got discovered.
Good spot.
We'll take him out. So you can see in the bottom right corner right there, there is that purple meter there that's kind of fluctuating. That's the noise meter. So when you're trying to sneak quietly behind the different enemy, you have to be careful about that and slowly try to sneak up on them if you want to get a sneak kind of a strike from behind them.
Which probably does more damage, right?
Yes. You can almost basically kill these characters in particular, essentially instantly. So here now Link has got another weapon now, the Traveler's Sword. So you're always kind of looking for different weapons and items to use. You can only carry up to 8, so you have to actually even debate which ones you want to carry and hold on to.
The weapons can break now.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And also, enemies seem to drop them mid-fight.
Yeah.
So it's more of a dynamic. It's more scrabbling around.
It's all about that. You want to be constantly foraging, even not just weapons, but also another important element of the game is cooking. Like usually when you run around, you hit grass and whatnot. hearts would appear or rupees or anything. This time around, that doesn't happen. You have to actually go find things like apples or hunting a boar or a squirrel to get items you can get together, and then you can eat them raw to get health back. But if you cook them, you can even make them even more powerful, like more recovery or buffs, as you were mentioning before, kind of like having yellow hearts or some kind of bonus, or the ability to cold resistance or run for a longer period of time. Oh, right here, actually seeing a really cool cutscene as well. With the Sheikah Slate, that we're able to unlock this Resurrection Tower, which is the first time you really understand how huge this world is, conceptually. And there are multiple towers, as you just saw from that cutscene, so you have to determine how best to get to those. But right now you're on this plateau, which you can't, if you go to the edge of them, you can't, if you jump off, you'll die, because you don't have any way to get off of this right now. But you now brought this Resurrection Tower to get a different kind of perspective of this whole world, to see what's going on and see what's happening.
So how big is the world, and how densely populated is it? I know that you guys have announced there are towns, villages, NPCs,
Yes.
but you're not really showing them off.
Correct.
Right now.
Right now, you're just starting off on this plateau, which, if in a moment, you saw a little bit earlier, Link brought up his map to look at on the Sheikah Slate, and that map represents the plateau area you're on represents less than 2%. Of the entire map. And I said, I've seen people playing this demo alone, just exploring for 15 minutes is not enough time to go around this whole thing. This is just, now you can see right here, discovering, this is right now less than 2% of the map. So what I'll have Link do in a second is actually pop up the map again and then zoom it out. And you'll even get a better perspective of how big this world really is. And that's really important. That Sheikah Slate's a really important tool that you can use to mark points. Because I said sometimes you go to a shrine of trial or some location you want to come back to, you need to be able to mark those on the map to think about that.
Is there going to be fast travel between the points?
Yes, you actually can. When you unlock the shrines of trials, which is why it's important to go to them, is the shrine of trials. You can then mark that point and fast travel to it again. But right here now, you have the Resurrection Tower brought back up. You're getting a little bit more of the story from the voice right now. That this is a castle, and there's something called Calamity Ganon.
All right,
that is located in this.
Now then.
And now you've discovered you've been asleep for over 100 years,
Hurry
and now basically you need to help keep this power contained.
before it's too late.
So this is like just a little introduction to those pieces of the story to help keep moving you along and deciding how you want to go through this whole world and discover what you can find to try to help.
So how are we going to follow through the story? Is it just is it dedicated missions and quests and stuff that you can follow, or can you take a really open-ended approach to it and just do things in different order?
You can do things in different order. It's up to you to decide how you want to go through everything and explore. So that's the big change up that Mr. Anuma's talked about, is that it is not in previous Zelda games a lot of times it's like this one, this one, this one. This is a lot more reminiscent to the original Zelda, the NES. Like if you play the very first game on the NES, when you start playing, you can literally just go to the left or right and you won't get a sword.
Yeah.
And you'll just start dying. So you have to be worrying about all that.
How do you ensure players don't get stuck in the story then? I mean, it's a massive world. We've seen people are going to get lost, maybe go off the beaten path a bit. How do you ensure that they can get back on it?
That's something. I mean, right now we're just showing this component here, which is just this contained area of the plateau to kind of work around and discover right now. And you're kind of encouraged and nudged. Like right here's an example. You just saw the old man come down here on a paraglider, which is essentially a tool that Link would need to get off of the plateau. And here's the Calamity Ganon call out. So this conversation right here, as we're going through this, the old man's giving a little bit more understanding of what this is, and that how there's something inside of this castle that you need to basically help protect. And essentially, he's going to now offer Link the opportunity to make a trade, because he basically needs a paraglider to get off. So what he's going to do is basically, so you're on an isolated plateau, and now you can clearly see you cannot get off of this plateau. So basically, what he's going to offer you to do is, if you complete some of the shrines of trials, he'll maybe make a trade with you.
Okay.
So that's kind of a way to encourage you, as you're trying to say, to kind of encourage those pieces along. But you're right, there'll be those moments to kind of encourage where you want to go. At the same time, you can also just go off the beaten path and do whatever you want to. But we'll get more to that later on as we start discovering more of the world and showing more of the game off to really show how that's going to help people move along.
In terms of what the story is exploring, obviously we will, the focus will be on Link's quest to, defeat and contain the power and defeat Calamity Ganon. But he also seems to be one of the most mysterious Links in a really long time. We're used to having seen, you know, him grow as a child in a village, but this is like a Link that's just emerged from a slumber after 100 years. How much of that kind of backstory and why he's in that slumber and what happened before is explored?
That's where overall. I'm the same point as you. I'm also waiting to discover that more and see what Mr. Onuma has to say about the game in the future. And that is true. I mean, again, that's why a lot of it comes back to thinking about that original Zelda game. Because the same way in the first Zelda game, you just were kind of thrown into it. Unless you read the manual, there's a little bit of a story in the manual from back in the day. So it is more about that sense of discovery. You're not in a village like in previous ones. But as you said before, Mr. Onuma said there will be towns, there will be more stuff going on. But we'll get to that at a later point in the future. So this is one of the first. So the shrine is yellow right now, which is signifying that you have not gone into a certain shrine. Okay. So actually, if you were able to get to a higher point, you could scan around the area. There are other shrines to find. This is the shrine of Omanao, and you can use the Sheikah Slate now to activate it. And now once it's turned blue, now you can fast travel to this location in the future.
Okay.
This is the first sequence to go inside the Shrine of Trial. And this is where your chance to actually earn your first rune.
And runes are presumably what you trade with the old man.
Yes, that's what he was asking you for, to see what you can complete. That's what he's offering to trade.
Right. Is that old man kind of showing up regularly with new items, or is it?
That's he really. That's the first time you see him is when you come out and you see him by the fire, and then he kind of meets you when you come down from the Resurrection Tower. But you don't know. Do you trust him? Who is he? That's this part of the mystery you still have left to discover. Whose voice is that you hear when the game is playing? Like who's talking to you? Who's guiding you along? And you don't know yet.
Because we have a history of mysterious, helpful people appearing and then at the very last moments revealing themselves to be an important key figure from the old history.
That's
so
true.
My suspicions are already kind of peaked with this guy.
Yes, no, I'm curious. And it's always funny when they have the name just Old Man. Like you're like, what?
Yeah.
It's a very,
Where are
very.
you from, old man?
Yes.
Oh, it's Link in a beard from the future. Or
yeah, there's so many, and I'm sure people are going to be making their own assumptions of who it's going to be, and that's part of I love seeing that conversation that people have and trying to determine what's going on. And here's by going into the Shrine of Trial. Here you get now the Sheikah Slate is now being embedded with that power of this rune, and this actually is a pretty cool rune you have here, which is Magnesis, which is the ability to control objects that have metallic properties.
All right.
And then you'll have that first puzzle mechanic to go into this.
I have a question from the chat. They're asking, how will they handle the dungeons being able to be played in any order? In the past, you needed items from other dungeons to complete them. Seems like you'd only need the item to get in that dungeon, that the puzzles would be a bit easier.
That's what in the shrines we're showing now. These are the shrines. We haven't seen dungeons yet, so we'll get to that at a future point and see what those are like. But the shrines, you're right. Right now, the shrines we're showing here in this demo, yes, you do get the power of the rune pretty much at the beginning and have to then decide how to use that to get through it to discover what is at the end of the shrine. Which we'll get to hopefully as we're going through this right now. And that's something people have to discover. Some will be more complicated, some will be harder, and that's the whole point, that you might get to certain shrines that you can't get through yet. And you'll have to figure out how best to come back to it later. Do I need certain runes already embedded in me, embedded in the Sheikah Slate? How is that going to play out? And that's something you have to kind of figure out.
So I read online that it's possible to start the game and immediately go to the final boss. Is that true?
Well, you couldn't. Right now, you can't get up the plateau yet, so you couldn't go there. And that's something. And you're right. It's similar that you might try to head toward the final area, but the enemies you even discover or what you discover on your way there might be too hard for you to get through. So you might have to get other equipment and discover other areas and explore those areas before you can come back. To areas you couldn't get to.
I asked because obviously, the Legend of Zelda series, especially Ocarina of Time, has become quite a staple in the speedrunning community recently.
Yes, and I'm sure people are going to try to figure out how to do that.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a community trying to figure out the minimal amount of items that you need to get to the final mission and take on.
Which shrines do you really have to go to? Like, I'm sure there's over 100, so I'm sure people are going to have a field day trying to figure out which ones you really have to go through, like Shrine 2, Shrine 15, Shrine whatever, to kind of go through all of that.
All right, I'm afraid we are nearing the end of our time.
Perfect. We're almost at the end of the shrine right now here as well.
Let's have a quick look.
We'll see how quickly Link can get to the end, just to show. They obviously basically open this door.
Oh.
Denied.
He's still getting, waking up. Give him time. He'll get there.
He's been asleep for 100 years,
He's been asleep for 100 years.
Yes.
Shake off the cobwebs.
And this is where you discover this mysterious monk. And at least in this demo right now that we're showing here, and at the end of each of these, you do meet one of these monks who essentially is working with the goddess Hylia.
Interesting.
And that's part of the mission. You really don't understand what that is. So this is now you've proven that you actually completed one of these, and you do receive a reward for that as well. And then may the goddess forever smile upon you.
Wonderful.
That
Thank you
looks
so
awesome.
much.
Yes.
Are you guys talking about a release date at all?
Right now, we've only said that it's coming out in 2017. I know if you
I'll
want
keep
more
my
information
calendar
than that,
free.
2017, but it will be releasing on the Wii U and the NX simultaneously.
Wonderful. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for showing us a brand new Zelda. For more coverage from this year's E3, make sure you don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
Welcome to GameSpot Stage for E3 2016. I'm Lucy O'Brien from the future. The years have not been kind. I'm joined by Timur Hussein and also JF and Jonathan. We're going to be talking about Deus Ex Mankind Divided. So Deus Ex is such an exciting and really interesting stealth game. What are you guys showing off here that's new at E3?
Well, today we're going to show the first map of the game, which is called Dubai. So it's the beginning, exposing the setting, the fantasy of the character Adam Jensen, and like basically establishing the new world that they're going to, where Jensen is going to evolve. And the second map or the second video we're going to show is the Breach mode, the new gameplay mode that we revealed last week.
Yeah. So what is it that happens in Dubai? How has the world changed since the last time that we saw Adam Jensen?
Well, by the end of Human Revolution, there was a big incident where a lot of augmented citizens went crazy and they turned into zombie mode, should we say, and a lot of people died. And now we're 2 years after those events, and now the dust is settling down a little bit, but there's still a lot of tension. A lot of people from both sides, like naturals, are fearing the augmented citizens, and they're trying to pass laws and segregative laws and put the people in ghettos and stuff like that. And now you have also augmented citizens that are trying to make their voice heard, and they're fighting back. And Adam Jensen is going to be in the middle of this world. Is working now for Task Force 29, which is a subdivision of Interpol, and it's an anti-terrorist group that is trying to bring some peace to the world. And also Adam Jensen's motivation to be in that, it's to do some good, but also he believes that this agency is tied to some people in the shadows, the Illuminati, that are steering the society in a direction that maybe he doesn't agree with, so he wants to stop them.
It's something that you guys compare to apartheid, which of course is a horrible and tragic thing. How do you meld those two things together, both having a powerful and interesting message while also making a fun and interesting game to play?
It's a good question. What we do first and foremost, we're trying to make a good game. It's a fictional world. We're trying to create an experience that players are going to dig and everything. And after that, we always try to have interesting questions, an interesting theme to explore, so players can be immersed in the world, can have fun with the mechanics and enjoy a great adventure. But at the same time, we put a lot of layers trying to show like the different angles of a subject, and let the players choose by themselves like what they think. Like we try to stay neutral. We're not trying to say this is good, this is bad, this is this, this is that. It's really all about putting the players in the middle of this world and ask them questions and let the players find their own answers.
And I don't think we're comparing it to the apartheid.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't put it this way. I mean, I think by default there is a bit, the moment that you use a term or something that has already been used, maybe by default we can argue that there is a comparison to be made. But I mean, it's not like the will is not to compare it to what has already happened, but what the meaning of an apartheid is a really, really good fit, kind of politically speaking, for what the politics in the game, So that's really what it is, right? And it's a good fit, and it's science fiction. Science fiction's always been about, kind of talking about really serious themes and whatnot in a projected setting, but to kind of get people to think about their current issues and their contemporary world.
We're going to see some of Dubai here, and obviously Dubai itself, as it currently is quite an interesting visual city. What was kind of your approach going into reinventing it for a futuristic sci-fi environment?
Well, our goal with Dubai was to kind of bridge the gap between Human Revolution and Mankind Divided.
That's really what the map is, yeah.
Yeah. And in the last game, the Icarus myth was a big myth that we were using to tell the story of Human Revolution, where augmentations were like the future. It was the bright future, all what we can be. So
Golden Age, Enlightenment.
Exactly.
Big party.
Exactly. And so Icarus, with his wings, augmentations, trying to fly high, getting too close to the sun, eventually burning his wing and falling into the sea. And now with Mankind Divided, it's kind of like we're ending the Icarus myth by Adam Jensen is in Dubai. It's very black and gold. There's the sunset. And now for his first mission, like we saw a few seconds ago, is jumping down like he's jumping into the sea to start his mission.
It really represents the ending of Human Revolution.
Exactly.
It's like all the we've had too much fun. We went too far, and now we're just crashing down.
Party's over.
Party's over.
And so that it's kind of foreshadowing what's coming into Mankind Divided, that it's going to be a little bit more darker, and the new art style also is going to what we call corporate feudalism, like where everything is a little bit more, it's based on brutalism and things like that, and it's all about showing that the world is taking a step back and is refusing the new world, or basically the augmented world and everything. So that is to bridge the gap between the two.
Looks like
sets the table.
There's going to be a lot of like conflict happening in this one, because as you say, it's all coming to a head, which must make it really exciting and interesting to create these like stealth scenarios that are kind of avoiding these conflicts and working around them. So what's kind of your like approach to ensuring that people who like to avoid conflict are well catered for in a game that seems to be, putting lots of combat into it, or creating clashes between different groups? And
Good question, yeah.
Well, actually, what is important to us is to let the players play the way they want. Like, we have our two primary pillars that are combat and stealth, and we have the secondary modes that are hacking and social. And for us, it's really, really important to make sure that players can play the way they want. And when I say the way they want, it's not just stealth or combat, but it's killing or not killing, or even just totally avoid confrontation at all. So
because you could do stealth and kill.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Of course.
And you can be combat and not kill, go and fight and not kill anyone.
Put everybody to sleep and neutralize them with the Tesla gun and all these kind of things.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we wanted to do with this game, with John, what he just said, the fact that we want to make stealth and combat more intertwined together, in the sense that if you look at Human Revolution, a lot of the tools you had at your disposal, whether it was augmentations or weapons, their behaviors, like let's say some of the stealth ones or the non-lethal one, was kind of forcing you, or was more useful when you were stealthy. But in combat, you would have failed. For Mankind Divided, like you just said, like with the gun arms, now we have, the Nano Blade, that is lethal, but we have the Pep's gun arm, we have the Tesla gun arm, which are totally non-lethal weapons, and you can go in the fray and use them and just knock unconscious people and continue. So you can
go back to your guns if you want to.
Exactly.
Everything is a lot more like wholesome. It's a lot more holistic. This kind of, I call it like the ballet of like going between your AUGs and your weapons, or just staying to your AUGs or whatever, and use them non-lethal or lethal, and everything just kind of intertwines very, very well, which is a thing we didn't really have in Human Revolution.
Exactly. So it was really important to offer more choices within the same realm of possibilities as Human Revolution.
It just flows so much better.
What kind of choices do you guys make when you play? Do you have a preference for going stealth or for going just all out, guns blazing?
I'm the kind of guy, I'm like the stealthy killer, I guess. I like to just kind of infiltrate, and it's a very kind of Metal Gear Solid approach, right? Just kind of infiltrate, making sure I don't get noticed or whatever, but still kind of take people down, and that's what I do.
And me, I'm stealthy too, but I'm trying to avoid people as much as I can, and just take down the ones I feel I have to take down, but I don't kill them, and I just breeze my way through, and I explore everything, and making sure that I find all the little secrets, readables, whatever.
See, usually I play quite stealthy, but there's games like, for example, this is not a stealth game, but Mass Effect, but I usually try and play as a Paragon. But then every now and then I encounter a character which I dislike so much that I want to kill.
That's good.
So I bend my rules now and then. And do you kind of, like, as a developer, do you think about that, and do you build that into the game? Do you try and, put in these situations where, we want to try and create a character that kind of upsets the players who would traditionally be kind of docile and try and avoid combat, to get them to engage in other types of systems? Do you think about that?
Well,
Good question.
Yeah, I think our approach is more, first and foremost, what we want is to create interesting characters that you will love to hate, or just love, or maybe
hate to love.
Hate to love. And our goal, it's more to create those different characters. And one thing that we always say is that in our world, nothing is black or white. It's all shades of gray. So we're always trying to build complex characters that have good sides, have bad sides, sides, and we're all different human beings, and we don't like all the same stuff. So some characters for you might be like, oh, I want to punch him, but for some other people, no, this person is actually like a good person, and I like her or him for XY reasons, kind of thing.
And that would probably generate what you're talking about, right? By creating good characters, that have like not real personalities, but like good artificial personalities or whatever. Probably everybody will eventually find someone that's just like, oh, this guy's annoying me so bad.
It's like Frank Pritchard in the last game.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of people were hating him, but some other people, no. When you think about that, it's one of the few characters throughout the entire game that doesn't lie to you.
Exactly.
He's the guy you can trust.
Yeah.
But he's an asshole.
yeah. Or Wayne Oss, the police guy, which we all hated because it was so weak and so whiny, and everybody hated him, So yeah, but it wasn't planned that way.
No.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite characters, who I'm wondering whether she make a return, is Letitia the Trash Lady. Do you remember her?
No.
Will she be making a comeback? I really hope she does. She's amazing.
One of my favorite things about games with choice, especially like The Witcher or Mass Effect, or your ability to romance characters as well. That's a way to interact with characters. Is that something you ever thought about introducing in some way into the Deus Ex franchise? Against, make love, not war.
Our fans are so good at creating those romances.
We don't have
after the fact, so we don't have to do it. I mean, it just type, Deus Ex Human Revolution fan art. You're gonna see some pretty horrible, some good stuff and some horrible.
You want to turn safe search on first.
Yeah, I said do that first. But sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
What was the question?
If we do romance.
No. Actually, we were. It's something that we discuss and everything, but for the kind of game we're going and the themes that we're exploring, we didn't want to distract and go into directions that in the end, like, it doesn't necessarily helps the purpose of telling the story we want to tell and everything. So we thought about that, but for us it was not necessarily bringing something super important to what we're trying to do, and therefore we didn't do that.
So this is your new Breach mode, right?
Yes, that's Breach. It's a new gameplay mode, and what is cool with that is that we wanted to use the core mechanics of Deus Ex, and we wanted to have a fresh spin on it, like have a new kind of arcade twist where it's just simple, fast running and puzzle solving and everything. And also we wanted to have a fresh look, a different visual style, explore something
kind
totally
of a new art direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And for us, it was kind of like one of our lines when we develop. It's we want to break expectations, and for us, Breach mode was a way to do that. So it ties, even though it's left field a bit, it's kind of a virtual reality world where corporations are storing their private information and everything, and you play a Ripper, which is kind of a hacker into the virtual world, and they are kind of like the digital era kind of Robin Hoods, and they're trying to really expose the truth about all those corporations to keep the world a better place, to keep those corporations more in line and not abusing of their power and stuff like that. So there's a basic premise and storylines in there that you can unravel, but it's especially built around like the fun gameplay and the pure arcade experience. And there's a social component to it where you can challenge friends, like you can send them a map with different modifiers, different conditions to win the map. And if your friend accepts the challenge and wins, he gets the point and he climbs up in the leaderboard, or if he fails, you get the points and you climb up. So
it's really fun. That dual thing is what I really like.
Interesting.
And what I really like about Breach as well, because it's more like bite-size, little kind of gameplay environments and whatnot. And because it's using kind of the same mechanics of the main game, the same kind of augmentations and whatever. What I like is if you're, let's say, like a stealth player, right? When you play Mankind Divided, and you're mostly having a stealth build, right? A stealth Adam. Well, then if you go play Breach, the cool thing is that now you might start indulging into the more offense kind of augmentations and whatnot, and have fun with that without affecting the build you have in the main game. Yeah.
And also, it's our first live mode. We're going to collect the data from players as they play, so we'll be able to fine-tune stuff if needs be. And also, we have extra content that is going to be unleashed after the release of the game, which is nice as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like, introducing this kind of technology. Have you guys thought about virtual reality itself? Something that ties both into this world and is a really big theme for 2016.
Yes.
So next question.
But actually, we're going to release a benchmark tool this summer, and it's supposed to come with a virtual reality experience, just like exploring some of the environments of Mankind Divided, kind of as a gift to the fans.
Yeah,
so
it's super cool.
And just being in, it's
crazy. It's
crazy.
more like a museum mode. Like there's no gameplay in it. It's just like 3 environments that you can walk through. But I mean, I'd be totally lying to you guys if I were to tell you that IDOS Montreal doesn't have virtual reality kits and that we haven't played with them or whatever. But I mean, of course, if a developer now doesn't have them, it's kind of something happened. I don't know what. But I'm going to leave it at that for now, for sure.
Well, JF, John, thanks so much for taking the time and walking us through Deus Ex Mankind Divided. And for even more excitement and Deus Ex action here at E3 2016, stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
What's up, everybody? Tyroot here with Jimmy Thang at E3 2016. And Jimmy, I need to know, and I think a lot of people need to know, what the fuck is a teraflop?
So a teraflop, it actually stands for, a tera basically is 1 trillion, so 1 trillion floating operations per second.
Yes.
That's basically what it means. It's the technical term.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a unit of computing measurement. How many tasks can it handle at a time, essentially? How many floating point tasks can it handle? And so, this morning, Microsoft, unveiled the Project Scorpio. It's like 6 teraflops, so it's 6 trillion floating point operations per second.
And that's what I was trying to figure out. I think for a lot of people.
Jimmy Thang here with Scott Butterworth. And Scott, you had the chance to check out some PlayStation VR titles recently. Can you?
Yeah. No, just last night I was at the Sony press conference. They did this whole big VR event directly afterwards. They're showing a bunch of stuff that they announced during the press conference, actually. So a lot of games we've already seen, like 100-foot robot golf and Harmonix VR, but also tons of stuff that was just announced last night.
Cool. Can you walk us through some of the biggest titles that you saw?
So let's see. So I saw Final Fantasy. I saw the Final Fantasy 15 VR experience.
Which is in first person, looks like, right?
Yeah,
like
it's weird. It doesn't really feel like much of a Final Fantasy game. I mean, it's just a straight up like first person shooter experience. Basically, you're fighting one giant boss with the help of some of the other characters from the upcoming game. But you can kind of like warp around the environment. But really, it's just like you have the one move controller and you're aiming at the boss and like just shooting until it dies. And that's kind of the entire experience, actually.
Do you know if it's going to be multiplayer? Is that why the other characters
I was asking them about that after the demo, and they really weren't willing to divulge any other information. I asked if there's going to be, more levels or different gameplay, and all of it's to be determined. Even the release date's to be determined. So it was interesting to see those characters kind of up close and personal, and to see all that in VR. But yeah, it didn't really feel like any Final Fantasy game that I've ever played. It was a bit of a weird little demo. So I don't know if it'll actually result in a full game, but that's what last night's experience was. So wasn't super crazy about this experience, but then again, like Final Fantasy in VR, it's kind of unexpected to begin with. Yeah, just shooter gameplay.
And is it like a laser gun? Is it kind of like machine gun? Like what kind of?
Just a pistol. Your only option, at least last night, was just this pistol. Actually, another shooter I saw that did have a machine gun though, Farpoint, which they actually led with during the press conference. That was sort of their first VR title that they showed. That one was actually a little bit disappointing too. It's just kind of a very, very straightforward sci-fi shooter. It's just you on a kind of Mars-looking, rocky, dusty planet, shooting a bunch of bug, alien type of things.
Okay.
The environments were pretty believable. It was really cool to get to walk around, and it does have this crazy peripheral that was just announced. It's basically the successor to there was like, what was it, the Sheer Shot, the Move Sheer Shot, back when the PlayStation Move was a thing during the PS3 days.
Sure.
It's kind of a version of that. It's like this rifle peripheral, and it actually has a joystick and a D-pad on it, so you use that to maneuver through the environment, but you still aim and shoot using the trigger and the headset.
I know we were talking the other day, you said Batman was surprisingly awesome.
Was surprisingly cool. So for anybody that's played the Arkham games, if you know like the detective sections where you're analyzing a crime scene, it was basically that. but in VR. So you could actually
First
view
person.
a crime. Yeah, exactly. It's all in first person, so you could view the crime from multiple angles. Kind of the same thing as Final Fantasy, where there were certain spots around the environment that you could warp to, but because it wasn't action, it didn't actually feel as limiting. You could basically just like scrub through the playback by twisting your wrist with the move controller in your hand. So the whole experience is framed as basically a murder mystery, where you're trying to solve the murder of Dick Grayson, which is kind of a cool narrative conceit. According to the devs, it's only about an hour-long experience, but what I played so far was actually like pretty cool.
What else did you check out?
Let's see. Oh, another big one was Resident Evil. That was
Right.
great. So, for anybody that saw the conference, that room that you see in that trailer, that you're kind of like walking through this derelict house with like peeling wallpaper and all that kind of stuff, that's basically what the demo was. I think this is actually the same level that's playable on the downloadable demo on PSN, but I got to play it in VR. So it's really cool. You play with the DualShock 4, so it's about what you would expect from the controls and the movement and all that, but you actually can look around the environment and you feel a little bit more immersed.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. Here to talk about Horizon Zero Dawn. We've got Herman and JB from Guerrilla Games. Guys, thank you so much for joining myself and Timur. What a fantastic showing you had at the Sony press conference. What was it like being able to show the game off to the world?
You know, last year we showed that boss fight, and this year we wanted to go in and really just show the game the way it plays. Just it actually is a part of the game. It wasn't a demo, and that felt really, really good.
Yeah, you really go into the nitty-gritty of like moment-to-moment gameplay instead of having this one big boss fight. I think a lot of questions after the debut were like, what is it beyond this amazing, massive, like also kind of looking scripted boss fight? But you obviously put to rest those questions, showing that there's like a massive open world. You know, you have all these options, and it was an excellent view. Like, it was one of my highlights of the press conference for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You like this man?
Yeah.
We're already getting questions in from the chat. People are asking. Let's start with things like, are all the robots, all the AIs, are they all hostile?
So no, they're not all hostile. There are more docile machines. So for example, the broadheads that you saw, which are the bull-like creatures, they don't necessarily attack on sight. If you poke them with a stick, they will surely come after you. But generally they're kind of docile, but the bigger ones, especially the sort of more predatorial looking ones, they will attack on sight and they're very dangerous.
From a narrative perspective, I know the story we have is kind of rediscovering what happened to humanity. But is there ever an exploration of your impact on the machine animals? Because like you see these animals, and although they're machines, you still kind of sympathize with them when you're taking these docile animals and kind of killing them or like subverting what they're supposed to be doing. Is there ever an exploration like of your responsibility to nature around you, even if it is kind of disconnected because it's machine?
You know, it was funny. Sony made this Watcher suit. Watcher is the little one that you first encounter, pretty much. And they did a behind the scenes thing. So JB and I walk in, and the first thing you want to do is pet it. It was like an ET moment. You want to touch it and be gentle with it.
Yeah, I mean, we have this tendency these days to kind of treat like machines, for example, BB-8, as if with the same kind of love that we would for like a kitten or something like that.
Exactly.
So like it's kind of seeing the kind of the broad, what are they called,
Broadheads.
But yeah, when you kind of take over it and kind of mount it and that kind of thing, I was like, oh man, that sucks. Like I hope that thing's gonna be all right. And when you fight, I mean, there's a few hostile enemies, which is fine, but like there's a few docile enemies that you kind of trap and kind of you scavenge and use for resources that were kind of pulling at my heartstrings, even though I didn't expect it.
But
which is really interesting.
Aloy is very respectful of nature and of the machines, so she doesn't feel like she's just killing them for killing's sake. She's after the resources. She needs it. Right? It's a function. She's a huntress, but in a way that respects the prey.
One of the things I really appreciated was when you were attacking an enemy, you hear her speaking and saying like, I really need the resources before she starts doing that. Is that something that happens like throughout the game? Is she always narrating it?
So there is a certain amount of self-talk to also basically bring the story across, but for the demo purposes, of course, there was a little bit of extra talk there to also explain what was going on.
Okay.
I noticed there's conversation options. Is there kind of do they affect how the game plays out, or is it a major difference, or is it just kind of more of a slight change?
More like slight changes, more like talking to people in real life. You're not changing the world by having a conversation. But there are life and death situations basically that you can impact by via dialogue. The main thing that we want to do with the dialogue is that it's a form of exploration. You're exploring the world via dialogue, and you're exploring Aloy as a character and the other characters around you as well.
You can pick up quests and side quests in the dialogue as well.
Okay.
Stepping back a bit, like you guys are like one of the most exciting things about it, and I think the reason why people like took to it so quickly was because you guys are known as the Killzone studio, the first-person shooter studio. This is so far different from what we expected from you guys. Like maybe everyone was thinking we'll get a different type of shooter from Guerrilla. This is such a pivot for you guys. When did you come up with this, and how confident were you that you could pull this off going into it? Was it a case of like learning as you go along, or were you kind of like confident that you had the skill set to create an open world action game?
A bit of everything there. We started after we completed Killzone 3. That was in 2011. It's been a long project. Been working on this for quite a while. And obviously we're building on what we learned in Killzone. There's the tactical combat there. There's obviously the creating of gorgeous worlds, that what we're after. But at the same time, it is our first open world game. It's our first world that has quests in it. So we did hire some very bespoke teams. We hired a writing team with experience in this genre, quest designers, and all of that is new to the studio.
Right.
In terms of,
one of the interesting things coming from first-person shooters and understanding combat really deeply and combat spaces really deeply sort of helps us to also deliver a new experience to the RPG genre.
And how deep is the RPG genre? I mean, I've seen in some of your footage, like, there's damage counts and stuff like that. How deep does that go?
So it's not very heavily stats based. It's not basically that every plus minus on your weapons basically really matters. It's more broader strokes. But the real RPG element is more in the character progression. So being able to build her up, there's a skill tree there, there's dialogue options of course, there's a lot basically to do with your character in this world.
I'm interested in how you balance that kind of the scavenging element of it. You're trying to, gather resources and create stuff with, and people in games traditionally, you kind of get the satisfaction, you portray that satisfaction by, increasing damage numbers. So you scavenge, you get this thing, you build a better gun, and then you see that your numbers are higher. It doesn't look like you're trying to do that. So how do you kind of, really emphasize that scavenging is important in this game?
Well, one part is basically that you're building up your weapons, but a large part is basically sort of learning and studying. Basically, it's not just the experience of your character, but it's the experience of you as a player that really matters. By learning their behaviors, analyzing them, scanning the robots, finding their weak spots, finding the right tools to deal with them, and getting ever better at defeating them.
Right.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the other human characters that Aloy is going to come in contact with. So it seems like she's an outsider and she wants to find out like why that happened to her. Who are the people who aren't being nice to her? Who are the people who she's kind of up against butting heads with?
Well, she's an outcast out of a very specific tribe, right? And in the trailer that we released last week, the week before, she's looked after by this gentleman, a very gentle man that basically adopted her. He's an outcast as well, and so that tribe kind of is her initial reference. But there are other tribes, and it's a little early to talk too much about the other humans in the game because that'll come over the coming months. But is there anything else we want to talk about that for now?
I think because he is an outcast, he's not necessarily that culturally embedded in the Nora tribe where she was raised. So that sort of makes her more of an explorer, somebody basically that has a different point of view and is willing to accept different points of view in the rest of the world as well.
And I would add that she, there's a lot of myth and legend and lore within these tribes, and we're just talking about the dialogue system. Through exploring that, you find out that she's very much a practical person. She challenges those myths that are out there, and she's very practical. She's down to earth, and so she's kind of in the tribe, but kind of outside too. You do play as her as a separate person.
How long has she been kind of outcast and separated from the tribe? Because I'm wondering, is she
from birth?
Okay, so exploring the world, she's almost discovering it in terms of the different cultures in the same way that the player is, right?
Yeah, the Nora tribe itself, where she was raised, is a little bit of an isolationist tribe. They don't really venture out, they don't talk to other tribes, they have their own culture, they have their own religion. So first of all, leaving the tribe and then going outside it, basically she gets different points of views. And also, there's of course a lot of legends and myths about how the world came to be like this, and every tribe has their take on it, and some of them are complete crap, others basically might have a hint of truth within. So basically looking through that and talking to people and exploring it, you get to learn a little bit about how this world fits together.
There's also the mention of demons. What is that all about? So it seems like you've got so many warring factions here. How do the demons fit?
You see the machines in the game, they're animalistic looking, right? They're all inspired by some animals, except for that corruptor that you see on the screen right now. And Aloy actually doesn't know machines like that. She encounters them, but she's unfamiliar with them. And these are the corruptors. They're kind of old world machines that are unknown to her.
Okay.
So, I mean, in terms of the world itself, in the trailers, there was a civilization that came before that maybe got too great, collapsed in on itself, and now nature's taking the world back. Is it definitely kind of like based on humanity as it is right now? Is it an alternate kind of world dimension?
No, it's humanity, right?
It is humanity.
Yeah.
It is us. Where exactly this is, we were not really revealing yet. Although the internet basically has made some good guesses.
Some screen, like frame by frame, maybe some
the internet
references.
also makes a lot of guesses.
Yeah,
right?
they make
There's
a lot.
always a good guess out there, right?
It must be great to see that happening, though, even if it's kind of off base, to see that you've clearly thought or created this world that is resonating enough for people to want to stop and look at it frame by frame, especially as, working on art and that kind of stuff. That must be like super satisfying to you.
Oh yeah, it's really fun. Basically just going through the forums and basically people analyzing it one by frame and then sometimes getting it right and often getting it completely wrong. But it's fun basically seeing their theories.
Question from the chat, they're asking, are we going to be able to visit any of the cities, like the broken down cities from before, or is it all going to be wilderness-based gameplay?
It's a seamless open world game. You can go anywhere. You can go to the mountaintops, you can go to the rivers, you can explore the cities, the villages, the settlements, interior spaces.
Wow.
Everything.
Very impressive. And in terms of like building a world outside of the game, have you thought about that? Whether you want to explore it in stuff like comics or like books, novels? That's the kind of thing that everyone's doing now. Everyone with a world wants to exploit the world and build it with it outside of it. So
we're very focused on finishing this one and making it really good first, and then basically I'm sure we'll explore lots of different ways of doing things with this universe.
Okay. But it's a great idea. We'll take it back to the studio.
Awesome. Yeah, tell everyone I'm down for some comics.
Well,
Tam is a big comic reader.
I'm a big comic dude, so I'm always looking forward to it. And multiplayer, like have you thought about it? Yeah, I mean, Killzone had perhaps overlooked multiplayer. Like it had an amazing few modes, like and more people should probably have borrowed from some of them. But have you thought about maybe bringing some more multiplayer stuff to this?
We think about a lot of different things, but we've decided very clearly that Horizon Zero Dawn is going to be a single-player game.
Right.
So I'm going to stick with that, and that's it is already a new IP for us. It's in a new genre. There's so much newness that a studio should take on before blowing itself up. So we decided to just keep it at single player for now.
In terms of the creature design, obviously, very heavily influenced by real-life creatures. What kind of artistic liberties can you take with them? Can you sort of see creatures in real life and think, well, if I'm making a robot version, I might do this or add this?
Whether there's of course requirements from the designers what they want to see, and in some cases they come up with really outrageous ideas. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
What's been the craziest thing that someone said no to?
I don't think basically we've said no to anything yet.
Very tricky.
We had to basically let a couple of them go. Basically, they were a little bit too ambitious, but basically we've got a very good selection of the current machines in the game.
So the big boss fight that we saw at the press conference, are there multiple ways to take down that one enemy? Is there kind of like, do you have to have all those weapons going in to be able to take it down? Can you take it down with like complete bare bones, or do you have to have?
There's a ton of different options out there. I mean, it's the attacks on it. It's got that arm it's kind of a long range close combat, if you will. The signature attack, I would say, is that jump on you, but it also uses the environment, throwing rocks. You can play with it. She does a number of things that you could do more of, for instance, and replace it by some other things.
Right.
She's got the explosive traps, but there's things like tripwire you can use. You can have multiple kinds of long range. There's a ton of different options. Everybody at the studio that plays it has got their own style of playing it. It's never the same.
I've seen it played a couple of times on the stage floor, basically by our own colleagues, and everyone deals with it differently, and some of them have become really sort of graceful, where they're sliding underneath its legs and jumping over it. It's sort of like, whoa.
I think we've got one QA guy that can actually play it exactly the way it was recorded at for the Sony press conference, but JB and I couldn't do it exactly like that. Nor do we want to. It's very much
it requires skill.
Okay. Yeah.
The Dishonored guys say that when they've been playtesting and seeing people play, people have come up with unexpected things that they didn't anticipate with all the systems working together. Have you guys encountered that at all?
Emergent game design. Wow. What is the best example of that?
You can't anticipate emergent game design. That's why it's emergent.
Yeah.
But of course, we try a lot of things ourselves.
Yeah.
We do start playing with the systems and then basically ask the programmers to change it a little bit to make something weird and fantastical possible.
I would give as an example, we have some of these grazers in there. They have the canisters on the back. They're explosive. What's proper English here? But now it's kind of become a running thing for us to get a herd together and shoot the guy in the middle, and then boom, 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 they all go off. And that's not something that was designed as such, but it just is one of the funnest thing to do right now.
Well, guys, thank you so much. When can we get our hands on Horizon Zero Dawn?
It's going to be out here in the US on the 28th of February next year.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, for more coverage from this year's E3, make sure you keep your eyes peeled to GameSpot.com.
What's up, everyone? We are here at E3 2016. I'm Mike Mahardy, and I just shred some gnarly pow.
Dude, I shredded more gnar than you did.
This is Alex Newhouse, and we played Steep, the recently, as of yesterday, revealed open world extreme winter sports game, I guess you could call it, by Ubisoft Annecy. So we got to play about 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, about 15 minutes. And the cool thing about this game is you got 4 different sports that you can pretty much choose from wherever you are.
Yeah.
You got skiing, snowboarding, wingsuiting, and paragliding.
What was your favorite?
I really like the wingsuits. I think it was super cool. It was really awesome to be flying through the Alps and having to dodge crags. And there's one point where you can shoot through like a rock hole. And I failed dramatically. You actually managed to do it, but.
Yeah, so you have different spawn points. You go to this overworld map, and there are different like peaks you start on, or just like mountain villages, or like actual trick race courses. Alex and I both went up to the like paragliding start, and the guy from Ubisoft told us not to move because once you equip the wingsuit, if you move at all, that just registers as the jump. So Alex, of course, jumps onto his face on the platform, and then rolls down the mountain, while I'm left there to actually be good at the game. Skiing was a little easier. Snowboarding felt weird. There's definitely a learning curve. It's kind of, for like an open world game based around exploration, it felt very much like it's a technical game.
Right, and I think the biggest problem we both had with it was the controls. The controls are meant to be more simulation than arcade, so don't think SSX tricky. And so with snowboarding, the jumps are on the triggers, and you also have to tap the triggers to spin, so it was hard to get used to.
Yeah, and you can go like with a first-person GoPro view just by tapping LB, which I didn't know until I was halfway through a jump, smashed my face. But also, yeah, it's it's kind of, Eddie McCoo, our news editor, also saw it. He really liked it, but he was the one, he got used to the controls a little earlier on than we did. I think me and you were kind of more interested in the open world aspects because, you have Forza Horizon 3, which is also announced at the show, and that's kind of the same lure of the open world, just exploring, like with driving in that case, in this case, just like flying down the slopes and everything. Definite learning curve, but I feel like once you get through it, that game could be pretty fun.
Yeah, and they even gave us the option to do races, and I'm like, nah, I didn't want to do that. I just kind of roamed around the mountain, doing switching between skiing and snowboarding, trying to do wingsuiting, trying and failing spectacularly to do paragliding. But I actually thought the first-person thing was super cool because it felt a little more like the controls made sense from that view. But yeah, I think it has a lot of promise.
Yeah, so they were telling us that was just like a small part of the overall map. That it was still pretty sizable, but you can just roam around if you want to, which is the most appealing aspect to me and maybe you too. But anyway, so yeah, that was Steep. That releases December of this year from Ubisoft Annecy. For more news about that, I'm sure we'll have a write-up coming up. And for more news from E3 2016, stay tuned to GameSpot.
You used to work at LucasArts, right? I think you worked with a friend of mine, Matt Aldridge. Yeah. I think he said.
Did you help Lincoln Clay murder Sal Marcano and all prominent members of his crime family? You're goddamn right I did.
Hold my head, ooh baby, it's a long way down to the bottom of the river. Hold my head, ooh baby, it's a long way down, a long way down.
Marks the largest number of casualties in the ongoing conflict.
If you get sleep, or if you get night,
do this quiet. Away from here.
and check the cupboard for your daddy's gun.
The righteous will rejoice when he sees the vengeance.
The Lord's gonna come for your firstborn son.
nothing you do will bring any of them back.
Go to the river where the water runs.
It took me months to figure out that Lincoln had survived the massacre and was waging a war against Sal Marcano.
Wolves will chase you by the pale moonlight.
He was just crazy on the cross. Heard you were dead. Been hearing that a lot.
Drive your son like a railroad spike.
It's over.
This is never going to be over. But though you live to let him drown alive.
Why don't you keep going? You got 9 more.
Let that fever make the water.
You were there. I shot him right in the head. How was I? You shot him once.
Hello, welcome back to the GameSpot Stage here at E3 2016, brought to you by Airheads Bytes. Joining myself and Timur Hussein on the couch today to talk about Mafia 3, we have studio head, creative director at Hangar 13 on Mafia 3. We've got Hayden Blackman. Hello, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
What's the reception to Mafia 3 been like?
So far, it's been great. It seems like we're really humbled to be able to show it and to have people respond so nicely about it, I guess.
And you have an insanely huge booth on the E3 show floor.
Yeah, the booth is pretty incredible. I think, in almost 20 years, I think, coming here, this is the coolest booth I've ever been.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I saw it earlier today before all the crowds had come in, and I was impressed with how it looked then, and then when there's people around it, everyone seems to be buzzing and really enjoying it. And obviously, you released a trailer for the game recently, which we were just watching, and it's got a really, really impressive trailer. Great music. I love that music. I was just telling you that it's a great choice of music, but it really sells the kind of the quest and the plight that the characters are going through in Mafia 3.
Well, and just the vibe. I mean, the whole so much about the game is about the atmosphere and obviously the main character's mission, but the atmosphere, the city, the music, all that comes into and just immerses you. So, which is why the booth is so nice, because you walk in and you just feel like you're in New Bordeaux, our version of New Orleans right away.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the main thing here, right? It's just like selling this era that you're in, and at the same time having a story in there. You got other games similar, like Saints Row or Grand Theft Auto. They have a kind of vibe, but there's something about Mafia 3 that feels like it's really honing in on the New Orleans kind of vibe and trying to make that its focus in a way that other games don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it was really important to us, just in terms of the franchise as a whole. I always look at it, the city's a main character, in Mafia 2 that was true, in Mafia 3 we want that to be true. So we've really focused a lot of effort into trying to make sure that the city feels like a main character, feels vibrant, feels alive. There's 10 different districts, each of them have kind of their own unique criminal ecology, their own unique makeup in terms of pedestrians and the types of encounters you'd have there. So that was hugely important to us. And then again, the soundtrack. And I think, the other thing that's really important is not just a unique sense of time and place, but also the protagonist, making sure that Lincoln feels like, he's somebody that stands out a little bit, that he's a Vietnam vet, he's an orphan, he's been looking for this place to belong all of his life. And that was also kind of a key element for us in terms of not just the narrative, but just the entire experience.
Also, Lincoln Clay, he's a biracial protagonist. That's right, yeah. You're dealing with incredibly sensitive subjects. Yeah. Are you guys kind of prepared, for the scrutiny, I guess, that's going to come off of that?
I don't know if you're ever prepared. When we went into it, we really just wanted to tell a great story and create an experience that you can't get, kind of anywhere else. To me, that's the value of working in games to begin with, is that we're dealing with an interactive medium and we can put you in the shoes of a character that you can't be. None of us lived through, 1968, really, living in the South, being biracial. All these things are things that are kind of, and being a criminal on top of that, all that's unique to Lincoln's experience. So we just wanted to, again, create a compelling experience. And we're not trying to get up on a soapbox, but if we can get people to think about race a little bit, then I think we've kind of won,
Yeah. I guess the interesting thing, or the thing that might be worth elaborating on, is how Lincoln goes from being a Vietnam War veteran, kind of fighting for his country, to transitioning into working almost within a criminal empire against a criminal, but also kind of existing in a criminal world. It's essentially going from being, this clean, fighting for your country type good guy to almost flirting with evil. Like, how does he make that transition? Why does he make that?
Yeah, so the way that the story unfolds is, again, we introduce the fact that Lincoln's an orphan fairly early on in the game, and this kind of concept of he's always looking for a place to belong. You know, he's always looking for some sense of family. After the orphanage closes, when he's kind of, you know, in his early teens, he falls in with the black mob in the city, run by a guy named Sammy Robinson, who has a son, a kid named Ellis, and they kind of bring Lincoln into the fold and treat him like a son and a brother, but still he's not, you know, he's not Sammy's son. Ellis is going to inherit the throne, you know, so Lincoln is still looking for that place to belong. And then when the war breaks out, he joins the military and he goes off for 3 years to Vietnam. But that's not what he expected either, and that wasn't, you know, that's not the sense of family and place that he wants. So when he comes back to New Bordeaux, his plan is to actually keep moving. He wants to come back, he wants to say goodbye to Sammy and Ellis, and then actually move out to the West Coast. And then he finds out that Sammy's in trouble with the Italian mob, owes some money to the Italian mob. And Lincoln's kind of fatal flaw, his heroic quality that turns out to be a liability, is his loyalty. So he's very loyal to Sammy, and he agrees to help out. And then that kind of puts the, you know, puts the wheels in motion. For
and
the rest of the plot.
do you kind of explore how far he's willing to go to help out a friend? Because like we said, he is adrift, and his kind of, maybe his moral center isn't defined properly yet. But at the same time, he seems to be a good guy at heart. But when he's forced to do things like engage with a mob, you know, battlefield type thing, is there ever, do you have it so that he's questioning himself, and is he kind of exploring what's right and wrong as he goes along?
Early on, we're very focused on that sense of, you know, he is loyal, and I don't say it's unquestioning. I mean, he definitely takes charge of the situation, says, well, this is how we're going to deal with it, because, you know, again, he's coming back with all this training, and he was in the special forces over there, and so he's bringing all that knowledge to bear. What he does wrestle with, and what we actually hope the player wrestles with, is after the Night of Blood, after this betrayal happens, Lincoln recruits these 3 underbosses, one of whom is Vito Scaletta, who's the main character from the last game. But he recruits these 3 underbosses, and we're constantly tempting the player to choose between kind of greed and power and loyalty with those characters. And so that is one of the central tensions in the game. So Lincoln's wrestling with this because he wants, you know, to become as powerful as possible, as quickly as possible, to take down Sal Marcano, who's the big mob villain in the game. But at the same time, if he makes certain decisions as he goes along, he's betraying or, you know, not being 100% loyal to these underbosses, and that can cause some rifts in that group.
Bringing Vito back, obviously Mafia 2's got a big fan base, and it was a great game. Was that more in service of like giving fans kind of something to latch onto, or is it something that you really thought about in terms of integrating it into a story to create a wider Mafia kind of narrative and universe?
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of both, to be honest, right? So we sat down and we started looking at, well, what story do we want to tell? And one of the first decisions we had to make is this the same universe? Like, do we want to create a cohesive universe? And for me, I'm really big on that. I feel like we have this franchise and we have this Mafia universe. We want to keep building on it. So it made sense for us to reference characters from the past film or past game, and characters from 1 and 2, locations from 1 and 2. So we really wanted to make sure it felt like it was grounded in that universe. We referenced Leo and some other characters, and then when we started digging into it, the big question was, well, what has Vito been doing since Mafia 2? And we came up with a really good hook that, we know that he got shipped out from Empire Bay, he got sent away. So where did he get sent? Well, he got sent to New Bordeaux, but there's this natural tension between him and the other mob boss who runs it, because he sees Vito as like this carpetbagger who's maybe there to spy on him or whatever. So he kind of sidelines Vito. So for us, that was a really interesting kind of dynamic, and it put Vito in a really interesting spot, because here he feels like he's been sidelined and been punished by being sent to New Bordeaux. And when Lincoln shows up, it gives Vito a chance to kind of show that he's worth more than maybe the local mob at least thinks. So.
How do you resist the temptation to kind of maintain a focus on Lincoln? Because a lot of people will love Vito already. And he's got a history, and you imagine there's going to be a huge part of your fan base that are like, man, we want to see more Vito. How do you give them what they want to see of Vito, but also maintain the focus on Lincoln?
Well, so for us, again, we look at it as kind of almost the player choice in terms of how much they want to engage with Vito. So you have these 3 underbosses, right? And if you want to give everything to Vito and spend all your time kind of building up him, you absolutely can. It comes at the kind of expense of your relationships with the other two characters potentially.
Right.
But again, at the end of the day, we wanted to create an experience, going back to that notion that we're creating an experience that it feels unique, right? So for us, that's why Lincoln became kind of the centerpiece and the focus. But, Vito's integral to the plot, and I think you meet him in the first, half hour of the game, and then he becomes a steady presence from then on.
Okay.
So you formed a new studio just to create Mafia 3, right? What was the like you going into the project? Was there a lot of pressure? And how did you kind of work? I remember reading an interview when you first went, you said you were going to work on some proprietary technology.
Right.
What came of that, and how has the journey been?
Yeah, so when I joined 2K, that was one of the things that I really wanted to focus on was proprietary tech. Mostly just because that's what I'm comfortable with. In almost every project I've ever worked on has been proprietary. And I really wanted to work on kind of innovative open world games. So I love world building. So those three things kind of coalesced. And when the opportunity to work on Mafia kind of presented itself, it became a no-brainer because it ticked off all three of those boxes for me. It was obviously open world, and we could push some boundaries with it. It's world building, as I talked about, trying to create this Mafia universe, and then we were building it off of proprietary tech, some of which was based on what was built for Mafia 2. So that team continued to iterate and kind of rev that engine, and then we came in and we built a whole bunch of new tools on top of it, and obviously pushed it for the current gen. So, but it's not without its challenges, but it's super exciting because there's any problem we face, we can solve on our own. We have our our destinies in our hands because it is proprietary tech, and we're not trying to take our vision and shoehorn it into some existing tech.
Is there a big sharing culture of tech amongst the 2K studios?
The games are so different that not really. I mean, I think we have communication and we talk about techniques and, share ideas and whatnot. But for us, we were so hyper focused on trying to realize this time and this place and this world and this character. And we had very specific goals for our cinematics and very specific goals for our core gameplay, that it made sense for us to be, kind of heads down.
In realizing this, the thing that's kind of striking to me is, like, there's plenty of Mafia source material out there. There's films, other games, books, but so like if you're creating a traditional Mafia game, which some might say Mafia 1 and Mafia 2 were, you've got a lot of source material or inspiration. Whereas this feels like, it doesn't quite feel like a Mafia game. There's not like a huge Italian mob type influence. So like, what were you looking to for inspiration when you were kind of building this New Orleans world? And
well, I think, one of my goals from the outset was we wanted to kind of reclaim the term Mafia to mean organized crime in general, and to start to expand it beyond just the Italian mob. Obviously, they play a huge role in the game. They're you're working for the Italian mob early on, you're going up against the Italian mob later. You have Vito in kind of your organization. He's obviously, represents kind of that romanticized view of the mob. But once, a lot of it was driven by the time period, to be honest. Once we decided that we were going to be in the late 60s, the vibe changed, right? That, when you have, looking at the mob in the 30s and 40s, it was a much more romanticized thing, right? Even when we look back on it, it's like, we know that Al Capone was a brutal guy, but you look back on it and it's, we tend to romanticize it, and a lot of the films set during that era do too, and that was great for Mafia 2 because that was kind of the inspiration, and that's what they were trying to capture. But by the 60s, the mob was finally being recognized by the FBI as a criminal organization. Some of the sheen was coming off of it. They were no longer just involved in what was then called victimless crimes, which we know there's no such thing, but the kind of fun stuff, right? Like, they're bootleggers, right? And they deal with gambling and kind of these victimless crimes, which again is a misnomer. But by the 60s, you knew that they were involved in much harder stuff, and especially with the drug trade. And so I think that kind of sheen fell off of it. People realized it wasn't just a kind of social club; it was a real, kind of dangerous criminal organization. And we're sort of tackling that and showing that this is the end of kind of the golden era of the traditional mob, and the rise of kind of new criminal organizations that can compete, and drugs play a huge role in that too, and we have that as a kind of sub current in our game.
I was reading about how The Godfather actually changed the way the real Mafia worked.
Yeah.
As in, it's a lot of its current systems are based on what was established in that piece of fictional work.
Right.
So maybe you'll have some sort of similar
Maybe,
influence,
you never
like
know.
you'll undo that with your,
Yeah,
your more accurate portrayal of what Mafia means.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Will there be references to sort of real-world events from the late 60s in the game? Things
Yeah,
like MLK
absolutely.
and...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Lincoln Clay is a Vietnam vet, so that's always running through the background. We're really grounded in 1968, and we reference events that happened all around that time period. So obviously, it was such a turbulent year with the MLK assassination, Robert Kennedy, the Democratic National Convention. So there's so much stuff going on that year that we couldn't ignore all that, and it provides this really great backdrop where it feels like America was this like powder keg. And when you talk to people who lived through it, I mean, my dad got back actually from Vietnam in January of 1968, basically right when Lincoln comes back. So, which wasn't really a coincidence. We kind of chose that because, in talking to people who lived through that, there was this sense that like, man, everything was just on this razor's edge, and one thing could happen and the whole country could explode. And it was just, there's this underlying tension. And so we try and weave that in throughout the whole game, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. When can we get our hands on Mafia 3?
October 7th.
October 7th for Xbox, PlayStation 4?
Xbox One, PlayStation 4, PC.
Awesome. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Make sure for all the rest of your E3 coverage, you stay tuned to GameSpot.com. Welcome back to the GameSpot Stage here at E3 2016. Joining Tamora and myself on the couch now is Pete Hines from Bethesda.
Hello.
Hi. How do you think your showcase went down? We were edge of our seats here.
You know what? It seems like everybody liked it, but when you're up there doing it, like, you have no idea. I can't watch myself, so I haven't gone back to watch it to see like. I find myself annoying, so. But it sounds like you guys thought it was.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, Bethesda have, like, last year they pretty much started the precedent for starting with the showstopper. Like, last year was. It turned out to be the best of the press conferences.
Thank you.
And this year, it's definitely up there. Like, you opened with Quake.
Quake Champions.
I mean, Quake Champions, and it's what people expected it to be. I know in here, there was like, all right, it's Quake. It says Champions. Is this a MOBA? There was a little worry. People were like, oh, God, they're doing a MOBA. And then you showed off what it actually was, and everyone went,
have a little faith.
Yeah. You know what it is? We've been hurt before.
Yeah,
We've been hurt
you're
before.
right. But I think we try and be pretty self-aware in terms of what we're about and what our franchises are about. And Wolfenstein made a nice transition from kind of falling off a little bit to machine games, bringing it back and injecting a lot of life. And then Doom last month has gone over really well, and folks enjoying kind of taking the legacy of Doom and id and bringing it into the modern age, and Quake Champions is Tim being one of the co-creators of the original Quake, saying, look, I want to bring back all these things that people know and remember from Quake and bring it to present day PC shooter.
I think the most surprising thing was how quickly it came. Like, Doom just came out, and I mean, it follows Wolfenstein, which everyone really liked and it was critically acclaimed, but before Doom came out, there was a lot of talk about whether they could pull it off, whether Bethesda could pull it off, and then when it came out, everyone was like, oh wow, they really nailed it. And that's when the discussion of like maybe they could do Quake started happening, and then you lot just came out and said, yep, here it is.
Bang,
like, when did this start happening? Like, when did you start thinking about Quake? And was like you had to have been confident going into it to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's a risk there, right? If I never felt like it would, but if Doom had face planted last month, well, the Quake announcement is kind of awkward because it's like, this game that everybody's like, oh, that wasn't very good and that wasn't very fun. It's kind of hard to get everybody excited. But we were banking on what happened, which is we think Doom's going to be really good. When people actually get to play it, they're going to see what this game is about and enjoy it. And we will have opened that door for Quake Champions to step in and say, and here's the next thing, and to be able to sort of build on that momentum.
And just to clarify, like, who's involved in terms of developing the Quake project? Because I know for Doom, you guys did the single player internally, and then for multiplayer.
It was id single player, and then id working with certain affinity on multiplayer, and then id working with Escalation on the snap map. Tom and the folks at Escalation just did an unbelievable job with the snap map stuff and making all that stuff work. So yeah, this is also some folks at id working with another team to kind of bring some of those resources, because as you said, Doom was a pretty big deal, and now id is taking on a lot of the multiplayer aspects, along with some of the folks from Battlecry Studios in Austin, bringing some more resources. One of the things that Marty's talked about is really wanting to dedicate time this summer, and he talked about it some in his video, to improving and bringing more stuff to multiplayer to make that multiplayer experience even better and expand the snap map as well. So it's there's a lot going on at that studio, but we're excited where it's headed.
I guess the obviously Doom is an excellent game, but a lot of the kind of talk about multiplayer is that it leaves people a little wanting because it's not quite consistent with the single player experience. So there's some fears that I've seen online that the last multiplayer game that Bethesda worked on and it worked on has kind of like floundered a bit. Like, there's a worry that will that transfer over to Quake? Like,
they're very different. They're very different things. And again, I think it's a fair criticism. I think id and those guys will be the first to tell you that they think there is a far better version of Doom multiplayer than what there is today. and they are dedicated to getting the game to that point, and that's part of our commitment to not just DLC but free content, adding new modes, adding new functionality to get the multiplayer there to the point where folks are like, okay, this is really good. But Quake Champions is its own separate set of challenges. You know, I mean, it's 120 hertz unlocked frame rate on a PC. It's a whole different beast. If you want fast vertical, that's Quake Champions in a nutshell.
So what kind of gameplay experience are you gonna go for? Because obviously Doom, its success is based on really taking out the kind of things that we've come to expect from shooters and going back to what we remember shooters being. In terms of Quake Champions, is it a case of doing the same thing and presenting a Quake multiplayer experience that's in line with what we remember, or are you planning to use like modern, gameplay innovations such as?
No, I think it's going to be a current take on classic Quake gameplay and adding in this a bit more in this idea of champions, this idea of having different characters that you can choose, and each one has a different ability they bring, but ultimately it's about really fast gameplay, the kind of arenas and maps that you're used to in a Quake game, that speed of movement, super fast, twitchy controls, all of those things you remember from Quake is Quake Champions.
But Quake wasn't the only surprise you had at your showcase this year. We saw Arcane's reimagining of Prey. So how long has that been under wraps in its current form?
A long time, a while. As Raf said, look, after Dishonored, Harvey and the team in Lyon started on Dishonored 2, and Raf started work on a new project for them, something that he wanted to. Arcane has been around for a long time. They're very well known for Dishonored, but you guys know they've been making stuff for a long time, and he wanted to have that studio working on more than one thing, and had this idea of taking the thing that they're known for, which is immersive first-person games, but bringing it to a different style of game. And so they've been working on it for a couple of years now, at least. Yeah.
And was it a case of taking what Prey 2 was before and kind of?
Absolutely not.
They threw it out from the start.
There is not a single element of Prey 2 in this game other than aliens running amok and you're being hunted by aliens. Like that. Prey is distilling down literally the franchise to that core element, and then Arcane building it back up to this is how we imagine it. This is what we think it is.
Right. And how would you kind of? Obviously, we don't want to pigeonhole it, but like, what kind of? How would you characterize the kind of game? Is it a horror game? Is it a psychological?
Definitely not a horror
thriller?
game. I mean, it's got a psychological element to it. You see hints of some of that in the trailer here, but it's an immersive first-person action game shooter. It's a systems-based game that Arcane is known for. They're known for creating really well-realized worlds where everything isn't just tangible, but has there's logic and reason behind it. There's a reason why this space station is the way it is that you find yourself on. There's a reason for the ecology of the aliens that you see and are fighting and trying to survive. It's about a lot of player choice. How are you going to deal with any of these situations that you're thrown in front? It's not an open world game, but it's that same sort of open level game like you see with Dishonored, where you can't go wherever you want at any given moment, but you've got a lot of freedom for sort of what you're going to do next and how you're going to approach it. And there's a whole bunch of different.
And can you backtrack in places that you've been before?
Yeah.
Would there be different experiences?
It's going to offer a lot of replayability and a lot of rewarding exploration. Because again, remember, this is a game where you're stuck on a space station, and so you've got to make do with the resources you have. And depending on the way that you're playing, there may be certain areas that you want to go to because there's a specific resource you need or a specific objective you want to achieve that somebody else playing a different way doesn't care at all about. And QuakeCon's less than 2 months away. Can't wait for the guys to be able to show more about what they're up to.
Was there any trepidation, because obviously it's a quite similar premise to Alien Isolation? stuck on a spaceship. Maybe less of the psychological angles.
It's a fair point. I mean, at a fundamental level, aliens on space station, absolutely. But I think when folks see
or
what
even Dead Space, but
yeah, but I think once folks see what the game is really about and what that sort of minute-to-minute gameplay looks like, they're going to be like, yep, I get it. I get how all the elements fit. There's definitely a psychological element. There are definitely parts of the game that scare the hell out of me, but it's not a horror game. It's because of the aliens and how they work, and just those moments of, am I going to fight here? Am I going to flee here? How am I going to?
I guess the thing, looking at it, it does look like you said. It's distilling Prey down to its very essence. Aliens on a spaceship, which begs the question: why even call it Prey? Like, you could have put this out there as a brand new IP, and
we could have
kind of garnered praise for doing that. But you decided to stick with Prey, not Prey 2, but like Prey again and reboot. What was the thinking behind that?
I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how to distill down months and years of conversations around that. But ultimately, it felt like the right fit for the kind of game that they were going to make, and what it is they wanted to do.
Okay.
You also revealed Skyrim Special Edition. So, I mean, what was the thought process behind? I mean, obviously we all love Skyrim. I've put far too many hours into that game, but it's fairly recent. Why was this the one that got the remaster and maybe not Morrowind or Oblivion?
Sure. I mean, it's fairly recent. It is 5 years old.
But then again, Dishonored was only 3 years ago when it got.
Although Dishonored, the remaster for that was more about, well, it was the last new IP we released for the last generation of consoles, so it was a timeliness of being able to bring it to this generation. With Skyrim, it was, we get asked about it a ton, and it felt like it's still a lot of work left to do to get this onto the current gen, so there is a time factor there. Morrowind is 2 generations ago, so that would have been, a much more massive undertaking and taken a significant amount of time. I mean, at that point, you're probably basically remaking the game from the start with how much you'd have to throw out and do all over again. We just felt like Skyrim is a great fit, that folks kept asking about it, that the amount of content there from a mod standpoint in the PC community, and what those modders would then be able to bring over to the console folks, felt like a good fit. So, look, I played a ton of Skyrim at home, and I can't wait to play this when it comes out, even though I've been playing it forever, since well before launch.
I'm getting itchy fingers again, like watching the gameplay.
That music gets me every time. I still like hearing it. So
Bethesda also revealed Bethesda VR. So you guys are pretty much one of the big publishers to make a real big push into VR, a real commitment. So you've had the Doom experience that's not going to be transferred into the full game.
Playing a game at 60 frames a second, like
bit
Doom,
zippy.
It's a vomit comet. Like, it is literally just put the bucket next to the headset and wait about 10 seconds. So it needs to be a different kind of game and a different kind of experience. What we've got today is sort of during the show is an idea, a direction, some thoughts around what that might be, and showing off some of the tech and what it looks like. Whereas Fallout is just the game. It's Fallout 4. I mean, it's VR controls. Still, it's not coming out till next year, so there's still a lot of work and thinking around how all of that's going to work. But it's a first look at what a full Fallout 4 game would look like on a VR platform.
So the demo on the show floor at the moment is you don't necessarily walk around so much. You teleport between places.
In this build, you're not walking place to place. You're sort of figuring out where you want to go to next, but that's part of figuring out how that looks when the game ships. I genuinely have no idea.
Okay.
Is it just on the HTC Vive, or are there talks
right
with
now?
Oculus
We're just announced for the HTC Vive. Whether we would do this for anything else, any other platform, all things are possible. But right now, it's just for the HTC Vive next year.
Cool. Another quick one. We only have less than a minute left.
Okay.
But Fallout DLC. This is going to be. You've announced 3 today.
So we're in beta testing this week on Contraptions. That'll be out next week. So that adds a bunch of new gadgets and gizmos to add to the workshop. Next month is Build Your Own Vault. and recruit vault dwellers and run experiments on them and all that stuff. And then August is Nuka World,
right?
A bigger area, adds a new faction to the game.
Like a dystopian Disneyland.
Yeah, very dystopian. But we'll be talking about that probably a little bit further down the road, but kind of excited for what that brings from a gameplay standpoint. And then PS4 mods still planning on coming out this month. So they're out on Xbox One. We're almost done with the work we need to do on PS4, so that'll bring a bunch of new content from all the great mod creators to play on PS4.
Was there a vast difference in bringing like different challenges with bringing to PS4?
Like every single platform has different ways of handling all of these things, and when you're talking about bringing something created on a PC and having it work on a console, and all of the sort of rules for how it behaves and what do you do if they just rip the Lord of the Rings assets and drop them in there, and all of that stuff has to be managed and figured out.
Will I be able to get Macho Man Randy Savage?
Everybody asked that. I think I'm going to have to personally reach out to...
Please do.
Send an email.
To those folks and say, can we please have permission for this modder to put up this thing? Because it's, I think, the number one
to be in there.
request.
That and Thomas the Tank.
I was going to say, and that's number 2.
Yep.
Macho Man and Thomas the Tank Engine. After E3, those will be the first 2 emails I send.
You have the power.
Yes. I will make that happen.
Pete, thank you so much for joining us. When is QuakeCon, so we can find out more details about Prey and Quake?
1st of August, Dallas, Texas. We're gonna be showing new info on Quake Champions. We're gonna have new info on Prey, probably more info on upcoming Doom DLC, Nuka World. I'm sure we'll be talking about more there. So definitely, we need to get you guys down to Texas.
Yeah, book our flights.
Come join us. Yeah, absolutely.
Get it sorted. All right, thank you so much, guys. For more coverage from this year's E3, make sure you stay tuned, of course, to GameSpot.com.
You have the drop, huh? What's the play here, Nathan? Just follow my lead.
Uncharted 4 is a powerful game about loss, betrayal, regret, and redemption. In both its momentous set pieces and its intimate personal moments, Uncharted 4 drives its narrative forward with a rare understanding of its characters, its world, and the gameplay tying them all together. It's a stunning combination of disparate parts. It's a breathtaking marvel of a game. By this point in the series, developer Naughty Dog has led us across the globe in search of famous treasures from equally famous legends. In Uncharted 4, however, we find protagonist Nathan Drake leading a quiet life with freelance journalist Elena Fisher, who also happens to be his wife. They live in New Orleans. They have a 3-bedroom house. They play video games together. But this all changes with the return of Nathan's older brother Sam, who was thought to be dead for 15 years. Not only is he alive and well, but he also has a lead on one of history's greatest treasures, the loot of the pirate Henry Avery, which the brothers have sought since their early days of treasure hunting. As with previous titles, Uncharted 4 revolves around third-person combat, climbing, and puzzle solving. But unlike its predecessors, this game often lets you sneak past enemy soldiers without doing any harm at all. Stealth requires a more patient, measured approach, but it feeds into the idea of a more reserved Nathan. As does the fact that you don't always have to kill anyone here unless you want to. Uncharted 4's action has a symbiotic relationship with its story. There are minor mechanical problems. The cover system can send you to the wrong obstacle or wall in the middle of firefights, and rarely, Nathan will grab the wrong ledge when climbing. But these observations wash away within the grand scheme of things. There's always something incredible around the corner to erase the momentary annoyances.
Oh, crap! Oh, that kind of hurt.
In terms of structure, Uncharted 4 embraces a more open approach with much of its level design. There are small sandboxes where you climb towers, learn the layout, mark enemies, and choose to fight through them, or circumvent the group entirely. These areas would hurt the pace of a lesser game, but Uncharted 4 keeps tension alive even in its calculated moments, transitioning from open areas to action sequences without halting the momentum. And speaking of, Uncharted 4's set pieces are the best in the series and among the best coordinated stunts in the medium. Just when you think Uncharted 4 might settle into a steady rhythm, it throws something new at you with high velocity and incredible power. These sequences give you agency, but also enough guidance to maintain the euphoric rush of a car chase without constantly dying. Uncharted 4 directs you with its camera and lighting, and also audio cues. Characters shout over the din of gunfire, telling you when to fight or when to just keep running. The dialogue makes sense within the moment. Everything just feels and sounds right. And then there's the presentation of it all. The cinematography, both in-game and during cutscenes, it amplifies the wonder of this gorgeous world. There's also stunning animation at play, and it sets a new watermark for games in the way it can illustrate subtle emotions like distrust or yearning. Uncharted 4's multiplayer, though, ditches grounded storytelling in favor of all-out chaos. You can use what are called mysticals, or artifacts with supernatural abilities that are taken from throughout the series. You can also summon AI snipers and medics to aid your team's efforts. Uncharted 4's multiplayer exhibits the necessary creativity to elevate its already fluid third-person mechanics. But although the multiplayer works well, and it features a progression system that can keep you playing past your first few matches, it's not the primary draw.
You hear that fat lady singing?
The lure of Uncharted 4 is in its remarkable single-player journey, how each of its parts feeds into the same cohesive whole. Uncharted 4 bounces between set pieces and personal moments with such grace, with such skill and poise and affection for its characters, that you don't mind when the guns stop firing, and the smoke clears, and Nathan gets a moment to breathe. Yes, this is a thrilling adventure through exotic locations with spectacular action sequences and a pacing that pulls you through with ease. I had a smile on my face the moment it began. But it's also a story about family. It's a story about self-examination. And most of all, as its final moments make clear, this is a story about storytelling. The importance we lend our idols, legends, and myths. How we pass down the ones that inspire us. In its writing, in its design, in its understanding of what makes games unique, Uncharted 4 is something to aspire to. It's a shining example, and we'll be talking about it for years to come.
Ah! What? Where are you? I'm in here, being stabbed with a fork.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. Tomorrow and I are honored to be joined by Yamauchi-san from Polyphony Digital to talk about GT Sport. This is Gran Turismo's debut on the PlayStation 4. How is it going to be different? What were the big challenges of bringing it to a new console?
プレイステーション4で初めてグランツーリスモが登場するわけですけど、その開発に一番難しかった部分、いろんなチャレンジがあったと思いますけど、そういったものはどういったところになりましたでしょうか。
ですね、今回プレイステーション4で作る初めてのグランツーリスモということで、僕らがやりたいことがこれだけあるとしたら、そのかなりの部分がね、プレイステーション4だと実際実現できそうだったんですね。なので、ワクワクしながら作ってたんですけれども、そういう高い目標をこう一つ一つクリアしていく、プロセス、それが大変でしたね。
Yeah, so being on the PlayStation 4 for the first time, we had these objectives that we set very high for ourselves, and that we had high expectations that we can get a lot of those things done. But to actually go through that process of reaching those objectives was a lot of work for us.
Fans have been they really want the dynamic weather, day-to-night cycle. Can you explain the reasons why they're not present?
ファンの中ではやっぱりダイナミックな天候の変化とか時間の変化とかが欲しいっていう声が結構大きかったんですけど、それがなぜ今回は入らなかったんでしょうか。
もともとダイナミックウェザーとかダイナミックライティングって僕らが GT5 と GT6 で始めたことなんですよね。で、そのメリットとデメリットも僕らすごくよく分かっていて、で今回はデメリットの方が大きいという判断をしたんですね。でそのデメリットというのは何かというと、まずグラフィックス全体のクオリティが下がっちゃうんですよ。そこに自由度を持たせると。でそれよりはプレイヤーが事前に例えば夕方とか昼とか夜とかっていうのを選べるようにして、レースの時間内は時間が変化しない、あるいは天候が変化しないっていう風にゲームデザインした方が、はるかにいいゲームデザインができるし、プレイヤーにとってもいい体験ができるってことが分かってたんですね。なので今回はそうしたということ
です。So, the dynamic weather changes and lighting changes was something that we originally started in Gran Turismo 5 and 6. And having done all that, we really discovered what are the advantages and disadvantages of having that system in there. And my ultimate decision was that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, and that's because when you look at the overall quality of the graphics, having that system there really drops the quality quite a bit. So, we, after making the considerations, I decided that it would be better in terms of both game design and experience if the players are able to set the time of day and set the weather before the race, and the conditions are maintained throughout the race.
So, for fans of the series, obviously Gran Turismo is a huge racing series. They're used to having the releases in the form of a prologue, then a numbered entry in the title. Why did you decide to go for a spin-off like Sport? A lot of people might be thinking it's kind of unusual, like maybe it's a lesser game because it's not Gran Turismo numbered 7 or whatever it is. So what's the thinking behind focusing on Sport?
ファンの中ではやっぱりファンはものすごくたくさんグランツーリスモがついていて、やっぱり彼らの期待としてはこれまでの流れからしてプロローグがあってナンバードタイトルが出るみたいなことをやっぱり期待されてたと思うんですけど、なぜこういったスピンオフタイトルみたいなグランツーリスモスポーツという名前を今回つけたんでしょうか。
はい、実はそのタイトルのことっていろんな人に聞かれるんで、いい機会なんで説明しておくと、今作っているグランツーリスモスポーツは、GT7、グランツーリスモ7といっても全く差し支えのないものなんですね。で、なぜ僕が7ではなくスポーツとつけたかというと、このグランツーリスモスポーツから僕らは新しいスポーツモードという、これまでのレースゲームの世界を変えるようなことにトライしようとしていて、そのために、スポーツとつけたんですね。ですから、僕自身の理解ではグランツーリスモ1から6までが、一つのグランツーリスモのジェネレーションだとすると、このグランツーリスモスポーツから始まる世界っていうのはグランツーリスモ1以来の大きなイノベーションで、7って言ってもよかったんだけれども、実質フィーチャーはそれだけあるし、それぐらい大きなゲームになってるし、だけれどもスポーツというタイトルが、ふさわしいというふうに思えたんですね。でも皆さんにそういうふうに言われるんで、そっか7でもよかったかなって気はしますね。
So I actually get this question asked a lot, so it's a great opportunity to talk about it. We actually could have called it 7, and the reason why we decided to go with Sport instead is because the major focus of this title is that we're starting this new sports mode that's really going to sort of change the racing world. And if you consider Gran Turismo 1 through 6 as sort of the first era or the first generation of Gran Turismo, starting from Sport, we're really entering this new era. And that's why when I really considered it, it seemed better to actually call it Gran Turismo Sport than having another title, or of the Gran Turismo as a numbered series. And we could have easily called it 70. It has all the features. It has the size of a full-size game. And when people have asked me over and over again this same question, I went back and thought about it, and it was like, I could have called it 7. It would have been easy to do so. Yeah. But that was the reasoning behind the naming of the title.
Was there ever a discussion of taking Gran Turismo and presenting like a new flavor on it? Obviously, your biggest competitor is Forza, and Microsoft have a straight simulation racing game, and to complement that, they've created this almost like festival-style rally experience. And was there ever a discussion about maybe taking a spin-off, doing a spin-off, and maybe perhaps even Sport becoming that kind of title?
グランツーリスモの、フレーバーというのはすごく、やっぱりあって、それでいて、一番大きなコンピューターとしてはフォルツァがありますよね。で、シミュレーションの、彼らはシミュレーションレーシングゲームっていうのに集中して、今回ラリーのフェスティバルみたいな、タイトルをスピンオフで作っていて、山内さんはその、グランツーリスモスポーツを作るときに、そういった、スピンオフのタイトルを作ろうかみたいなアイディアは最初なかったんですか？
グランツーリスモは常に、全てのデータ、全てのコードを、ポリフォニーデジタルの200人のスタッフが、日本の国内で作るっていうことに、これまでずっとこだわってきたんですよね。ですからグランツーリスモのスピンオフタイトルが生まれるってことはありえないですね。そうするとグランツーリスモではなくなってしまうと。
For Gran Turismo, all the data, all the code that goes into the title is really developed by the 200 or more staff that we have working straight out of Japan. So it's really unthinkable for Gran Turismo that we would have somebody else make a spin-off title, for example, because then it wouldn't be GT anymore.
Okay. How do you maintain? Obviously, you've been working on this game for this series for so long. How do you maintain a passion? Like, is it just literally like intense passion for simulation racing and cars, or how do you keep that drive to create new games over and over again without kind of diversifying what they are too much? Because the Gran Turismo that we have now is very much the lineage back to the originals is clear. Like, you're not going too far away. Usually people, when they work on something for this long, they try and reinvent it in different ways. But Gran Turismo has largely stayed the same, and the modes around it have kind of changed somewhat. How do you maintain the passion for it and the drive to keep making it?
山本さんはどういうふうにこの、同じゲームをここまで長い間作り続けるというモチベーションをキープしてるんですか？それはシミュレーションへの愛なのか、車への愛なのか、やっぱり他の人たち、デベロッパーというのはここまで長い間続けると、やっぱりちょっと道をそれたり他のことをしだしたりするんですけど、グランツーリスモって基本の部分ではやっぱりずっと同じ方向性を維持してますよね。
そうだね。
それはどういったモチベーションからそこまでできているんでしょうかと。
このグランツーリスモスポーツを作ってる間にも、例えば僕らが GT1 の頃にね、どんな試行錯誤をしていたのかっていうようなデータが、ポリフォニーデジタルのサーバーの中に残っていて、でそれを引っ張り出して見たりもちょっとしたんですけれども、確かに僕らはこの25年間驚くほどブレずに同じ目標を追求してたってことがすごくよくわかる。だからこのグランツーリスモスポーツもまごうことなきグランツーリスモなんですけれども、じゃあなんでそれがずっと続けられたかというと、一つには常に高い目標を持ってるんですよね、僕らはね。でグランツーリスモが他のコンペティターと何が一番違うかというと、とにかくクオリティなんですよ。クオリティが圧倒的に違うんですね。で僕らはそのクオリティへのその完璧さへのなんか尽きることのないモチベーションがあるんですね。だから多分続けられてるんだと思うんですけどね。
So, while we were developing, Gran Turismo Sport, we actually did sort of look back at all the data we still have in our servers at Polyphony to see, what was our mindset when we started creating the first Gran Turismo. And, looking at all this data and looking at all this information, we, obviously we have had the same target for, throughout the entire series over the years. And Gran Turismo Sport is undoubtedly Gran Turismo. And I think it's because, we've always aimed for a very high level in our development. What makes Gran Turismo different from, other competitor titles out there is really that, that consistent pursuit of, the highest quality possible. And, we've never strayed from that objective. I think that motivation to reach that quality level is what really sets us apart.
For driving sim fans, how deep does the simulation go?
そのドライビングシミュレーションとしては、シミュレーションはどこまで深いところまで到達しているんでしょうか？
そうですね、2つのことを伝えたいんですけど、1つはね、今回のグランツーリスモスポーツというのは、いわゆる、ハードコアな、レーシングシミュレーターとして作ってるわけではなくて、初めてレースゲームをプレイする人とか、初めて車を運転する人に、なんて車って運転するのが楽しいんだろうとか、なんて車って美しいものなんだろうってことを伝えるために作っています。で同時に、実際に今ね、会場でプレイできるようになってますけど、乗っていただければ分かるんですけれども、パワーの低い車でも、あるいはものすごく速いレーシングカーでも、これまでのグランツーリスモに比べるとはるかに自然に車が運転できるようになってるんですね。だからものすごく運転が上手な人が乗っても最高のドライビング体験ができるように、ドライビングのフィジックスも進化しています。
Okay. So I think there's two things. This version of Gran Turismo wasn't really developed just for the hardcore racing simulator fan. We really went to great lengths to cater to the first-time, players to racing games, and also first-time drivers who's never driven a real car before. We really wanted these people to kind of experience, how fun it is to drive a car and how beautiful cars are. We wanted them to. That's the experience that we wanted them to have. So, when you play the actual the demo we have on the show floor today. You could tell when you first get into the cars, whether it be a very low-powered car or a very high-powered car, you have a natural sense of driving that's much, much easier than you would expect from a simulator. And that's something that goes to the level where even somebody when somebody who's very good at driving drives a car will still have that natural feel.
Right.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. When does GT Sport release?
GT スポーツのリリースはいつですか
11月の中旬ですね。
So it's due to release mid-November.
Listen, thank you so much for joining us. For more coverage of this year's E3, of course, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads.
A dramatic entrance at the last possible friggin' second, now would be a really great time!
Come on! For a game with so many strong personalities, Battleborn somehow lacks a cohesive identity. Every facet from the progression to the visual presentation feels overloaded with ideas, some good, some bad, some just confusing. Because it throws so much against the wall, the end result is a scattered grab bag of manic gameplay, complex leveling, and cartoony humor. In short, Battleborn is fun but messy, and parsing the experience underneath can be maddeningly tricky.
Great. More work for me. I have to prepare another underling for imminent mortal combat.
The best example of Battleborn's deep-seated identity crisis is its massive 25-character roster. Though technically a first-person shooter, the game's heroes utilize all sorts of preset weapons, abilities, and roles that pull from every influence imaginable. Impressively, even characters that seem superficially similar inevitably offer something unique that makes their gameplay memorable and enjoyable, be it a particularly powerful super or simply a higher-than-average movement speed. This mechanical variety is not only remarkable, it also drives Battleborn's longevity. You'll unlock new heroes steadily and without much conscious effort, so you'll generally have one or two new options by the time you've outgrown your current character. Unfortunately, you might outgrow them more quickly than you'd expect. Testing out a new hero for the first time can feel a bit overwhelming, but as soon as you overcome this initial teething period, each hero's gameplay loop starts to grow routine. This is in part a symptom of Battleborn's approach to action. Its gameplay is fast and frantic, but also light and loose. I found I generally just had to spam the primary attack button, trigger my specials whenever possible, and occasionally retreat to let my shields recharge.
Lighting this up.
This is especially true during the cooperative campaign, which consists of 8 loosely connected missions that feel more like Destiny strikes than a carefully crafted, narrative-driven story mode. Enemies are, for the most part, brainless and predictable. Cutting them down in droves can feel empowering, but it also underscores the repetitive, simplistic nature of the baseline combat. It's also somewhat frustrating that all 8 missions repeatedly remix the same 3 scenarios: defend the asset, escort the robot, and kill the boss. Thanks to the variety of the characters and the frenetic energy of the combat, however, Battleborn can still end up being a blast. Sure, the moment-to-moment gameplay feels superficial, but when your 5-man squad is getting absolutely swarmed and you've already sunk 45 minutes into a mission and you've run out of respawns, the tension and chaos combine to form a powerful engine of fun. A word of warning though, without other players, combat becomes a slog and certain objectives become nearly impossible. But hey, at least there's split-screen co-op and streamlined matchmaking. Outside of the 8 campaign missions, Battleborn offers 3 competitive multiplayer modes, and here the gameplay develops a slightly more strategic sheen. Unlike the mindless fodder you fight in the campaign, multiplayer pits heroes against heroes, which forces you to approach combat more thoughtfully. The modes themselves add an extra layer of strategy as well, borrowing MOBA elements to create setups that emphasize objectives over kills. In practice, this equates to action that feels less chaotic but far more involving than anything in the campaign, and the combination of distinct characters and MOBA-inspired objectives makes Battleborn's multiplayer feel genuinely fresh. This component is by no means flawless, however. The added strategic depth helps, but doesn't eliminate the simplicity of the core gameplay. But more importantly, there's just not quite enough content to make Battleborn feel totally substantial. The 3 modes offer just 2 maps apiece, and while that's not unusual for a MOBA, it's awfully light for a shooter, especially one with a relatively short, unadorned campaign. There's also an issue with Battleborn's in-match leveling system. The game features several forms of experience and progression, including individual character leveling, unlockable gear, and an overall command rank, but the most impactful system is the on-the-fly leveling that occurs within each mission and match. In the campaign, this system works remarkably well. I never felt hindered starting at 0, but I was always glad to have my fully leveled abilities back by the end. In the competitive multiplayer, however, this system rewards players who are already doing well, meaning matches can sometimes snowball into lopsided thrashings. While it may not be as important as the progression system or multiplayer modes, it's worth noting that Battleborn's writing is, by and large, goofy, witty, and endearing.
Fun fact, this stuff used to be illegal, but now that we're all doomed, nobody seems to care. Holy crap, legendary gear identified. Holy sh**.
It won't appeal to everyone's tastes, but anyone can appreciate the deep well of one-liners that flavor both the campaign and, surprisingly, the competitive multiplayer. Battleborn feels like an elaborate patchwork of ideas that compete for attention without necessarily adding too much to the experience. With so many moving parts that never quite gel, I found plenty of things to love, but just as much to feel confused by and ambivalent about.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. Tomorrow night, I'm now joined by Dominic Butler, the lead game designer on Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's a big name. Tom
Yeah.
Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands.
Exactly. But it's a game we're very proud of.
Yep.
Does it have a shorter name, like internally? Just Wildlands?
Just Wildlands, yeah. That's normally how we do
I don't even think that acronym would work.
No, I don't know how that. Yeah, it would be unpronounceable, I think. But yeah, Wildlands is the easy way to go.
So what are you showing off at E3 this year?
So E3 this year, in fact, well, start with E3 last year. We brought the game, we unveiled it for the first time, and kind of brought the dream of what Ghost Recon could be, what that evolution could be. And then this year, we're super happy because we're able to put it into fans' hands. So even like last year, we had the behind closed doors demo, and it was kind of VIP invite only. And then now we've got it there. It's on the booth. It's open to the public. We've got it at the UB Lounge. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people lined up, and the feedback has been incredible.
Right.
Because with something like this, you work on it for so long. The game's been in development for almost 4 years now, and you kind of keep it for yourself, and then you show the world. You're not sure. First reception was great, and then obviously those people have questions. Okay, it looks great, but what's it going to be like to play?
Sure.
And then they put their hands on it, and it's great. It's the one restriction that we have, I guess, is it being E3. We've got a limited amount of time with people, and that's the bit that is the only I wish you could play it as much as we do. This is the build that we've taken from the floor. This is the build that we play every day, and we put it bluntly, we didn't have time to build like a sort of bespoke E3 demo. We took a slice of the game, brought it with us to E3, and knowing the fun that we have with it and the opportunities we see every day, seeing players get to play that's the kind of the big thrill, and that's something we're going to bring back to the guys in the studio.
Sorry.
I was going to say, obviously, Ghost Recon's a historic franchise, and it's been kind of in and out of the limelight. So a lot of people may want to know, like, what is the makeup of the team that is working? I know we talked earlier, and you have a lot of like classic Ghost Recon devs on the team. So for people, for fans of the series, like
absolutely. Well, what we have is the game is being led out of Ubisoft Paris, and I mean, Ghost Recon, it holds a special place in Ubisoft's heart. It's one of those like old franchises, like you said. It kind of comes and it goes, and then it comes back again, and every time it does, we try to bring something new. We try to see like what could we do to make it different, but still retain that tactical military shooter, still retain the DNA, what makes it Ghost Recon. And really, because the team makeup more than anything else. We've got a lot of guys on the team. These are the ex-Future Soldier guys. These are the guys that have been working on it since, for 10 plus years. So they know the brand better than anyone. We've got other support teams, but they're coming in to help those guys who really know what Ghost Recon is. And for quite a long time, several games in fact, we've been wanting to make it bigger and bring those tactical options to the open world, but we've been limited, right? But mainly by tech limitations more than anything else. And now, leveraging the power of these current generation consoles, leveraging the power of the current generation PCs, we're able to bring those tactics with the co-op, with being able to play with your friends, that whole sensation, that freedom of choice to the open world, where it just feels like a natural fit, right? It's no longer this linear corridor, say, okay, let's do a mission where we're going to attack this place at night in the rain. We're going to drop in behind enemy lines. We're going to wait for the guards to be kind of doing different patrols. We're going to avoid the spotlights and go in and extract a thing. Or the big explosive ending to the chapter, and these kind of things that we used to set up typically when we were building games like that. Now we put that into the players' hands and we say, okay, you've got to get this guy. It's up to you. And we give you the options, we give you the tools. And like I was saying before, it can seem a little bit limiting sometimes when it's a kind of coordinated demo, but when we've got 20 minutes per person, it's hard to show you all those options. But with items and tools and the drone we see here, and the drone has its own bespoke progression system. The players got their own progression system, offering tons of different, it's not even new ways to play, it's more like you can express yourself through the gameplay and just play the way that you want, right? And that's the thing I think that's really important for us.
I mean, from a game design level, where do you even start? Like, you say, okay, this mission, I want you to kill this guy, extract this guy. Where do you go from there?
Where do we go from there? Well, it actually starts earlier than that, where we look at building a world first, right? And we know we have an experience that we want for the player in terms of like kind of an overall creative direction. And that comes from our brand guys, the guys that have been building it for a long time, so they know what the sensation that needs to be maintained, right, in terms of that tactical approach. And then we see, okay, what are the tools, what are the things we can give to the player, but also against what kind of backdrop, because this is Bolivia, it's the near future, it's a kind of what-if situation with this drug cartel that's moved in, seized control of the entire place and turned it into a narco state. And it's, what would that look like? What would it feel like? What would the reaction of the world be? In our case, that's the Ghost, that's an easy option for us. But we build this world with this kind of intertwined systemic ecosystems. It's not just a geographical thing, it's the traffic, it's the civilians, it's the rebel forces, it's the Santa Blanca, how they've taken over these places, what was a village, what was a mining center, and then using that not just for a kind of visual theme, but also for gameplay opportunities, right? Because if you're attacking like a mining quarry or a base that's on a hill or something that's out in the salt plains, those things offer widely different challenges, not just in terms of like the story says I've got to extract this guy, but even if you just kept it as extract this guy, putting it in those different situations wildly changes the gameplay. So it kind of starts before all of that, and then we try as much as possible to leave it open and to avoid having kind of let's say a sense of playing it wrong. We don't want to have that there's a wrong way to play this game. It's if you want to say let's role play this and go full tactical, sure, we're going to give you all the tools to do. We're going to give you all the options you need. You can recon with your friends. You're going to share that information. You can move in silently. The world is going to react accordingly. But if, for example, after a time you say, you know what, we've been super quiet for a while, I want to go big on this, sure, you get those options to take off the suppressors, get the C4, get the mines, get the grenades, put them on the side of a helicopter, fly it in and blow it up right on top of the camera. It's a ton of fun.
So the classic Ghost Recon games and even somewhat like stuff like Rainbow Six Vegas, they were like almost like trial and error. You get these tight, like almost choreographed,
it's very precision based.
Yeah. Whereas this seems like it's more designed about going in and then reacting to situations.
So there is a sense of the reaction, but the reaction is there. It's not. Let's not say it's not a punishment, and that's the really key part. Is it's not a punishment for playing it wrong. It's more a consequence where you can see, oh, you know what. We did make a good approach to this camp. We did everything well and the way we wanted to play. But at the last minute, I mean, in the video we're showing you here, we were going after El Pozolero, and the key thing was he fled, but he spotted one of the ghosts. And I'll be completely transparent with you. We did kind of get spotted so we could show you the chase, but the chase isn't a scripted thing, right? The chase is based on his reaction. All of these bosses, all of these major characters have their own personality, have their own backstory, have their own narrative and their drive, and it informs their characteristics, the way that they play. So in some cases you'll go after somebody and maybe you get close to them and they surrender immediately, and that's it. They're scared. They're not violent people. They were accountants or they were involved in other parts of the business. They don't want to fight, and others are going to hunker down. They're going to get behind cover. They're going to start returning fire. Others are going to flee. This guy runs. And we wanted to show you that kind of cool systemic chase and how things can daisy chain and the sort of consequence, the chain reaction of events that can happen.
Right.
And but it's really for the players, right? So you'll see in the top left corner, extract El Pozzolero, right? That's there from the beginning of the video. It's like you just get him to the safe point. How you do that is entirely up to you.
The boss's reactions remind me a little bit of the Nemesis system in Shadow of Mordor, the way that each kind of orc boss reacts in very different ways, right?
Okay.
A question from the chat is, what engine is this running in?
So this is running our own proprietary engine with all our own internal tech. It's a version of Anvil Next system that we have built some of our games on quite successfully, and we're very happy with it. But it's all in-house stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of story, the Ghost Recon games, like I'm trying to remember back the previous like Advanced Warfare stories and that kind of thing. I can't for the life of me remember them. I remember a series of missions, whereas with this it seems like you're making an effort to try and tell a story. You've got Bolivia, you've set up this narco state kind of thing. Is there an increased emphasis on telling like a narrative story with an arc and kind of you have these ghosts behind enemy lines? They seem kind of isolated from the rest of the world. And it's
absolutely. I mean, you want to feel that threat, right? You want to feel a little bit like you are that spec ops. You are dropped in behind enemy lines. You do have a CIA handler who's going to be giving you some information along the way, going to be able to coordinate a little bit with the outside world, but you're there by yourself, you know, and you're having to do it like those guys have to do it when they're doing missions like this. They kind of have to rely on their expertise, the fact that they can fly and they can drive and they can pick up any weapon. That's the thing that these guys really do, and they have to be able to adapt to that situation. They have to kind of seek out opportunities, identify threats, and act on that, right? And that makes for fantastic gameplay from our point of view, because it's a bunch of opportunities. It's a big toy box, and without saying, you know, no, don't do this, or you have to do this, or okay, you want to approach this camp, you have to do, you know, take out these 2 guards, then disable the alarm, then do this, then do that. Just the way you wish, right? And there's no wrong way to play.
We saw in the E3 demo 4-player co-op.
Yep.
How is that going to work? Is it drop in, drop out? Is there a lobby? Is there matchmaking?
So we're not talking too specifically about the way we connect with other players. For sure, the important thing I'll just kick it off with is that the game is playable in solo and up to 4-player co-op from the beginning to the end, and we make no differentiation between I started it in solo, so now I can't join co-op, or vice versa. You're always just playing Ghost Recon Wildlands. You're always playing your narrative, your progression, and then as you jump in and out of other people's games, we have a quite an interesting way, I'm not going to go into it now, of basically merging our narratives so that I don't auto-complete stuff in your game, you don't auto-complete in mine, but we can still share the experience, we can still grow. And then if for whatever reason I have to leave, you guys keep playing, you're not missing out, you're not kicked out to a lobby, you don't have to stop. In terms of those options for the player, we also have the solo, and it's important because not everybody wants to play with other people. Some people prefer the solo experience. That's fine. You're not missing out on any content at all. You will be supported by 3 AI teammates, and those guys, it's necessary, right? Like the Spec Ops guys that we talk to, we got, you know, still serving guys and retired guys and different military authorities, and every time they reinforce the fact that there's no lone wolves. There's no way to do this by yourself. So you're going to need that support. That's reflected in a kind of elevated difficulty in the fact that it's a really dangerous world. You need extra fire support, or if you go down, to be able to revive you, or vehicle support, all of those things that you would have with friends. You're not going to miss out with the AI teammates.
Can you control the AI teammates in any way?
You give them some direction. It's interesting you mentioned earlier about the kind of more precision-based, you know, like door entry stuff, right? Let's plan this and let's mark charges here and you wait for my mark and then you go. We don't want to have that kind of micromanagement. It's totally fine. It's a ton of fun. I love playing those games. But for our world where we kind of embrace the chaos a little bit more, and a little bit more can happen, we wanted to leave it open and make it a little bit less directed. So you give them basic orders: on me, attack, retreat, hold, but you use that same communication system when you're playing with friends. So it's not like I'm learning to control the AI. It's the way I talk.
You
to
don't
my
have to
team.
adapt.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
The ghosts themselves, are they defined characters? Like, are they speaking and having their own personalities, or
Absolutely.
are they more for like customization?
No. So, in terms of customization, real quick, from the beginning, you get to make the ghost your own, right? So, in terms of race and gender and equipment and loadout and everything that you're taking into the field with you, you customize all of that, and then you can upgrade and adapt that as you discover more tools and options. Like what we're showing at E3, you've got it's like quite a basic sort of starting loadout that doesn't overwhelm you with a ton of options, right? But that's going to grow. That's going you're going to adapt, and you're going to build the kind of tool set that you like. In terms of the ghosts themselves, they all have very distinct personalities. They're all completely voiced. They're talking to each other. They're commenting on stuff that's happening in the world. They're commenting on things that you've affected by your gameplay in the world, because it's a large systemic world. So depending on what you do, the world kind of reacts to that, and they then can comment on those reactions, right? So as the Santa Blanca starts to put punishment on the locals because you're fighting and you're trying to fight back against these guys, you can have the ghosts commenting about this. You've got regular communication with the CIA and that kind of stuff. So it is something that, again, we don't have time to show now, but it's absolutely there in force.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are we able to play Tom Clancy's?
Ghost Recon Wildlands will be released on March 7th, 2017.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And of course, for more E3 coverage, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to GameSpot.com. Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016, brought to you by Airheads Bytes. Joining Tamora and I to talk a little bit about Xbox Design Lab is Monique. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
So this is a brand new initiative for Xbox. We've never really been able to customize your controllers to this kind of degree before. Where did that come from? Like, whose idea was it? How long ago?
Well, it's been like a crazy journey, which actually this idea has come up over and over for the past like 3 or 4 years. But never before have we been able to get like sort of all of the pieces together to do this very like front end, like customization experience all the way through to the back end manufacturing to be able to deliver these kind of custom designs straight to people's doors. So it's been brought up a number of times, but this particular time it's been about 16 months since I've been working on this. So over a year. Yeah, we first started by just going out and talking to fans about how they would like to customize their controllers,
Right.
What the best ways to do that might be. And it turns out that color is something that really resonates with everyone.
And you're actually an industrial designer, right?
Yeah.
So what does that mean for people who might not know what an industrial designer is, and how does that transfer over, being able to give us these cool looking controllers?
Well, industrial design is like design for mass production. So it's sort of like where sculpture and color and materials meets engineering. So it's this like super cool blend of like art and science, I
Right.
guess. Yeah. So this is one aspect of industrial design, but like a typical industrial designer would design the whole product.
Right.
Yeah.
So you said that the big thing that fans were clamoring for was color. How do you kind of decide on what sort of shades to go down? Was it within a certain kind of palette of color? Was it just really bright ones you wanted to get your attention? How do you decide?
Well, it was interesting because we wanted to do a really broad palette that allowed any of our like diverse fans to express any type of story or any type of vision that they wanted to. But then at the same time, we wanted to make sure that everything really hung together and looked good together. So it's definitely a lot of work, like developing the specific pigments. We know that people love color for different reasons. Like some people just like, they have their favorite color. It might be pink. You love pink. You want everything in pink and you're just psyched to make a pink controller. Or it might be related to a game you play. You might drive a blacked out car. You might play Forza and you just want to black out your controller. Yeah, and it might just be something cool that you've seen. So we wanted to provide options for everyone. And so some of the colors that are more popular, like blue, we have three different blues. So you can do a dark neutral. You can do like the super bright, sporty photon blue, or you can do more of a pastel blue, and they work great together. But then they also work great with the other accent colors. Yeah, green was also a big one for us. It's an important,
obviously the
important
Xbox
brand
green.
color. Yeah, so we have 2 greens.
I think the best thing about it is that like people are already creating color schemes. Like I've seen a whole range of Overwatch color schemes to suit every character, which is amazing for me because I'm hopeless at making cool looking things. Like we've got some amazing. Everything I make is disgusting and gross. It's like why is this like a booger green controller and why would I ever want this? But like we've got a gallery up on our website already of just like game specific stuff and like theme specific stuff, and like being able to express yourself and have a controller that's uniquely your own it's a cool thing that everyone can get behind. Like you never really know that you want a colored controller until you hold it in your hand and it says your name on there, like XX Pro Sniper 10 or whatever it is, and you're like, yep.
Right.
Can we take a closer look at the ones you brought with you?
Yeah, I just brought a few examples of the kinds of things that you can build. Yeah, so this is just an example of 2 blues that look great together. A bright orange, Yeah, I thought orange might be like a big color for this year. Yeah. And it's like a super bright, vibrant orange. We've got grays, blues, blacks, whites, like a lot of neutrals, and then some really fun pop colors.
It looks like the actual names on here are generated by the same generator that we use for gamer tags. So like Storm Yeti.
New Sasquatch.
New Sasquatch. What's that one?
This one's
pirate dropout. Like all pirates are probably dropouts, to be fair.
So you get a chance to write what's on your controller, right?
Yeah.
What is that? I'm assuming there'll be no obscenities. How long does that list run? To make sure that people don't just sort of.
Yeah. It's actually the same engine that we use to check text as we use on the gamer tags.
All right, so
it's an automated.
Okay. Right, so it's 16 characters, so you can put your gamer tag on it or a message. They make great gifts.
Yeah.
I heard so many stories just working the booth and talking to people like over the past year. Someone was just saying to me yesterday, like, when my roommate plays, he gets angry, and I always ask him, "Are you angry? Are you angry?" So I'm gonna make him a controller and say, "Are you angry?" It's like everybody has their little personal things, and it's like super fun to just top the controller off with something personal.
But it's not just the color that you can change. You can also change the colors of like the face buttons, everything to do with that.
Oh right, I didn't know that. So the individual face buttons are also customizable.
Right. So you can do the top and side cases, bottom case, front area with the triggers. You can do thumbsticks, D-pads, ABXY, and view menu. So there are 15 colors. For the main parts, there's a subset of 8 of those colors for the thumbsticks, and then ABXY and view menu. There's 5 and 4 options.
So is this the new controller that was unveiled with the Xbox One S?
Yes.
Is this going to be retroactively put into like the original Xbox One controller, and is it going to work with the Elite controller?
This controller is compatible with all of the game systems, and this is the controller that was just announced. It's the one with the grip on it and the Bluetooth, audio jack, everything.
I think it's what's for people who play in like competitive tournaments, it might be an idea to create like the most obnoxious looking one to psych out their opponent. Like go in there with like a red fiery one and just constantly wave it in front of their face as you're trying to play. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a horrendous looking one to psych out my opponents. But obviously you can get some cool looking ones too.
Right. Our team colors.
But there also were, we also saw a look at the brand new Gears of War controller. I assume Xbox is still going to be releasing game-specific ones. Is there going to be any crossover with these ones?
I guess we'll have to see how the system develops. We've put the color out there as our platform, and we're just waiting to see what the reaction is, which I think it's going to be great based on what I've been hearing at the show. But yeah, we're waiting to see how things sort of work out, and then we'll figure out what comes next. I think the possibilities are endless, and people are going to find their own creative ways to use the system.
I mean, there's a big like audience and a market out there for like decals and that kind of stuff. So is that something you guys have thought about in the future? I'd love to be able to put my own little stickers and designs on there as well.
Yeah, we've definitely thought about it. I can't like really disclose any future plans, but it's all there are a lot of different ways to take this. So. Yeah.
Is there any scope for maybe expanding it to the Xbox One box console itself? I mean, because you got the PlayStation 4, you can have faceplates, which is a kind of customization, but if this seems like the first step, people love it when things are customized for themselves, right?
Right. Well, we're seeing how this goes, and we're looking for people's feedback, and then we'll figure out what makes the best business sense. But we love delivering the products or the visions that the fans want. So I think the more people are asking for things, the more likely it is that we're gonna be able to execute on those.
So what you're saying is to start a petition.
Yeah, start a riot.
I'll get on that. I'll get right on that. Okay.
Start a petition. Change.org.
Change.org.
Yeah. So the customization software is the interactive experience is super easy and super intuitive, and I don't know if so you have gotten a chance to try it out?
I have, yeah. I think everyone here has created their own unique one, and I think they were available to try at the Microsoft event earlier, where I did try and make some, but promptly got kicked off by someone with more artistic talent than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from creation to shipping to delivery, how long is that process estimated to take? I assume it's not launching for a little bit, so there will be a backlog, right?
At the moment, if you pre-order, you will receive your controller in September, but after this pre-order window is over, it will be 14 days between pressing order and having it delivered to your doorstep.
Okay.
That's actually
really not too bad.
It's pretty
custom built, right?
It's pretty great for getting your own, custom build of the controller. It's pretty amazing.
And in terms of pricing, do you know how much it kind of?
Yeah, it's $79.99, and it's an extra $9.99 for the engraving.
Awesome. Very cool.
What kind of things, were there other things that you maybe wanted to change about the controller with this program that maybe weren't applicable to like a mass market kind of engineering project?
Well, we settled on going. We kind of started the program just looking for the best way to offer a customization platform, and we settled on color because it's something that that really resonates with everyone.
Right.
It's like we have this super diverse fan base playing all sorts of games, different genders, different ages, into different things. But like everyone that we talk to has this like emotional, visceral response to color. So it just seemed like the best, like most broad way to reach everyone.
You've got a whole bunch of colors here, but do you think that you'll be maybe continuing to add more to them, or is this kind of like the set color scheme?
I think as time goes on, we'll have to take a look at the colors and keep up with just sort of the culture and trends, and I think this is probably going to be an evolving business for us.
You must have done some research at some point to find out what the most popular color is. Can you finally settle that debate?
Oh yeah.
Is it green?
I definitely know that in the Xbox community there's an affinity for green.
Yeah, I thought so.
But the most popular color, it seems, it always bubbles up as blue.
Oh really?
Yeah, people love blue.
It's a calming kind of color. So when you're playing Gears of War and just seeing stuff explode in front of you, just have a look down.
You just kind of look down.
Recenter yourself.
Yeah.
Remember where you are in life, and then carry on like
right. Or you can do red and black.
Yeah, red and black if you want to channel some of that fury and kind of
It's kind of like. Are Xbox not concerned at all that they're moving away from like their core branding?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
It was a big discussion in our studio. Should we do this or should we not do this? But it kind of just comes down to doing things for the fans and like appreciating the fact that like people love to express themselves. People find different ways to do it. It's like the way you speak, the people, the activities you participate in, the clothes you wear, the products you surround yourselves with, and our products they're super important to some people. They're like a big part of people's lives. So just kind of creating a platform out of our products, like a platform for expression. We just kind of came around as a design studio to understand that like that's something really, really special and something that we want to be part of. Yeah. So yes and no.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is like in the future, if you could sort of the way you can create custom decals and things, I could sort of see that as the next thing that maybe you guys end up doing with this, because that seems like a really cool opportunity for people to express themselves even more if this takes off, and it already looks like it has by the reaction, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a conversation. We've definitely talked about things like that, but I couldn't say that anything's for sure. We're kind of seeing how this goes, and then
so you can pre-order now, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, so you can go on to xboxdesignlab.xbox.com and design your own controller, and you can save it. You can save it to a gallery, or you can save it to any, through social media, and you can order at any time. That's one super cool part of the customization site, is that you can go into the community gallery and you can see what people have created. You can be inspired, and you can start from there. So you can start from a blank controller if you just want a clean slate, and if you need a bit of inspiration, you can start from something that's been created in the community and then kind of make it your own.
How long is that pre-order window? When do you anticipate you'll be closing it?
I think it's sometime in September that I close. Cool. I don't know the exact date.
Right.
But
Monique, what personally, what color controller would you create? Going through the lab, what would you do?
I've made so many of them. And then there was a formal beta that came through the group, and I decided to make one for my son, and he's 5, and he loves to race a yellow car. He loves to play Forza, so I didn't make one for myself, but I made one for him, and it was like super fun to just think about what he would like and what's like appropriate for him. Yeah, so that's the one that I've kind of created to take home. It's yellow and gray. It's got a little engraving on it.
Awesome.
I think I might replicate this because it's making me feel at peace.
You feel calm.
I'm gonna keep. I might just keep this. Sorry, Monique.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, it goes. When will we be receiving the first batch of controllers out in the wild?
So the first batch in the wild should be in September.
Okay,
Anybody
awesome.
that pre-orders now should get their controllers in September.
Awesome. Thank you so much for
gifts.
joining us.
Thank you.
All right. And for more coverage from this year's E3, of course, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
In darkness, I shall be light. In times of doubt, I shall keep faith. In throes of rage, I shall hone my craft. In vengeance, I shall have no mercy. In the midst of battle, I shall have no fear. In the face of death, I shall have no remorse.
Virtual
Tell them that I told you, won't be any longer. Devil gonna leave you, he's heading over yonder. Tell them that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa, when you're rolling like a stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. Joining tomorrow night to talk about ReCore is Joseph Staton. So you're the Senior Creative Director of Microsoft Studios. You're also writing the game, is that right?
That's right. They let me out of my cage to write this one, so that's been a lot of fun.
Let's talk a little bit about, who's making the game. So obviously it is a joint venture between Armature Studios in Austin, but also we've got Concept, which is Inafune-san's studio over in Japan. How do those two studios work together? I mean, the time difference alone.
Yeah.
Is one working while one's asleep?
Yeah. Absolutely. ReCore is this great international project where we've got people in Austin and, over in Japan and other places around the world too. So it's been actually a lot of fun. That's what Microsoft Publishing does really well, is bring together different teams to create something really special. And I think ReCore is a great example of that.
What is Inafune-san's involvement in the game?
So he's been involved every step of the way, especially in the early concept phase. I mean, he has a real love for memorable, colorful characters, and you can see that in the characters in the game. So he brought all of that strength, and Armature do many things well, but they're great at systems and gameplay and technology. And when you put those two studios together, it's been a really just great experience.
I got to play it the other day, and
cool.
Along with the character stuff, it's very immediate, the influence in terms of game design and mechanics that Inafune seems to have, whether it's intentional or unintentional. But I came away feeling like, wow, there's a lot of Mega Man in this game. The way it feels, the way the shooting works, and the way it challenges you to think about so much at the same time while you're in combat and stuff. So
absolutely, yeah, it's definitely one of those games that you look at and think, oh, that looks easy, that looks pretty simple. It's color matching, but when you get into it, the mechanics are actually very deep, and you have a lot of options as a player, not just shooting with Jewel, but the way that you control your core bots, when you send them in to interrupt enemy attacks, all those kinds of things. We like to talk about it as having a classic feel, like a classic Mega Man or Metroid game, but brought into the modern era with a modern engine and some progression mechanics that you make it feel fresh.
Yeah, I think one of your developers said it it's a game about shooting, but not necessarily about focused aiming.
Yeah,
it's a lot about movement and reacting to what's around you and assessing threats and then figuring out what you can do to best manage those threats.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think Mark Pacini, the game director, says that very well. It's not about aiming, but it's it's a shooting game.
Yeah. And from a basic perspective, she's in terms of making the Mega Man connection again. She has her gun which she fires like a spread shot.
Yep.
And then you have a charge shot as well, again, like Mega Man.
Absolutely.
So it's about doing damage, managing the waves of enemies that are approaching. But then you have this almost Ikaruga style mechanic in the corner, the color matching. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see here, yellow is good against yellow. It's really, at that level, pretty simple. But because you have encounters with multiple color types of enemies, it does get really interesting to manage the system. So you're using your D-pad to swap between different ammo types, all the colors, and then white, which is sort of a neutral color that's good for lots of different kinds of enemies. We're still playing around in the polish phase about, do we want the different weapon colors to have slightly different effects, fire rates, that kind of stuff. So we continue to tune, and it's been really fun to bring it to E3 and have people actually play it and give us some feedback on that.
Right. So the area I played was very you'd get one type of color, but am I right in thinking there's enemies that change?
Yes, there may be.
I've heard about shifting color phases and that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. So there are more challenging bosses, sub-bosses in the game that don't start off. They start off as one color, but they're able to adjust your attacks and permute their colors. So you might be fighting a boss that can cycle through all the colors.
So this section I played was what reminded me most of Mega Man. You have this giant enemy that is kind of like...
He's my favorite enemy in the game right now.
What is his name?
Well, he needs a better name, which I have to go back to Redmond and figure something out. But we call him the Master Spawner right now.
He's constantly spewing out
these spawns things. So
it's like just this classic Mega Man style setup where it's just this floating boss that isn't directly damaging you, it's just menacing, and it's like spewing enemies, and the challenge is in kind of making sure that you don't fall down a pit or get overwhelmed, while also making sure that you've got the opportunity, using your opportunities to kind of like drop a bomb in there or shoot him with a blaster. That's like one of the moments where I was like, this is Mega Man.
Yeah.
They're not calling it Mega Man, but it is.
Absolutely. He's called, so there are two types of robots in the game. They're the core bots, like the spider and the dog and the gorilla, and then there are these things we call core bites that can be very, very small or very large, like that master spawner. And each of the core bites, and there are many of them in the game, they each have the sort of unique gameplay hook. We're showing off a couple of them now, but when you play the full game, there are lots and lots of different enemies that you can fight against. It's really fun.
Yeah,
and the way that we mix and match them up, the encounters get really neat.
So you mentioned the core bots, and these are also your companions, right? So the main character is Jewel. She's kind of like the scavenger type character, almost?
A little bit. So Jewel's really simple story is that she's a colonist sent to Far Eden to prepare it for many more humans to arrive.
Okay.
She goes to sleep for a couple hundred years and expects Far Eden to be full of water and trees and totally terraformed. But, of course, when she wakes up, none of that has happened. All the robot helpers have gone crazy. So she's a colonist, but also a technician responsible for maintaining some of these terraforming systems. But she's given this big new challenge that she was never prepared for, which is getting Far Eden back on track, essentially saving it.
And then we're seeing one of the core bots there. So how do the core bots kind of factor in? We see them, when we first saw the trailer, they were kind of like this cool companion, but they actually, they kind of melded into gameplay way more than initially expected, right?
Absolutely. So when you start the game as Jewel, you have your companion that Jewel was sent to Far Eden with. Each human is paired with a core bot, and she was paired with Mac, the blue core in the dog. And as you go through the game, she'll end up meeting Seth, the spider, and Duncan, the big ape frame. Each of them, you can see here, Seth has this unique ability to crawl around spider rails in the world. You might see some spider rails early in the game before you get Seth, and you'll be able to later in the game backtrack to those areas and access, places in the world that you couldn't before. So it has very much that Metroid-ish feel.
And that's the connection to Armature, right? Because that is ex-Metroid Prime developers and that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
So we can expect that kind of like format where you're unlocking new items, going back, rediscovering areas within areas that you may have already explored.
Correct. Yeah, did you...
Sorry, so are the core bots all available from the very start, or is it just, you know, you collect them as you go?
You unlock them as you go, yeah.
From the chat, we have a question is, obviously with the color switching mechanic, how have you changed that for colorblind gamers?
That's a good question, and we do have accessibility testing that we're doing right now, and that's the real good part about the final polishing phase, is we're able to bring in lots of different players and see how they can play and what we can do to make it more accessible. And I don't have the right answer right now, but that's the phase that we're in right now with the game.
Right. In terms of story, that's the one thing I wanted to discuss. Like, the area I played was quite light on story, obviously because it's in the middle. A challenge or the mission has already been set up, so it's kind of isolated. But Jewel and her role is to kind of like colonize, prepare the planet.
Yeah.
What's the kind of threat that she's facing? Is she facing a threat? Is it just a game about just kind of cleaning up?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
That would be amazing.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's a little more than that. So Jewel came to Far Eden with a group of colonists, but when she wakes up, she's the last human on the planet as far as she knows. All the core bots, or most of them at least, have been corrupted by some influence that she doesn't understand.
Right.
Some of the core bots' cores have actually been turned black into this strange, corrupted form. So her first problem is, hey, how do I actually get some help on my side to tackle some of these bigger problems? Which is why she starts linking up with the other core bots. But the bigger problem is clearly there's probably some big bad guy who's responsible for doing bad things to the core bots. So she's fighting against that part, and also just changing the world back to the way it was meant to be. So as you go through the overworld of Far Eden, this desert place, you will also come across dungeons, old facilities, buildings, structures that were meant to be the things that brought Far Eden to life. Those are the dungeons in our world, and Jewel will go into those facilities, get them back online. But the whole big goal, the big challenge, is to rescue Far Eden from these terrible storms that are plaguing it and get it terraformed.
So as she's walking around, is she going to be talking to like the core bots, or is there going to be some element of like self-talk? Because obviously there's no other human characters around.
So if anybody's ever seen a Lassie movie where the boy will turn to Lassie who goes, ruff, ruff, ruff. What's that, Lassie? There's someone down the well. There's a little bit of that in ReCore where she is conversing with Mac and Seth, who speak in this Digimote language, we call it. But Jewel's able to understand it. So she's able to have conversations with the core bots in the world, and we tell the story that way. There are also some other ways that we're telling this story that we're not revealing today, but suffice it to say, Jewel does not just sort of walk around talking to herself, wondering what's going on. But each of the core bots has their own personality, and that shows through in the way that she talks to them and interacts with them.
It also seems to be built into their character design as well, right? Was that a lot of fun to kind of combine the character design with the character that you were writing at the same time?
Absolutely. So I think it's pretty easy to make a charming dog. Everybody knows what dogs do when they're scared or injured. But to make a charming spider, that was a really fun challenge from a character design point of view. And Seth, when you first meet him, with the yellow core, is a very cowardly spider. So he's twitchy and nervous, and he scrunches up into a little cute ball when he's afraid. Duncan, the big, gruff gorilla, is very stubborn and tough. And so getting those personalities into them was a real treat. And where Inafune-san and Armature and their special magic together really came together.
You've got a dog in there for the dog people out there. Will there be a cat for the cat people? I'm a cat guy, and I'm frankly a bit sad I've not seen a cat yet. What's going on here?
I have had lots of questions about cat, and maybe I'm biased because I'm a total dog guy. Cat people are cool too.
We know.
Don't
worry.
Like
There's two of
cats,
us.
we just understand
You're a little
that we're
standoffish though, and a little kind of hard to read sometimes.
Like a
He
cat.
sleeps
That's
a lot
right.
as well.
No. So I suffice it to say that we would love it if ReCore's a success and we can continue the story beyond the first version. And there are a ton of great other core bots that we have designs for that we just didn't have time to build.
So what you're saying is cat DLC?
That's not a bad idea.
So there's an area just beyond this bit that I played that kind of really highlighted what I loved about ReCore. And it's an area where you're kind of in an arena, but the floor of the arena is split up into 3 areas that are catching fire one by one.
Yes.
And at the same time, you're battling these waves of different types of enemies that also have different colors. So it's really about having so much layered on top of each other and then just remembering how to use each part to your advantage and the best way to use your abilities and movements and stuff.
Exactly. You know, we say, I think for a lot of games that it's deceptively simple. It's easy to start playing, but it's really deep and challenging the further you get into it. You know, that really is true with ReCore. You look at it and think, oh, it's a color matching game, it's going to be pretty straightforward. But no, like there are rooms that are tough, like real challenges. And we've had people come back through the line a couple times because they really wanted to beat the flame room. They got close, but they couldn't quite do it. Once you get familiar with the controls, it's this awesome ballet of choices where you as a player have Jewel's weapon, you have the core bots, you have all their special abilities. And the flame room, when you look at it first, you're like, oh my god, how am I going to like get through the flame room? But once you get into it and start to play, it's really satisfying.
Yeah, and that's not an exaggeration because like I was telling you earlier, in my demo, the person in front of me was dying so much that I was like, I need to call someone and get her kicked off. I need to have my go here so I can get out of it. But yeah, it is difficult. And there's also like, in my written preview of it, I also kind of likened elements of it to a bullet hell shooter. Because obviously, like Mega Man, Jewel has these thrusters on her feet that she can use to give her some like air control and dashing. And at times, there's so many enemies that are all firing these lasers at you that you've kind of like got to identify the hole and just like jump and use your thruster to kind of get through this so you can get a bit of like breathing room and then you can use that. So like, was that an influence too, like stuff like Ikaruga and, you know, bullet hell shooters?
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed this, but there is really no cover in the game.
Yeah,
like
it's all about
constant
arenas.
motion.
Correct. So we like to say that your movement is your cover.
Right.
For Jewel to evade the attacks like the expanding fire rings or the laser line that'll stun you, it's really all about jumping, dashing, getting out of the way. So that movement is super important, not just for the platforming traversal challenge, but actually to survive in combat.
Joseph, thank you so much for joining us. I know you guys are like in the final polishing stages, but give us a quick reminder of the release date.
So ReCore is coming out starting September 13th of this year for Xbox One and Windows 10, and it's part of the Xbox Play Anywhere program. It's actually the first game coming out for that. So buy it on one platform, play it on the other, vice versa.
Awesome.
It all works great.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
And for more coverage from this year's E3, of course, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
Peggy 18.
The augmented era began with such promise.
until the incident turned the world upside down. 50 million dead, hundreds of thousands more maimed and injured. All because a few rich opportunists plotted in secret to control us. Today, hatred of AUGs has morphed into a full-blown mechanical apartheid, with violent clashes fueling unrest.
The augmented are suffering a genocide. It begins with taking away our rights, treating us as less than human, and then exterminating us.
Something big is brewing, and I need to cut it off at the source. How can these people always be one step ahead?
They've got unlimited power and money and absolutely no conscience at all. That's how.
They manipulated the dawn of Human 2.0, made it dangerous, made me. I'm going to use every advantage I have to stop them. My advanced capabilities convinced Interpol to recruit me to their counter-terrorism task force, despite objections within the team. I'm willing to endure their prejudice, so long as it furthers my hunt for the true threat.
Not gonna go all wonky on us now, Hansa, are you?
If I do, McCready, I guarantee you'll never see it coming. Turns out my military-grade enhancements were hiding a full set of cutting-edge experimental AUGs. You're telling me I got more implants than I thought I did?
More than your body can handle.
Meaning my ability to infiltrate, fight, and circumvent has now grown exponentially. Right along with the increasing threat level. Being stationed in Prague places me at the epicenter of terrorist activity. And with blame for the latest atrocity being leveled at an augmented group there, the only certainty is that the body count will keep rising.
Our territory is fiercely defended. No one sets foot in there.
The task force wants me to bring ARC's leader to justice, dealing with his augmented army as I see fit. Starting my investigation by interrogating Talos Rucker on the realities of his non-violent approach could prove beneficial. Every floor of their towering complex is packed with armed militia and filled with high-end security. But its makeshift construction provides me with plenty of options. Going in full force and guns blazing may result in casualties. But if I want to strong-arm Rucker into surrendering, it makes sense to use force. Engaging them with modified firearms, explosive nanoblades, and using my Titan shield to negate their counterfire as I roll through like a reinforced tank.
I have known exactly the kind of thug you are since the moment you entered.
If ARC had no involvement in the bombing, it might justify going in like a ghost, hacking their security systems, using the architecture to my advantage, delivering concussive blasts via the PEPS gun, and relying on the Tesla's electrified projectiles to avoid any unnecessary deaths. A lack of casualties would be a show of respect to someone like Rucker, and might just convince him to peacefully turn himself in.
Faced with two terrible choices, I choose the lesser evil. I will come with you.
But he and ARC represent just one facet of my hunt for the truth. And I'll need to keep tracking down leads and making contacts on both sides of the law if I hope to uncover the true motives behind these escalating attacks.
It's not always about doing the right thing, or about doing things the right way.
Intel gathered from allies outside the task force has me questioning everything, including the true intentions of my own command.
If you're meeting with Miller, be careful. You walked into another ambush, and Miller's not off the suspect list yet.
Everyone's got their agenda, meaning I'll have to trust my gut when dealing with suspects.
How far are you willing to go to help out a friend in need?
Whether I'm working by the book or going rogue, choice never comes without consequence. What's the going rate for cops in Gotham City?
You're making a very dangerous assumption.
The clock is always ticking, and unraveling the mystery on my own terms may be the only way to prevent disaster.
There is a moment coming, and it will be soon, when all of us will have to choose a side.
As anti-AUG conflicts become a global concern, Prague represents just one square on a giant chessboard whose pieces are continually manipulated from the shadows. I have to choose my allies wisely, reminding myself of the greater cause. The elite may obscure themselves in darkness, but the truth is still mine to reveal. I don't care that they only speak in whispers. I won't let them have the last word.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. I'm Mary, and I'm going to be your host for the next 2 full hours, and I'm delighted to be joined by my very best friend and GameSpot review editor, Peter Brown.
What an introduction.
I know, there's nothing better for you. And the community manager for Bungie, this is Deej. Nice to have you guys here. Thank you.
Nice to be here.
And obviously, we're going to have to start this off by talking about what everybody wants to talk about, which is Rise of Iron, the latest upcoming expansion for Destiny.
All of that is absolutely right. Yeah, Rise of Iron is a large expansion to the Destiny universe. It's coming out this fall, February 20th. We're telling new stories in new places where you'll be fighting new enemies, acquiring new weapons and armor, making your character powerful in new ways. This is something that we just revealed just prior to E3. We got to have a conversation with our community on Twitch, interviewed some of the developers who are also here with me at E3 as part of our Bungie away team, and we're really excited to be welcoming the Guardians back to Destiny to continue their adventures and evolve their characters in some brand new and exciting ways.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys have been constantly working with the players to see and get feedback back and forth, and one of the main things that I'm sure you guys were very eagerly anticipating was the announcement of the Gallarhorn and bringing that back. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? Is it going to be as powerful as it once was?
Well, the Gallarhorn will be actually even more powerful because its power levels are going to need to rise so that it can help the Guardians confront this new threat. They have an all-new enemy to fight. The Gallarhorn will be restored to its old prowess. It was one of the most iconic weapons in the first year of Destiny.
That's right.
And we're really looking forward to putting it back into the hands of the players. Every Guardian is going to forge their own Gallarhorn as part of a quest. So whereas they may be used to waiting for it to drop as a random reward in an activity, now it is something that it's a guaranteed virtue as the completion for a quest.
Now, tell me a little bit about the Plaguelands zone. What's it comparable to, and are there any new mechanics?
Yeah, the Plaguelands have a bunch of new surprises for players. It's a landscape that is forever transformed by the outbreak of a technological plague. The Fallen have discovered that force of technology. They're using it to twist their minds and their bodies in a bid to become machine gods. So the players of Destiny are going to infiltrate the Plaguelands, a zone that has for a long time been forbidden from exploration. So in Rise of Iron, we're welcoming them to go into that space. There are going to be all sorts of new ways to patrol the Plaguelands. There's going to be new public events, things that bring Guardians together who have never met before to enjoy a moment of action. New story missions, we have strikes, we have raids. Rise of Iron satisfies every player of Destiny with the infusion of new action and adventure across the entire spectrum of the player experience.
Now, do our new Fallen foes have any new moves that we should be aware of that current ones don't?
Yeah, they got some surprises up their sleeve. They fight in some interesting new ways. They die in some interesting new ways. We had a studio-wide playtest on Friday just before we came down to E3, which was great for me to really be able to put eyes on what we were going to be talking about, and lay hands on a controller and experience it myself. And it's always great when you're facing a new foe, because when something new catches your eye and something takes you by surprise, I mean, that's part of the Destiny player experience. They're supposed to be moments that surprise you. It's supposed to be relatable, but also packed with new and interesting things to, entertain and delight.
You guys have been working on expansions for a while now, and I'm curious, do you feel that you've sort of hit a stride where you understand what the player base wants and how to both deliver upon that and surprise them? Yeah,
I think definitely we walk and talk differently as developers than we did the first year of Destiny. Destiny was a very new thing for Bungie. We were certainly used to making first-person shooters and story-driven experiences, but we've never had a game that was this ambitious, with the scope and the scale and the persistent connectivity, the persistent character progression. We were delving into a lot of new things for us. Now that we understand who our audience is, now that we know who our audience is, and we know where we can listen to them and engage in conversation with them, certainly, there is a collaboration. We can take a lot of inspiration from them. We inspire them to do awesome things. They inspire us to do awesome things. In terms of hitting a stride, I mean, this is the 4th expansion in just under 2 years. So we've delivered pretty frequent content updates. Of course, any player of a game that truly loves that game wants more content all the time. We'd love to be able to satisfy that urge, but at the same time, we want to create things that we think are worthy of the passion and enthusiasm that they've invested into the game, that we've invested into creating that world for them to explore. So it's a healthy balance. We have people who create experiences like Rise of Iron that tell new stories and expand the boundaries of the world of Destiny. We also have a live team, and they're constantly giving players fresh reasons to come back to the game. Limited time events, even if it's just things that we did like in April, where it was like new gear sets, new playable activities, bringing new features online. We've got this chroma system now where your armor can glow in different colors. It's not just about kicking ass and making stuff blow up. It's about a game that is enabling your own creative expression. Because the character that you create is an expression of who you feel you would be as a hero in this world.
I look at the equipment sets and I look at my friends who play this game a lot, and one of the things that they're very attracted to are the armor, and the weapons that they get. And I look at those things, and the design is so distinct compared to a lot of other games. Destiny is very fashionable in that sense. I feel like I want to know more about how you go about designing these things, and maybe when something has taken the design a little bit too far. Like, how do you actually define this fits the Destiny visual style, or this is redefining the Destiny visual style?
I think creating a character and making that character powerful and making that character unique is an enormous component of the player fantasy. So the art team takes a look at the archetypes that we want to create. At a glance, you can take a look at different players of Destiny, and you can say, this warlock that is adorned in Iron Banner gear looks like a heraldic knight. They're a champion of the Crucible. This hardcore raider looks like it's wearing the teeth of an enormous final boss. This person is a hardcore raider. This person is decked out in the color scheme of a faction. So either you really love to wear black, or you're interested in the Dead Orbit lore, sort of like this nihilistic, space-faring desperation. So what we want to do is we want to give players an opportunity to create a character that they feel reflects their imagination. And then also provide evidence and signposts to the other players of the game is like, at a glance, looking at me, you know what I love.
Right.
I can even equip my favorite weapon on my back in the social spaces.
Yeah.
So I always walk around with a big belt-fed heavy machine gun on my back so that people know I'm not about precision. I need all the bullets.
But even specifically, I look at the Gallarhorn, and it's got so many different facets to it.
Yeah.
It's so intricately designed.
Yeah.
Like, how many iterations did you go through when designing that?
Oh, God. I mean, we actually have welcomed some of the concept artists onto the stream, and what would happen is, they would have an initial concept. Someone takes that initial concept and they literally do a paint over. And they're like, this rocket launcher looks beautiful and it's ornate and it's awesome and it's definitely like an iconic weapon that I would love to add to my arsenal, but I'm going to put a lot of wolves on it.
Right.
So it's definitely a collaborative experience. Everything starts with that spark of creative inspiration. It starts with an idea and a sketch. Then it becomes a hard surface 3D model. And then we go in and we add the color and, the sparkle and the shine and all of the things that really make it, the finished product. Then you slide that thing over to the sandbox team. They take that and they say, and a weapon this beautiful, a weapon this iconic with these gilded figures and these wonderful accents, this needs to be amazing.
Sure.
So we're going to fill it up with Wolfpack rounds. So this thing's going to be a cluster bomb launcher,
Now, speaking of weapons, will there be any new weapons in the game that haven't been in any other games previously? Something brand new?
Absolutely, yeah. We have all new armor sets, all new weapon sets. There are going to be new exotic weapons. There are going to be plenty of things to add to your inventory, to stow in your vault. That's essentially the reward for the action that you'll find in Destiny is you get new things, you add that to your inventory. Those things make you more powerful. They change the way you fight. We're going to have new ways for Guardians to feel powerful and to affect the way the combat sandbox works. New perks, new tactical abilities. So that's the Destiny player experience. You go out, you complete your missions, you defeat your enemies, you get awesome rewards that make you feel like you're evolving and you're becoming this legendary figure in the game.
Now, there's also been already a raid confirmed. Is there anything that you can tell us about this raid?
Raid confirmed. So we are facing off against the Fallen. The Fallen Devil Splicers are the enemy in Destiny Rise of Iron. They have burrowed deep into the old Golden Age vaults that are deep beneath old Russia, and they've found this terrible technology. We need to infiltrate their enemy stronghold and hopefully destroy the source of their power once and for all. So it delivers that raid promise. You're going to need a fire team of 6 players. Those players are going to need to do more than just show up. They're going to need to communicate. They're going to need to problem solve together. Raids are mysteries, mysteries that are solved by new teammates and old friends. And the less we tell people about the raid, the more the payoff, the greater the payoff is.
Yeah.
Now, you are now going to have about 3 social spaces. How does Bungie balance all these different social spaces, and what kind of makes you motivate players into going into the new one?
Well, the Fellwinter Peak is the new social space. So that is the abandoned outpost that was once inhabited by the Iron Lords. They're these old legendary figures that used to defend humanity in ancient times. They all sacrificed themselves in the original confrontation with this technological plague that is the major threat that you'll find in Rise of Iron. Different social spaces in the game serve different purposes, especially through your progression through the Destiny story. The first place you arrive at is the tower. It's this bright, hopeful place. It's all polished, beautiful banners hanging from the ramparts.
It's motivating.
It's motivating, right? Like, that this may be a post-apocalyptic game, but there's still a world worth defending. Humanity's still in a pretty decent place underneath this mysterious benefactor.
Right.
Later on with the House of Wolves, we'd opened up the Reef. A lot more utilitarian, very industrial. It was a spaceport occupied by, the Awoken, who was sort of like removed themselves from human society. And that was a different mood for us to strike.
It felt like an underground bunker. It was very different from like the buildings, which is more of like a hope feel. This was more of a there's a lot of work to be done still.
Yeah, almost like a pirate port or something like that. Like you're out there on the outskirts. And we had some different experiences there. Like that's where you participate in the Prison of Elders. That would be where you go back out on the Awoken's quest for revenge against the Fallen. With Rise of Iron, we have a whole new feel. This is an abandoned place. In fact, your first step, like when you arrived at the tower, it was like, hello, welcome to the tower. This is your ghost. This is your vault. When you first arrived in the Reef, there was sort of this ambivalence. The non-player characters were kind of glad to see you.
Right.
When you arrive at Fellwinter Peak, you will be immediately attacked.
Okay.
Because it has been infiltrated by our enemy. And their first step in creating this new social space is to capture it, to reclaim it.
Okay.
These are where the monuments to the Iron Lords exist. This is where Lord Saladin, the sole surviving member of the Iron Lords, has kept their memories alive. And as all of the Guardians are welcome to become Iron Lords themselves, step one is to claim that outpost and set it up as a base of operations. From there, we launch off on this new story that sends you deep into the Plaguelands to figure out what happens there.
Sounds like there's still a lot to be uncovered here, and I just got one more question for you. Is there going to be a collector's edition?
We're not making a collector's edition. Certainly the Iron Gallarhorn, which is a different variant of the Gallarhorn. It's beautiful, black and silver. Walks like a Gallarhorn, talks like a Gallarhorn, but it's just, in my opinion, just a little sexier. And you can get that if you pre-order Rise of Iron before we launch. But we are having one version of Rise of Iron that people can buy on Xbox One and PlayStation 4.
And that is available September 20th, is that right?
This is absolutely correct.
All right, thanks a lot, Deej. So you heard it right here. You're going to see Rise of Iron available on September 20th for PS4 and Xbox One. And you guys don't go anywhere. We have a lot more coming up. And we're going to be talking to Psyonix. We have a lot of really good interviews coming up. So don't go anywhere. You stay right here and stay tuned to GameSpot.
Virtual reality isn't a recent invention, but thanks to the efforts of Oculus, it's more viable than ever. At $600, Oculus Rift is expensive, and when you add the cost of an appropriately powered PC, VR as a whole is almost prohibitively priced for the majority of gamers. After spending a week using Rift, however, I can look past the price tag and see it for what it is: a key to a new era of entertainment. It lets you engage with games in ways that haven't been possible before, instilling a tangible sense of presence that's immediately exciting. Rift and its accompanying accessories feel like premium products. Nothing about it feels cheap or compromised. While it's hard to completely forget you're wearing it, Rift never feels like a burden when you're mentally invested in a VR experience. That said, games can still play with your senses in undesirable ways that Rift can't account for on its own. Adrift, for example, is a game about floating through a broken space station. Your body twists and turns with simulated weightlessness. And this made me feel so uncomfortable that I had to stop playing it. It's a product of how good Rift is at convincing your brain that what you're seeing is real, and evidence of the fact that software is an equally important part of the equation. Rift is for more than just games, however, and some of the most enchanting and least intense VR experiences are passive. There are 360-degree videos taken from locales around the world, as well as 3D-rendered short films that transport you to otherworldly locations, offering a taste of what virtual tourism and storytelling will be like once VR gains traction outside of video games. In order to get a smooth and enjoyable experience with Rift, you need a better-than-average gaming PC. The requirements aren't outrageous, and some people may only need to upgrade one or two components in their existing PC to get started. But to build or purchase a Rift-ready system will cost, at a minimum, close to $1,000, raising the entry fee considerably for some customers. Oculus has cultivated a wide array of games and passive experiences for launch, and everyone who has pre-ordered a Rift gets 2 games for free. One is Lucky's Tale, a 3D platformer set in an adorable cartoon landscape that borrows heavily from games like Super Mario 64. The other is Eve Valkyrie, a dogfighting game set in space. With racing, sports, adventure, horror, strategy, and puzzle games, to name a few of the genres represented in the launch lineup, there are plenty of ways to explore the potential VR introduces to video games. Of course, just because a game is in VR doesn't mean it's good by default. Eve Valkyrie, for example, is littered with microtransactions that detract from its initial appeal. Lucky's Tale, while charming and fun, pads out its levels by forcing you to replay them with alternate objectives. After 5 hours battling my way through an enigmatic dungeon, Chronos is, so far, an amazing game that recalls favorites like Resident Evil, The Legend of Zelda, and Dark Souls. However, it stumbles on occasion due to a handful of design flaws, including the unforgiving way that it allows you to walk into pitfalls, some of which are difficult to see due to Chronos' use of fixed camera perspectives. Clearly, VR games are susceptible to the same problems as regular games, but there's something about the unique VR experience that makes up the difference, at least a little bit. When I'm flying around in Eve Valkyrie, immersed in my virtual cockpit, soaring through space debris, I'm entranced by how convincing it feels. When you're playing a game on a monitor, the real world is an equal view. When that is stripped away and filled in with the world of the game you're playing in VR, it's a very powerful experience that traditional gaming platforms simply don't offer. $600 is a lot to pay for a piece of gaming hardware, but Rift is different from a console or a new graphics card. Rift allows you to experience games in ways we've only dreamed of up until now. And while it does require you accept a few compromises in the name of immersion, it's worth it. Yes, you will look silly to anyone who watches you use it, and you will potentially feel uneasy after an intense demo. But these issues can't take away from the fact that Rift delivers on its promise to enable more immersive and personal gaming experiences than we've ever seen before.
Hey guys, welcome back to the GameSpot stage at E3 2016. I'm Mary, your host for the next couple hours, and I'm delighted to be joined by GameSpot Reviews editor Peter Brown, as well as Rich and Megan from Crystal Dynamics. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
And you guys have something very special to share with us. This is not just some clips or some new assets. We're talking about a legacy of Lara Croft and Tomb Raider because it's her birthday, and she is turning 20 years old this year.
Yeah.
It's really exciting for us because we are, this year celebrating 20 years of an icon. Lara Croft has had such an impact on culture and on the gaming industry and on our fans, and so it's great to be able to look back and celebrate all the moments. And Megan's going to share a few details with you on some of the things that we've uncovered, but we kicked things off obviously with the Rise of the Tomb Raider launch on PC in January. And then we had Lara's birthday, the official birthday, in February. And then in March, we partnered with Game Changer Charity to reveal our 20 Years of an Icon logo. So we're trying to do something every month to surprise our fans and to reward them. And we're basically making sure that we have something new every single month to celebrate what we're calling the Year of Tomb Raider.
Yeah, and there's so much to celebrate, not only the legacy of the Tomb Raider franchise, but Lara Croft herself as this very interesting and iconic character that is just so well known. Not just in the game world, but she has moved through movies. She's been on magazine covers. That girl's been everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we revealed at PAX East was our first really big drop. And so we revealed an official Tomb Raider 20th anniversary book, which we will have the cover reveal at the end of this segment, which is really cool.
That's so exciting.
Yeah,
so you guys have a big book coming out.
Yeah, and I had the incredible responsibility and honor of writing it. So it was a lot of fun. It was also an experience that kind of made me feel like a Tomb Raider myself, like digging up all these old assets. So it's been a really cool experience writing that. And then we also revealed the original composer for Tomb Raider 1 through 3. He's remastering and reimagining the soundtrack from the first 3 games, and he's putting it together in a compilation called the Tomb Raider Suite. He's going to take it on tour with a concert. It's going to be really, really amazing. So things like that, these ways to celebrate different facets of what Tomb Raider means to people, we're going to be doing throughout the entire year.
Absolutely, because there's just so many different ways that you can view Tomb Raider or Lara Croft as this icon. She's gone through a lot of changes over 20 years, as most people do through their first 20 years. From the braid to the outfits to even her signature flip when she jumps. A lot of things have changed, but it sounds like you guys actually have some old assets that you dug through that you are excited to show us.
Yeah, it was really fun. So on social media, we're basically every 2 weeks swapping out a new game. So we started with Tomb Raider 1. We're on to Tomb Raider 3 now, but some of the stuff that we dug out for Tomb Raider 2 was really exciting, and I think we're going to scroll through some of those. But 1997 in Tomb Raider 2, it was just a really, really breakout year for the franchise in terms of transcending beyond gaming. Here's one of the original pieces of Tomb Raider 2 concept art. It's really
she
cool.
looks very rugged, but
Isn't
she does
it
have her
great?
Iconic braid.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks like a comic strip.
I know, I love it. And so, 1997 was a really big year for Tomb Raider, and that's when they first got the first bites of interest for comics. That's even when they first started getting people reaching out about movie potential as the second year of the franchise, and it wasn't seen to fruition until 2001, but they had animation studios reaching out, movie studios reaching out, trying to gauge interest, and then eventually they went forward and started pitching it to Hollywood. But it was a big year, and Lara transcended gaming. She became this pop culture icon.
The thing that I always loved, Mary, you mentioned how she's changed all over the 20 years, but there's also things that have remained constant, things that are just intrinsic to Lara Croft. You think about her intelligence, her drive, her will, her bravery. She has these things that you just always associate with her, whether it's the classic games from Core, whether it's the Crystal games like Legend and Underworld, or the new reboot modern survival action games. There's always these things that you just feel like they are just part of Lara Croft and make her the cultural icon that she is.
Yeah, and that's why she's resonated so much with the fans, and that's something in particular with the book that I'm really proud of is we have 100 pages, I counted it, 100 pages dedicated to our community in this book. Wow. And Lara, as this character who has evolved, has appealed to the fandom in so many unique ways. It's funny because they're all very unique and personal stories, and at the same time they're also like this universal story of their connection with Lara. And so we explore a lot of those, and it's just lovely to see how everybody's banded together over the last 20 years.
Yeah, series like Tomb Raider, you look at it and over the years, it's sort of, you can say, okay, where was gaming at that point in time, and where was Lara? And they seem to be like almost in lockstep with one another, you know. And I remember the first time I played the game, it was on PC when it just dropped. I think it just got broadband, and that was one of the first things I was able to download. And I was really blown away by the original game, and I'm curious how far. Like, did you guys get your hands on it back then when it first came out? Like, what did it mean to you?
Absolutely, yes.
That's why I'm in gaming. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Lara inspired me to, always be brave and bold, and it was one of the things that made me want to work in gaming, because I was so impressed by its ability to convey emotion and atmosphere and all these things, and it was sort of the first time I felt represented in video games. And it's so funny, and I tell this to people, it's like, I really didn't have much in common with her. She's like this really wealthy British aristocrat with dual guns and super acrobatic and all these sorts of things, but she was a lady and she had brown hair, and that's all I needed as a 12-year-old was to feel inspired.
She
and
was
have
super
that little
headstrong
connection.
and she was just a really rad character.
Don't sell yourself short. I think you're pretty acrobatic. I've seen your ice climbing.
Like that
photos.
time that
She cosplays as Lara Croft and she's climbing up an ice glacier or something. I'm like, okay, that looks a little too.
I think that the time I spilled coffee in your office means I'm a little less.
But then she did a
coordinated
backflip
than her.
off the end of the table.
But I appreciate the.
It's so much fun though, because I've been playing it from the beginning. Back in 1996, and for me, it brought together so many things that I'd never experienced in a video game. Not just Lara Croft and how amazing it was to have a hero like that on screen that I'd never seen before in gaming. But when you walked into a tomb and that sense of isolation and just the grandeur and the way that they had changed just how adventure was delivered and her attitude, and it put so many things together that other games maybe had touched upon, but I'd never gotten that complete package.
Sure.
And that was really the year that I started to really fall in love with gaming. And I will never forget the first time I did the swan dive. I probably share that with many, many millions of people around the world, but the first time you do a swan dive and you're like, okay, this is
the first T-Rex
this is why I
encounter.
play.
I mean, that moment.
Like walking into that first cave in the
Yeah,
first
in
game
Peru, and like there's that pool of water, and I would just always run for the pool of water and
Right.
just like hide there because I was afraid of the bear. But I mean, I'm really guilty of this. I tend to talk a lot about Lara, and Lara's amazing and a huge inspiration to so many people, but the game, like you guys are saying, the game was so incredible, and it was so immersive in this beautiful 3D world that you could interact with, and you could see Lara and see how she interacted versus like the first person games, and it was just such a unique game. And that isolation, the willingness to have moments of quiet and moments with nothing going on but Lara
Tomb
in these
Raider's
environments.
gameplay was also quite innovative. I mean, Tomb Raider 2 did a lot of firsts for a lot of games that were 3D, which was like a pretty unsure thing back in the day, back in the 90s. That was like something that they did. And I remember getting the demo on PlayStation when you're like in Venice, and even like as little as swimming in 3D was really new. Wall climbing, traversal through vehicles like snowmobile and things like that. Those are all gameplay elements that were just unbelievably fun. Didn't matter who I was having a really good time. The mixing of action and puzzles, so that you get the highs of being able to shoot bears in caves, but then right after that you have to use your brain and you have to figure out how to get something, or the uniqueness of exploration of finding secrets. So it really encouraged people to go into new areas,
Absolutely.
explore.
And when you talk about how Lara has changed, but also kept things that are intrinsic to her over the 20 years. I think the same thing on the gameplay side. Obviously with the reboot, the modern survival action, a grounded, mature feel to it's very different for us with what we're doing now with Crystal. But Rise of the Tomb Raider, the main reason why Lara can swim in that game is because the fans wanted that. They asked for it, and we felt like that was the perfect type of nostalgic thing that we could include as a way to pay homage to the previous game, or things like the bear, or having now the manor in the cutscenes. So, I love looking at it, and I love working on it from not just we're steering this huge, incredibly influential franchise, but also as a fan. I get to see those things that I loved when I was playing the original games now coming back into Rise of the Tomb Raider as we see Lara, continuing to progress toward that Tomb Raider that we all know and love.
You know what I really want to have bring back is being able to like mess around in the manor before you actually go out into the game. In the original games, you could always just like hang out in her mansion and pretend you were super rich and like get lost in the maze, or do all these like different flips and stuff.
Not a bad idea.
A lot of people seem to be interested in it.
It was just such an awesome thing to enjoy that had nothing to do with the game, but was fun to do.
It was so much a part of her personality, and it sold that aristocratic element to her. You know, just listening to the classic piano music and seeing the harp in her gymnasium
That's
and her
right.
pool, and you know.
And there were secrets in her house if you were like investigating enough. So it sounds like you guys have like a lot of stuff that you were able to cover. You're kind of like going into the closet of all these moments of history from this wonderful series, and you had to shove it into a book. A very small book.
Well,
How did you do
It's
that?
a pretty large book. Yeah, and I have
gave
read it.
me-
It is pretty incredible. I have to say, I can't even state the amount of heart and soul that Megan put into this. There's nobody better to write it, but this is literally not just the most comprehensive book that I've ever seen on Tomb Raider, but of any video game franchise ever. I mean, this thing is absolutely massive. The amount of things that Megan was able to uncover, she can't toot her own horn like this most stuff, but I think fans of the franchise, young and old, of the classic as well as the modern, they're going to find something to like, because there is so much in the book that celebrates Lara Croft and celebrates the gameplay and behind the scenes stuff around the development that you didn't know, and stuff around the movie that I had no idea about, around the comics, around the fans, like Megan said, with so much content dedicated to the cosplayers and the people who do the paper craft. And like, there is so much in this book. It's going to be a treasure, I guarantee you, for any fan.
I hope people enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, it was a really incredible experience writing it, and I have to admit, it was a little intimidating talking to some of my heroes from my youth and getting to chat with the core design crew and people who wrote and designed and did the art for the games that inspired me growing up. It was really incredible, and set dressers from the movie and people sending me photos, like physical photos, like, do you want to
Very personal photos,
put them in the book, and it was a really incredible experience. So hopefully people will enjoy it.
Sounds good.
It's big, so yeah, that's the thing. Like, I have to give Prima a huge thank you for this, because I kept exceeding my word count, and they stopped saying. They were like, just don't worry, just give us what you think the book should be, and it ended up being 350 pages.
Okay, yeah.
So they increased the size quite a bit for me, which I appreciate.
Well, I'm sure the fans will thank them as well.
Yeah.
So when can people expect to see this book on shelves or?
So later this year, yes.
Okay.
So late fall time frame is when we're currently planning to release it. But we did have a little surprise around it.
So we have the cover finished. We are going to debut the cover here.
Yeah,
which is something that's
hopefully
really
we can
exciting. And
pull
Rich
up the
can talk
cover
to
pretty soon
a little
here.
bit of the design of it. But you want to talk about the design of the 20-year logo and how we use that on the cover?
Absolutely. I think that one of the things that was really important to us was making sure that when we're celebrating 20 years of an icon, that when you look at the logo, you're not thinking, oh, that's Lara from this game, or oh, that's classic Lara versus, modern survival action, Tomb Raider Lara. So it was a long and involved process, but it was a great and collaborative process, with the team and the artists there, to pull together a representation of Lara that still has those iconic, traits that I mentioned. So you instantly look at it, you recognize that silhouette is Lara Croft, but you actually can't tell, well, which version of Lara Croft is it? Because it's actually meant to be all of them. There's things in there that are shared across both of them. There are things that are unique to each version of Lara Croft. So we look at the 20 years of an icon logo as sort of a celebration and amalgamation of how she's changed over the 20 years.
So you can't, when you look at it, you can't quite tell if she has a braid or a ponytail. You can't quite tell if that little silhouette on the side of her is a bit of a backpack, or is she wearing pants or shorts, and are those dual holsters, or is that the single holster from the new games? So it's a really neat visual play on all of the different silhouettes of Lara.
And I don't think anyone uncovered the secret message that's inside the logo
Yeah,
yet?
the fan sites have.
They
of
did?
course they have.
Okay, all right, sorry. I thought
They
maybe I had
figured it out
one more
like so
tidbit. All right.
quickly, but I'm not sure I don't think the general population has. So you can speak
So there's
to that.
actual secrets
There
in
is
the logo itself.
It is all about discoverability. The Tomb Raider franchise is about, finding what was lost. And so in the logo itself, there's actually a few secrets.
Yeah, there's nothing more than a sense of discovery that kind of reminds me of the Tomb Raider series. That's really cool that you were able to capture that in basically like a logo that's just like, it doesn't even have color, right? Like you've made a silhouette of Lara to kind of contain it, because she's gone through so many color evolutions as well.
The
so
bright
that's really
teal
neat.
top, yeah. There's so many things that are very iconic color-wise to Tomb Raider, whether it's like the teal of the top, and then since it's evolved so much, keeping the very classic silhouette was the way to do it. And the red and the gold, the celebratory colors. So, yeah.
Okay, and so that's something that we can expect to see later this year when that'll probably be something you guys kind of have more announcements coming up.
We will have something every single month for our fans. Again, this year of Tomb Raider is all about finding ways to celebrate with the fans, letting fans tell us. We have a video testimonial site. If you go to TombRaider20.com, it's basically our hub where you can see all the activity we have going on, fan art contests. There's a way that our fans can be immortalized in a print project that we're going to reveal later this year. So
we just revealed a statue that we're doing, so you can actually go to in like a half hour or so. We'll have the poll up at Lara Croft Facebook page, and we have a series of statues through gaming heads who are super talented,
very high quality,
like gaming statues, and it's a 6-statue series. They're 1/4 size statues, so
and they all fit
they're
together.
large.
They fit
and
together.
they fit together, all 6 of them. So there's 3 from Core Design, there's 3 from Crystal Dynamics, different iconic outfits, and the fans can actually vote between if they want to have the Tomb Raider Chronicles catsuit, Lara in the black catsuit, or if they want the Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, and that will be the final statue.
So much.
So.
All right. Well, I think we've done enough hype. Let's see it. Let's see the cover. This is the reveal of the Tomb Raider icon.
Well, there's the icon there, and you can see the text that Rich was talking about.
Little secret message in there.
And then there's the book.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we wanted to keep it like classic and simple. But the full title is 20 Years of Tomb Raider, Digging Up the Past, Defining the Future. And that was sort of a play on the fact that obviously Lara's job is always looking to the past, but in doing so, Tomb Raider really defined the future of gaming and even to some degree entertainment and the role of female leads in gaming and in pop culture and so on. And so we're happy.
Lots
with
of
that.
reveals today, and we will continue to have surprises for our fans every single month. So again, it's the year of Tomb Raider, so every single month we will have something.
Well, happy birthday, Lara. Happy birthday, Tomb Raider. And thank you, Rich and Megan, for showing us the brand new cover of the book.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, you're so welcome. And thank you guys for hanging out with us. We have a lot more coming up, so don't go anywhere. Stick around. Stay tuned to GameSpot. You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads. Hey guys, welcome back to the GameSpot stage at E3 2016. I'm your host, Mary, and I'm delighted to be joined by my co-host, Peter Brown, as well as Hideki Kamiya, creative director at Platinum Games, and translator JP. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. Hi.
Now, the first thing we're going to get into here would probably be the gameplay demo that was revealed just a couple days ago, where you guys showed a huge boss fight as well as multiplayer for the very first time.
初公開でマルチプレイヤーとボスファイトを見せてたんですけど。Go ahead.
We were curious of what went into the development process to make the biggest boss fight that has ever happened.
そう、今までプラチナゲームズの一番でかいボスはどうやって作ったんですか？
まあとにかく迫力重視して大きくしようっていうのでスケールアップしていって、そこに対してあとそのマルチで戦うっていうところで、ドラゴンが4人集まっても、脅威を感じるようなボスを作ろうっていうことで今回作ってます。
Yeah, so, the first thing that you do is you just decide to keep making it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it's cool. So we started there, and then we started thinking about, okay, now how do we make this enormous thing work in multiplayer, and how do you fight it together with your friends? So it was kind of a really organic process of taking what we already knew and just scaling it up to be amazing.
Now, you're playing as the lead character, Drew, and your dragon, Thaben. It sounds like they have a really interesting relationship. Could you talk a little bit about the dynamic between those two characters?
ドルーとトゥバンの関係性をちょっと教えてください。
トゥバンは、ドルーは、今まで通り人間サイズのキャラクターで、その、身軽さを生かした戦い方をプレイヤー自身がして、で一緒にこう戦ってくれるドラゴンっていうのはやっぱり強力な攻撃をしてくれる存在ということで、2人がどうやって力を合わせて戦っていくかっていうところが今回のゲーム性になってます。
Yeah, so the most important part of our kind of gameplay mechanic is that up until now in the action games that we've made, you've always been playing kind of a human-sized character fighting against enemies, and you were the only one on screen. But now we've kind of picked Drew, who is an everyman. He's a guy from our world, and he's actually really weak. And we've paired him with a really powerful AI creature in Tuban, the dragon. And so the gameplay mechanic doesn't become, how can I be a superhero every single moment? It becomes, how do I work together with this amazing creature to kind of cover up where I'm weak, but also accentuate where I'm strong.
JP, last time I talked to you, I know you were writing primarily at Platinum Games.
Yeah.
Is that still the case? Are you responsible for sort of Drew's character and who he is?
Actually, I'm not writing on this one.
Okay.
I'm producing the game now.
Oh,
so yeah, I'm
wow.
thank you, man.
Yeah.
But we've actually had a really, really cool set of writers on this. So Kamiya has been kind of laying out the flesh and bones of the story.
All right.
And then a lot of the polish passes and work has gone in. We used a guy for a little while named Rich Bryant, who was he's moved on to a really cool project that I can't tell you about at a different company. Oh no, he doesn't actually work for us. This is one of the places where we worked really deeply with Microsoft.
Gotcha.
Rich was one of the writers on Fable 2 and Fable 3. So after that, Rich stepped aside to go take this amazing offer, and God bless him, man. Dude's amazingly talented. And Joseph Staten from Bungie.
Okay.
Who had worked obviously on Destiny, but basically built the lore for Halo, stepped in and also brought one of his kind of most trusted guys, Clay Carmouche, who did a lot of the writing for The Taken King.
Yeah. So between design, producing, and writing, there's a pretty strong pedigree.
Yeah, we've got really, really strong writers on this, but it's still, at its core, Kamiya's story. Sure. So we're staying true to that.
Nice.
Now, going back to the characters and their relationship, it sounds like now you've revealed multiplayer, but do you guys still have a really strong single-player option for people, or are you really kind of leaning more towards multiplayer at this stage?
あるんですが、シングルでも遊べますか？マルチがメインですか？
いろんなプレイスタイルのユーザーがいると思うので、シングルで遊べるようにという調整も、心がけるんですけど、やっぱりマルチで集まってこそこのスケールバウンドが楽しめると思うので、集まった方がより高い報酬を得られたり、戦闘が楽しめるような、作り方をしたいなって考えています。
Yeah, so we definitely obviously premiered co-op, and we're really excited about that, but we realize that lots of different people want to play games in different ways, and some people want to invest a whole bunch of time in just kind of playing something by themselves and tinkering and tweaking and exploring every corner of the world, and sometimes that's really hard to do in co-op. So we support everything from playing by yourself all the way through the campaign to playing the entire campaign with 3 other people as a group of 4.
Now, when you're playing, you are playing with other Drews, correct? Now, because in the story, you are meant to be this person who's transported into a world. You are the only Drew, and this is the last dragon. How do you come to terms in the story of having 4 Drews and 4 dragons?
4つのドルーと4つのドラゴン出てるって何ですか？
マルチ、このゲームを最初に着想した時からマルチで遊べるゲームにしたいなって考えていて、そうなると、今回はドルっていう特徴的なキャラクターが主人公になって、じゃあその特徴的なキャラクターがとその最後の生き残りのドラゴンが4人ずつ4組この世界になんで存在してるのっていうのをこれはゲームだからもうそういうことで楽しんでねって投げっぱなしにしてしまうのはちょっと僕は納得いかなかったんで、そういうドルーが同時に存在するっていうことも説明がつくような世界観っていうのを考えて、でそれをちゃんとシナリオで描いています。今回の映像の一番最後に4人のドルーがボスにとどめを刺すときに最後に一つに重なって攻撃をするっていう、表現をしてるんですけども、それがその世界観のヒントになっていると思うので、皆さん今はいろいろ妄想をいろいろして楽しんでほしいなと思ってます。
So we wanted to make a co-op game from the very start of this project. We were really excited about making a game that you could play through cooperatively, but we also have this really kind of strong personality in Drew and a really strong personality in Tuban, and we wanted to stay true to their story and tell that story of their bond. A lot of times you could just say, okay, there's 4 Drews and there's 4 Tubans because it's a co-op game, it's a video game, deal with it, and it'd be really lame. So we put a lot of effort and a lot of thought into how we could make that concept of a more story-driven, kind of character-driven action game motif work in co-op. And so it's something that we've tied into the story, and even though we're not talking a lot about the story of the game right now, we wanted to give people a little hint, and so there is actually a hint in the gameplay that we showed the other day. At the very end of that video, you see all 4 Drews kind of go up and get ready to kind of put the finishing blow on the boss, and all of a sudden they collapse down into each other, and that's a hint as to how kind of the narrative works for having multiple Drews and multiple Tubans, but still being core to those characters.
That's very interesting.
Cool.
I'm super curious about that.
すごい興味があります。
そうですね。なので今回ボス戦に絞ってお見せしましたけど、そのボス戦だけでマルチができるってことではなくて、ゲーム全編ストーリーも全部通して協力して遊ぶことができます。
Yeah, and so that's how we pulled off not just having co-op as just being in this mode that maybe you go into a boss fight and then suddenly other people come and help you out, but being able to play that story-driven campaign experience, but in co-op.
I'm pretty curious about the structure of the game overall. Is this something that is perhaps more linear or more open world?
これリニアなゲームなのかオープンワールドなのかどんな感じですか？
これはオープンワールドって
Maybe not wide open world, but you know.
オープンワールドいいよ自分の言葉で伝えてもいいんですよ。We have a big debate always going on in the studio about open world because open world means so many things to so many different people. Like it can be sandbox games, it can be segmented overworld games, it could be like super contiguous open world games. Open world means so many different things to people. We try to avoid saying it.
Sure, I'll clarify my question. Am I going level to level to level, or is this sort of an adventure that gives me a little bit of room to deviate and explore?
そうですね。舞台になる島を自由に冒険することができて、そこでダンジョンを見つけたらダンジョンに入っていって、そこでちょっと挑戦しがいのある敵セットがあって敵を倒していくと一番最後にボスがいてっていうのを広い世界で楽しむゲームですね。一回クリアした後もまた少し戻ってまた同じ冒険をすることもできます。
Yeah, so we want to have a world that's large that you can explore freely. And as you're kind of exploring and fighting enemies, you'll happen upon dungeons, and you'll go into those dungeons and have like really tough challenges there.
Great.
And then come out, but you will be progressing along a story. But even once you finish that story, if you say you want to go back and try that dungeon again, we really want to give people the opportunity to revisit the world and to revisit the different things that they've experienced in the context of that open game.
Did you do a lot of traveling via the dragon? Is he sort of your vehicle in that respect?
ドラゴンは乗り物になるんですか？なんか移動として。
そうですね。今回のデモでもドラゴンに乗って攻撃するところを見せしましたけど、やっぱりああいう人間にはできない機動力のある、キャラクターなので、当然フィールドでも乗って移動したりっていうこともできるようになるんですけど、まずはストーリーに沿って2人の異なる性格のキャラクタードルーとトゥバンという2人がどう絆を深めていくか。絆が深まったら乗ったりすることもできるでしょうし、攻撃のバリエーションも増えるでしょうし、そういうふうに広がっていくのかなと思っています。
So, obviously we're totally aware, and we're in the same way that we definitely want to hop on a dragon and fly around and move through the world. Like, that's absolutely something that you're going to be able to do, but it's not going to be a given. We want you to kind of come to terms with Tuban. And, you know, if you were somebody who just got suddenly paired with a dragon, how do I relate to this dragon? How do I understand him? How do we even get along before you can hop on his back and say, hey, take me down to the 7-Eleven or something, right? So,
I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on if you're just transported to another world and you have to, like, how did I get here? What, there's dragons? I mean, I'm sure that's going to be a process.
So once you kind of come to terms and become close with Tuban and build that bond, that's when things like dragon riding open up and more attacks and kind of how you combine with each other opens up. So we really want that kind of learning progression in the game.
I'm interested. You sold me.
Now, you mentioned that Drew is kind of like the weak character. He requires the dragon to give him strength, but he does have some skills, does he not? It looks like he had like a scale arm that gave him a few helpful things, like some armor and a few powers. Could you talk about that for a little bit?
完全に弱者ではないですね。まあ腕もあるし、なんか力もある。
そうですね。基本的にはまあそのドルは弱くて、まあこう例えば物陰に隠れてドラゴンと大きい敵の戦いをこうサポートするという戦い方がメインになってくるんですけど、まあ限られた時間特別なエネルギーを使うことでああいうちょっとこう鎧のような姿に変わって攻撃する瞬間っていうのもありますね。
Yeah, so you know, we view Drew as obviously much smaller and weaker than Tuban in combat, and working together with Tuban is how you're going to kind of overcome things. So there'll be instances where you'll be kind of sending him forward and maybe pulling back a little bit and supporting him from longer distances, or, you know, finding a place to hide and setting up traps. Like, there's lots of different things that you can do in that respect, but that would get really old really quick if that was the only thing that you could do. So we gave him that dragon form mechanic where you have a gauge, and if you press that button, you become kind of one with that dragon and get that full set of skills, and you are now the superhero. And so all of that stress and fear that you've built up being kind of small can be just totally expelled out of your system by just going and smacking the crap out of something because you're in dragon form.
Well, it sounds so exciting. So it sounds like that's pretty much all we have time for today, and I really appreciate both Hideki Kamiya and JP talking to us about Scalebound. And we do not have a solid release date on this, but I believe we can expect to see it sometime in 2017.
2017, yep.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. And thank you guys for watching. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We have a lot more coming up, so stay right here on GameSpot. Hey guys, welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. This is brought to you by Airheads. I'm your host, Mary. I'm still going to be your host for probably like another hour, and I am delighted to be joined by my co-host and good buddy, Peter Brown.
Hello.
And we also have Psionics in the house. We have Josh Watson and Jeremy Dunham.
Hello.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
And I've said this before, but thank you again for making I think it's probably the second game in the history of GameSpot that have made our managers have required specified times that we're allowed to play it in the office.
Awesome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
What was the first game?
I believe it was the original. It was Counter-Strike.
Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, it had to be Counter-Strike, of course. I was about to say something else, but it's totally
I'm
Counter-Strike.
glad that we can contribute to your counter-productivity. That's
That's
great.
right. Yeah. If there's nothing else, it would be that.
That's good.
So I mean, obviously we're here because you guys released something we've been freaking out about. It's Neo Tokyo.
Yes.
There's a few things going on here. Not only is it a new map, a new environment for you guys to play in, but there's a couple of new cars.
All sorts of stuff.
This is all done in the vibe of Neo Tokyo. It looks rad. It's neon. You guys even said there's a few pieces we want to get into here, but there's even like new voice call-outs.
Yes. So Neo Tokyo, we were really inspired by a lot of our guys in the studio, really inspired by Blade Runner and Japanese anime and the whole 80s vibe. So we wanted to capture the idea that you were in 1980s Neo Tokyo. So we've done the voiceover for all the things that happen in the game. We've changed it to actual Japanese, so the countdown and whenever you score and
so good.
Congratulations, all sorts of stuff.
What do they yell when you score?
Depends on the multiple things. So some of them are like just nice shot, but in Japanese, and other times they say congratulations, and sometimes there's just a sound reaction. But it really depends. It's a little bit contextual in that regard. But there are quite a few phrases in there.
That's so exciting. Now, along with that, you guys had here we're getting some gameplay. No, this is actually live. This is happening right now. We have people playing this in our studio. This is what Neo Tokyo looks like. We can already see you guys have raised sides. You've changed up the map a little bit. This is kind of reminiscent of the previous maps you guys released earlier when you guys were working with the community. What have you guys changed to this map? Visually, as we're looking at this, actually looks familiar to a map I've already seen.
Yes,
does it not?
It was originally in Rocket Labs, and when we launched Rocket Labs, we always said that we wanted to use that as sort of a testing ground for new environments and new arenas. And if people really liked it or took to them, we would then fully art them out and add some cool aspects to it.
Yeah, this was the double-decker map from Rocket Labs, and I remember most of the community saying of all the maps, there was like the donut. That's what I called it. I don't think that's the actual one.
Retro Utopia.
It's a straight-up donut. This one was the one that changed up the dynamic of the gameplay the most. It changed it in such wonderful ways, and it made people use aerials and height and communication with team skills. It's all about having that extra set of height and getting some real nice aerials out of that. It was so good for team scores. So sounds like you guys had positive community feedback in this. Is this going in the rotation? I think it's been confirmed on Twitter.
So that's one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that this is not just for exhibition play. It's also for ranked play. It's going to be part of there. It's going to be ready to go on June 20th is when we release the patch. So it's just a few days from now, and it's one of our favorite maps. Even before we arted it out, we just liked the concept of it because it still felt familiar, but it also added the new strategy because of the way that it promotes aerials and driving on the banks. I know it was your favorite map, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Forever.
It was my favorite when we tested it. It really does kind of work in tandem for co-op play. This is about working with your teammates to have a ball set real high and then smash down. So it might be happening right now. Good job, caveman. That's the AI, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's the AI, yeah.
He got scored on. One thing we changed a little bit, when we released Underpass, we got a lot of feedback about the back walls causing a little bit too much height. So we wanted to kind of normalize them a little bit. So we worked really closely with community feedback and tried to, we rounded out some of the edges on the levels here and flattened the back so it plays a little bit more like the standard maps.
And now you guys are also playing with brand new cars that you guys just announced as well. Tell me a little bit about them. And I have to ask, because it looks like there's neon in them. Are these customizable?
So they are customizable, yeah. It's just like any of our other cars that we introduce. You can go and you can add flags, you can add rocket boosts, you can do whatever you want. This one that Luke is using now is Masamune, and it's one of the two Neo Tokyo themed cars that we have. What's interesting about this is that it's going to be available to people who buy the retail version of our game that we have coming out first.
Okay.
Just as sort of a way to say thank you and welcome to the community. But then we will have it available worldwide digitally for sale a few weeks later, so everyone can grab it.
Is what's the price options for these? Is this standard for
$1.99 per car, and they'll come with 6 different skins that you can use, and then they'll also have their own unique set of wheels that you can use, and you can of course use those on any car that you want. The wheels.
map free?
Oh, always free.
Yep,
Our maps
always
will always be free.
Absolutely.
Forever.
And how do you guys feel about your current pricing model, and how's the community been reacting to it? It seems like you guys have been adding so much content consistently to try to keep people coming back for more, but then you're also offering options for people to personalize their cars a little bit. It's almost got like a TF vibe to it, right? Where you're like able to customize yourself, deck it out, but it doesn't impact gameplay.
No, and that's the key, is anything that we charge for, we didn't want it to be something that made you feel like if you didn't buy it that you couldn't compete with anyone. It's really more about just feeling like you can express yourself in the ways that you want to, and that's our whole philosophy. That will always be our philosophy, and we think the community likes it quite a bit because we have really good numbers in terms of people who are downloading it and using the cars, and the things that really matter to the community as a whole, the maps, the modes, we don't charge for those. We want everyone to play them, and that's always going to be our strategy going forward, and so far it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
When I think about expressing myself in Neo Tokyo, I'm reminded of my Akira tattoo.
Oh, nice.
And I really want to know, are there any of the cars that embody sort of the facets of Kaneda's bike?
Well, we definitely, yes. We have, there's another car that we have in here called Esper, and when this game's over, Luke can switch to it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's definitely reminiscent of something out of Akira, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Within the rules of parody.
Oh.
Right, of course.
Now, yeah, because you guys have multiple cars. You have these two, but you're also have already announced 2 more cars,
yes.
Marauder and Aftershock.
Yep.
So you guys are constantly pumping out new things here.
Yeah, and those are callbacks to our old supersonic acrobatic rocket-powered battle cars. They were 2 of the vehicles that didn't make it in the initial release that were from that game. And so we brought them over, and Aftershock in particular was one that a lot of our fans, including some of our top players like Kronovi, who's one of the best players in the world of the game.
Oh, we know Kronovi.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You want to talk Kronovi? We're trying to get him on speed dial for when we had the GameSpot competition against you guys.
He's in the building.
Is he
You might be able
really?
to track him down.
Ooh.
Actually, speaking of the GameSpot, I think Josh had something you wanted to mention about competition.
Yeah, the last time we saw you, you were supposed to bring our challenge back to the team.
That's right.
We've been ready and waiting for a rematch. I think we have the new battleground now.
That's right.
Let's get the squad together.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I actually, I showed them, when I visited Psionics for the reveal of your guys' Rocket Labs, I got video of you guys calling out the team, and I showed it to the team, who is here, by the way, and I think we even take... I think you can hear...
Yeah, we heard it.
Rob Handlery somewhere upset. We were thinking about even doing it here at E3, but it sounds like the actual people we competed against aren't all here. So
yeah.
Oh, you want like
So it
a
sounds
true
like-
rematch?
A true rematch
it
of
sounds like
everybody.
you guys didn't have the people available.
Oh, it's us. Okay.
Seems like maybe somebody got scared right before we started. I don't know.
I'm sure they're watching now.
I mean, you guys should look at your books and make sure that your best players can make it to E3 for these types of moments.
We'll make a few phone calls when
Yeah.
it's over. We'll see what happens.
They're right. Yeah, they're right down in San Diego.
Yeah.
We can
Quick
we
train
can get a
ride.
bus.
Yeah, we are super down for another rematch. These boys have been working hard, and I think they're ready for another match. Also, I've been coaching them. The coaching's been strong, so we're ready for another rematch.
This is the Esper car we mentioned, though. I think that has the Akira vibe you're looking for.
There are a few elements of it that I can tell are definitely like inspired. It's not 1-to-1, but it's not too far off.
Yeah, we wanted the feeling of Neo Tokyo. We didn't want to just say this is totally something you've seen before. We wanted to give it that Rocket League vibe. And one thing that while we were talking that you may or may not have seen is the new post-game celebrations we had that are also going into this patch.
Saw that. Yeah.
Where you can jump and you can spin, you could use your rocket, and we also assign titles relevant to your performance in the match. So if you had the most goals or the most first touches.
Playing Overwatch, I was thinking how great it would be to have a play of the game. or something in Rocket League. Is that something you guys might be considering down the road, where you can sort of highlight those really insane moments? Like,
Maybe like a 6 save, because those are almost never really being able to be seen later
we can
on.
save replays, but at the end of the match to really just remind everyone
MVP.
Gotcha.
So there aren't
Peter
any
Brown.
guarantees, but it's definitely, not yet anyway,
Right.
but it's definitely among the things we've talked about as something to do. And a lot of our updates going forward, starting with Neo Tokyo, are really about quality of life updates, things the community really wants to see, things that they've been wanting us to add. So things along those lines are definitely the sorts of things that we're looking at.
Yeah, and you guys are constantly making updates. It's so cool to see the background of this map. I'm like not distracted to the point where I wouldn't be able to play the game, but as a viewer who's not currently playing, it's so awesome to see all the bright lights and the colors in the background. You guys did such a great job of kind of capturing that vibe of Tokyo, and this looks really good.
Our artists worked really, really hard on it. I think they probably spent more time on this map than any of the other ones. I'm pretty sure about that. This was a labor of love for them. It's one that we've been wanting to do for a really long time. When you visited our office to see Rocket Labs for the first time, they had already started working on it way back then. So it's something that they've been waiting for a long time to get everyone in front of everyone. We're glad that we finally get to do that.
Anything else, Peter? I'm going to watch this game.
Silent segue.
I'm in the zone, excuse me.
Rocket League was in our discussions for Game of the Year and last year, and we ended up giving it second place in the overall ranking.
That's right.
And it's the sort of game that until you play it, it's so hard to really describe just how fascinating the process of interacting with the ball is and with other cars and just the chaos that's there, but how you can learn how to control that chaos.
Yes.
I think this is a game that everyone should play, and as someone who really only picked it up in the last maybe 6 months, I realized, man, I've been missing this. This is what I need out of a game, something that I just, I play it, I'm like, all right, one more match. Just one more match.
Good.
And then 2 hours later, I'm like, okay, just one.
Well, there goes my birthday. It's the same sob story for everyone here.
Yeah. Well, that's what we want, though, is we want people to have fun even if they're losing. Because we do know that it is a game that does involve skill at the highest levels, where people can really pull off some crazy stuff that we didn't even know was possible until they started doing it.
Sure.
But our goal from the very beginning has always been just to try to make the game as intuitive and as fun as possible. So it didn't matter if you were a pro level player or just starting, that you could just drop in and play and understand it.
How has the reception been for the basketball mode?
Huge.
Huge, yeah?
Yeah. People love that mode much more than we thought. We were a little concerned in the beginning because it is a little bit of an advanced mode. Given that there's a lot
even
to
the
it.
intro, you actually have to aerial in order to start that show, that mode, which is really crazy. And it was so funny because the AI didn't know to do that. So if you didn't, all the AI just smashed into each other when we started.
But it worked out really well for everyone. People embraced it, and they realized there's a slightly different skill set you need for that
Definitely.
mode. And so I think that it's like a lot of the other things we've done, it's gone way beyond what we'd originally hoped. So we're just happy that we can keep bringing it to people. And we're working on more modes, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
We're not talking about
Just
them yet,
give
but they're coming soon.
A bag of secrets and tricks somewhere. Also, anyone who has seen the trailer was probably enamored with the amazing music. You guys do such a great job with your music. I know a lot of it is done in-house, which is even more amazing because it's just another...
He's the guy who rapped over the Hoops trailer.
That's just incredible you guys do that. And it sounds like for people who do enjoy Rocket League music, you guys have something else that you're going to be showing for everyone else.
So we released the official soundtrack last year.
That's right.
Along with the release of the game, but now we're putting together a Volume 2 that's going to be coming out very, very soon and within the next few weeks. And it's going to incorporate all of the music that we've released in the game post our initial launch, and then some other things that we haven't shown yet. So
that's so exciting.
Should be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's so good to have those tunes just like whenever you want them, and man, they're so catchy that sometimes you just listen to Rocket League just to get through the day. Josh and Jeremy, thank you so much. When can people expect to see Neo Tokyo and then the extra 2 cars afterwards?
So Neo Tokyo, the map will be available to everyone worldwide on Monday, June 20th.
For free.
For free, no charge, along with all the other features they're getting, which is the post-game celebrations, quick chat customizations, brand new Rocket Labs map, all sorts of stuff that we're throwing in there. And then anyone who buys the retail version of Rocket League, which comes out June 24th in Europe and July 5th in North America, will have access to all the new cars that we showed you. Everyone else will then be able to get them for sale digitally July 18th. That's a lot of dates to keep track of, but that's all of them.
Pause, get your calendars out,
Yeah.
write it down.
Put it down.
This is a
Yeah.
huge deal.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and thank you, Josh, and
you.
thank you guys for that live demo of Neo Tokyo. It looks rad. If you guys aren't playing Rocket League yet, I don't know what's wrong with you. Put it on the other screen. Keep GameSpot right here. We got a lot still coming up, and we will see you in just a little bit. See you soon.
Everyone loves a road trip, right? You pack up the car, set the destination, and drive across a bunch of Eastern Bloc countries with your uncle. And a bucket of water, and a car that seems to be falling apart at the hinges. Part Oregon Trail, part Mechanic Simulator, part Papers, Please. This game called Jalopy really is something unique. I've certainly never played anything like it, and it's available right now on Early Access for a mere $12. But is it worth all the travel, or are you better off just staying at home? Let's find out. Jalopy is a game where you nurse a four-wheeled banger across a number of countries. You stay in hotels, buy parts, fill it with petrol, and listen to your uncle wax lyrical about the good old days and the fall of socialism. But it's not about getting to your destination fast, it's about getting there in one piece. You see, Jalopy is a term of endearment for a car that's, let's say, past its best. And yours is a Leica 601 Deluxe. A car made of parts. Parts that can break. Parts that need to be repaired or replaced. Parts that need to be taken care of. For instance, the Leica has a two-stroke engine, meaning you gotta make sure there's at least some oil in there, or it's gonna run less efficiently and get damaged more quickly. But it's not all about the mechanics. There's an element of surgeon simulator in here too. This car doesn't drive itself. If you want to pop the hood, you gotta pull its lever. You're not required to change gears or indicate with your blinkers, but you can expect to do everything else, from turning on the ignition, to flicking on your lights and wipers, using the handbrake, even rolling down the window to hand border guards your passport. Jalopy is charming as hell, and all these interactions lend spirit to a game that doesn't say much, but says what it does rather well. For instance, you can buy supplies and petrol at any gas station you pass, but the first time I did, I couldn't find my wallet to pay the lady, so I had to run back and search the whole car. Of course, it was in the bloody glove compartment. You've also got a trunk full of gear to help you along the way, but it works like Resident Evil's grid system, meaning it has limited space. I mean, it's probably nice to have a bucket of water so you can clean off all the mud on your windshield, but that takes up a lot of room. This inventory management puzzle is one area where the game's early access rough edges are most apparent, but in a game centered around trying to get something that's broken to work properly, I found myself surprisingly forgiving of these niggles. Though less so with some of the behaviors of the AI drivers, or when my uncle decided to find a faster way to the other side of the continent. Saving and quitting doesn't actually save your progress, but it will reload you back at the last hotel you checked into, which is just as well, because even in this early version, the further you get, the more challenging the gameplay becomes. It all seems rosy on your trip until you realize you forgot to pop some oil in the engine and it's eating itself alive. It's a very good sign for a game when even losing is fun, and even when you find yourself on the wrong side of a bad decision, staring at a broken bridge miles from anywhere with no fuel, in the rain while the sun is setting, you can't help but laugh. Like a banged up car, it's challenging, but Jalopy has a wonderful sense of charm. It wears its inspiration on its sleeves. There are shades of 80 Days, Surgeon Sim, Papers, Please, among others, but Jalopy is, perhaps above anything else, one of the most unique games I've played this year. If you're interested, Jalopy is rough but ready to play right now on Steam for a very reasonable $12.
Hey guys, welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. I am your host, Mary, and I am joined by my lovely co-host, Peter Brown.
Hello again.
Hello, it's so good to see you. And we also have Masa and Sho from Bandai Namco. And we're going to be talking about Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 today. Awesome. So the first thing we should probably talk about is the world. You guys released a press release that stated that the world is 7 times bigger than the first game. Can you talk a little bit about how that's going to impact the game?
今作、時々と
と比べて、まあ、コンテンツが7倍以上の大きさになっているというふうに、まあ、プレス、リリースにも記載させていただいたんですけども、まあ、それが実際にゲームをどのような形で、まあ、に影響をもたらすかといったところをお話しいただけますか。
そうですね、まあ、前作もいわゆる、まあ、ハブとしての機能として、まあ、言うなれば多分村ぐらいの感覚のサイズだったかなと思うんですけど、今回はそれに比べて、まあ、ビッグシティ、街、まあ、大きな街として、都市として、より、しっかりとしたものにしていきたいというふうに思っています。で、遊びとしては前作やれてたこと、もちろんそこは入ってるんですけども、まあ、大きくすることによってできることですとか、あとは、まあ、前作なかった体験っていうのもこの中にしっかり、ここからそこの体験ができるようにというところで広がりを見せようというふうに思っていますし、まあ、その中の突発的なクエストとかイベントとかも含めて、まあ、ユーザーさんに、今まで違った、体験というところを目指していければなというふうに思っています。
Right, so actually this Kanton City is working as a hub, and in the previous title we actually had Toki City, which was more of a village-sized hub, and then now Kanton City is actually working as a city, and then now we're able to actually implement more new features thanks to the size of this hub. You'll be able to do more quests, maybe a number of missions, and a lot of new fun gameplay features that you'll be able to experience with your friends online. So this size is definitely going to work to our favor.
Yeah, and I heard 300 simultaneous players it's able to support. Is that true?
300人以上のプレイヤーが同時にアクセス可能というふうに聞いたんですけども、それ本当ですか？
そうですね、もちろん表示体数としてはもう少し絞られてくると思うんですけども、実際そのオンラインで同時に居合わせるという意味では300人以上の人たちはそこに居合わせて、まあ、みんなで盛り上がれる要素とか、みんなで、まあ、そこに盛り上がる興奮エキサイティングな要素とかでもここに忍ばせていきたいというふうに思っています。
Right, so the actual number of players that you'll actually be able to see on your screen may not be exactly 300, but yes, when you're talking about the number of players that can access, yes, we're looking at 300, and thanks to these numbers, you'll be able to more co-op more, interact more, and do a lot of more fun things with players online. So we hope you look forward to that.
That's awesome. And now in the start of the game, I heard that you won't be able to fly immediately. Now you will be able to in the matches because that's such a core element of the competition itself. But it sounds like you actually get hoverboards at the beginning. Is that also accurate? No Nimbus clouds?
ですね、まあ武空術ができるようになるっていうのは聞いたんですけども、ただプレゼンの中では最初からできるようにはならないと。で、ある一定の条件を満たすとできるようになるということで、まあ最初の方はまあホバーに乗ったり、まあ乗り物に乗ってると思うんですけども、これってまあホバーだけなんですかと。例えば筋斗雲ないんですかっていう質問。
なるほど、すごくいい質問ですね。
A very good question.
まあ正直ここでは何とも言えないですけども、まあ、ただそうですね、最初武空術使えないって話もしましたけども、これは別にもったいぶってるわけでもなく、単純にその街をどんどんこうある意味その一個一個ちゃんと遊んでもらって、その最終的には大きな広がりとして遊んでもらうという流れでこう順番にこう遊んでもらいたいというふうにも思いとしてあるだけなので、すぐにストーリー進めていけばすぐに使えるようになりますし、乗り物も最初から乗れる、最初とかすぐ進めたら乗れるようになってますし、乗り物違ったものに関しては今後の情報を待っていただければなと思います。
Alright, so in terms of Nimbus clouds or maybe different vehicles, there's not much we can say right now. We hope you look forward to further information. But in terms of being able to fly or not, we're not just we're not just preventing players from flying just because we don't want them to. We just want them to search through and look through the city in order and play through, and then finally be able to fly and go to places that you're only able to go to because you can fly. So we just want players to go in order.
Maybe just like restricting them in the beginning so that then they can achieve to get to new areas. That sounds like a cool thing. Now, I've also heard that there is a training school that's been announced. Does that mean or allude in any way that there'll be a training mode?
ですね、塾、何でしたっけ、パトローラー養成学校があるっていうふうに聞いたんですけども、これって、例えば、トレーニングモードがあるっていうことを要は案に示しているんでしょうか。
そうですね、ありますね、はい。
Well, yes, there is a training.
Oh, okay, great.
前回なくてユーザーさんからもそういった意見もらえていたので、そういったこのトレーニングモードに限らずですけども、ユーザーさんの意見とか思いっていうところはなるべく叶えてあげたいというか叶えていきたいというところはありましたので、それ以外も含めてしっかりユーザーさんに対して対応していきたいというふうに思ってます。
Right. So yes, in terms of the training mode, yes, we do have a training mode, and this is basically thanks to the feedback from fans, and not only in terms of the training mode, but we're really trying to listen to the comments and feedback from fans. So Yes.
That's fantastic. I mean, it seems like you guys have been working in tandem with your fans throughout the iteration of the first game, making adaptations for the second game. Another thing a lot of people wanted was local multiplayer split screen. Have you guys announced anything regarding that?
まあユーザーのフィードバックという話が今あったと思うんですけども、今お話ししたものの以外にもやっぱり、そのオフラインでの要は画面分割、が欲しいというふうに言っていたユーザーもやはり多かったんですけども、それってまあ今作で何か足されたり、改善されたりしてるんですか？
なるほど。オフライン対戦ですね。
オフライン対戦。
そうですね。画面自体はこれも結構どっちの意見も多くてというかですね、画面分割の方が好きな人もいれば、今回、このドラゴンズのバスでは画面分割せずに1つの画面で対戦できるようにしていたんですけども、そっちの方がいいっていう人も結構多くて、一応今回はやっぱりどうしても分割してると画面がちっちゃくなってしまって、やっぱりどうしてもその大きなステージを大きく見れないっていうのもデメリットがあると思っているので、分割せずにですね、今回もやっていきたいというふうには思ってます。で、あとはただ前回もその、画面分割に限らずですけども、ステージをもっと増やしてほしいというような意見とかはあったんですけど、そういうところに対しては一つじゃなくて、前回一つしかなかったんで、今回は増やしていきたいというふうにも思ってます。
Alright, we actually received a lot of feedback from fans. Yes, there were fans saying that they want split screen, but there were also fans who were saying that the way we did local versus mode was good as is, because you're able to look at the stage more freely. It's more larger. If you split the screen, there's just small portions that you can see.
It's such a wide open field. It's actually quite hard to see. But in the first game, you only had, I think, one map for local multiplayer.
Exactly. So there, we are increasing more stages, so that players will be able to play in a number of stages.
Okay. Any idea of how many maps so far, or?
今いくつかって話せないですかっていう。
そうだな。そうですね。一つじゃないよって感じですよね。はい。ただ一個一個やっぱりちゃんと対戦用にマップ自体のそのゲーム的なところですけども、作り直してるというかですね、ちゃんと仕組みをし直してるっていうところもあるので、全部が全部対応できるわけじゃないというところもあるので、できる限りという感じです。
Alright, so sorry, we can't go into the actual numbers, but we're actually really recreating the stages so that it fits the local 1 versus 1 mode. So yeah, I'm sure that it'll be something satisfying.
Okay.
There's obviously the new Dragon Ball anime series that's out there, Dragon Ball Z Super. How has that influenced some of the content in this game, if at all?
ドラゴンボールスーパーが今国内で放送されていると思うんですけども、それは本作にどのような影響を与えているんでしょうか。どのような要素が含まれるんでしょうか。
なるほどですね。要素が入っているか入ってない。
要素が入っているんでしょうか。
そうですね。このゲーム開発を決めたというかスタートし始めてから、時間が経ってからこのスーパーというのが放送されているので、もともとのそのパッケージに対しては本当にもともと構成しようと思った要素プラスアルファの形になってきてはいます。なので正直入れられるか入れられないかというところで言うと、本当に一体一体キャラクター作るのにもすごく時間をかけてやってるものではありますので、正直入れるのはなかなか難しいかなと思ってるんですが、なるべく対応したいなとも思っているので、どんだけの数とかどういった内容になるのかとかはまだ分からないですけども、何か一つでもちゃんと対応できればなというふうには思っています。
Alright, so to be completely honest, the broadcasting of Dragon Ball Super actually began after we already created the whole concept of the game. So we're not actually sure about how many or maybe the content of Dragon Ball Super we will be able to include in the game, but we are really hoping that we can do something related to Dragon Ball Super. So we hope that you guys can look forward to further information on that as well.
Does one more question, if that's cool? Yeah, does the development team have a strong history and affinity for this series? And if you do personally, how does it feel to work with such an icon, like a cultural icon of Japan?
本当にドラゴンボールの歴史っていうのはすごい長いと思うんですけども、そんなもう日本を代表するIP であるドラゴンボールに携わるっていうのはどんな気持ちですかっていう。
そうですね。もちろんすごく嬉しい、自分もファンですしすごく嬉しいっていうのもあるんですが、もう前作もすごく思ったことはやっぱりその責任ですよね。やっぱりみんな好きな人がやっぱりこれだけ多い作品でもあるので、やはりみんなこういう風になってほしい、こういうゲーム作ってほしいっていう気持ちがいっぱいあるところに対してどれだけちゃんとそこに応えていくかっていうところに関して、でも作れるという なんだろう権利というかそういった部分は自分が与えられているというふうには思うので、そういった意味では、責任感を持って、そういうのに当たっていくっていうところで、気が引き締まる思いで、対応しています。
Right. So first of all, Hirano-san himself is a fan, so he's really happy to be able to be involved in the development of Dragon Ball game. But at the same time, he feels a really strong responsibility to work up to the expectations and hopes from fans, because we know that there are so many fans of Dragon Balls throughout the world. So now that he has the privilege to create a game, he would really like to work up to those expectations.
Lots of responsibility.
Lots of responsibility.
Real quick, is there a lot of people love the transformations that happen between the characters, but I think there were only a few races that had transformations. Are there going to be more transformations in Xenoverse 2?
みんなやっぱりその変身という要素がすごい好きだと思うんですけども、実際前作においては一部の種族しかその変身という要素はなかったと思うんですけども、その他の種族においても、変身という要素を今回絡めてきているんでしょうか。
すごくグッドクエスチョン。
again a good question. Yeah.
すごいクエスチョンですね。はい。そこに関してはですね、正直今出せている情報の中では全然入れられてないですし、今言えるようなものじゃないんですけども、そこはすごくユーザーさんの思いっていうのもひしひしと伝わってますし、僕たちも何かしたいなんとか成し遂げたいという部分もあるというふうには思ってますので、そこに関しては今後の情報に期待してほしいなというふうには思います。
All right, so unfortunately there's not much information that we can give out right now, but we do understand the hopes from fans, and we really understand, and we would like to, really accomplish this. So please just look forward to further information.
Oh, we absolutely are looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to more information about Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Now that is slated for winter of 2016, correct?
Correct.
All right. Masa and Sho, thank you so much for your time, and thank you guys for watching. That was Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. There's going to be a lot more, so if you want to hear all the latest on that game, be sure to stay tuned to GameSpot and stick around, because we still have more coming up on our live show at E3 2016.
You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads.
Round one. Fight!
Pokkén Tournament's most immediate joy comes from something simple: two Pokemon physically interacting. This may seem trivial to most, but for long-time fans it's the opportunity to finally scratch an itch that's been out of reach for 20 years. In the RPG series, battles have been very static, with back and forth wobbles representing two Pokemon attacking each other. That changes with Pokkén Tournament, and it's a delight to see Nintendo's iconic Pokemon finally free to leap around and trade blows up close. But what makes it better is that there's a satisfying set of fighting game mechanics underpinning it all. These are deep and technical, but also retain the accessibility and tactical spirit of the RPG series.
Round one.
Battles are split into two phases, which the game constantly shifts between. The field phase is focused on using ranged attacks from a distance, then at the right moment using a homing attack to deliver a powerful follow-up. The beauty of the field phase is that it creates strategy in simplicity. Both players have the same objectives and the tools at their disposal to complete those. The focus is on firing and dodging projectiles, maneuvering into an advantageous position, and then capitalizing. It's thrilling in the same way that thumb wrestling is. Two players pecking at each other, waiting for that perfect moment to go for a pin. In the duel phase, the game becomes like Tekken and Street Fighter. Fighting game aficionados will understand the mechanics at play here instinctively, but newcomers can quickly get comfortable with the logic. Light attacks are quicker than heavy ones, but do far less damage. Those blocking high are vulnerable to sweeps, and throws are a reliable way to punish turtling. And then there's counterattacks, which let you hit back through an enemy's assault. Pokkén is a game laced with smart ideas and design feats, but one of the most important is that it offers depth without overwhelming new players. The majority of special moves, for example, can be executed with a single button press. With specific timing and more button presses, combos can become complex, but they always seem masterable. By beautifully striking that balance, Pokkén is not just a successful cross-pollination of two game series, it's an outright excellent entry point into fighting games. On top of the core mechanics are technicalities that give the game replayability. For example, picking the right Pokemon to battle requires some thought. Do you want Charizard, who is slow and powerful, or Weavile, which is weak but very fast? Then there's unique attributes and abilities for each Pokemon that can cater to different styles of play. Braixen can increase her damage for a short period, but Sceptile can leech health from an enemy. Pikachu is great at applying pressure, but Machamp can take a beating. Support characters are another of Pokkén's gameplay wrinkles, and a clever way to draw from the series' turn-based tactical roots. It allows players to select a Pokemon to lend a hand in battle. The advantages these support Pokemon provide range from directly attacking the other player to setting up traps and giving stat benefits. Synergy is another new ability. By filling a gauge, players can trigger a Mega Evolution for the Pokemon that have one, or a powered up state for those that don't. In this mode, moves are enhanced and the Pokemon also has access to a Synergy Burst. These are powerful cinematic special attacks that, without understatement, are stunning to behold. Pokkén Tournament's presentation is lovingly crafted, with a slick broadcast style for its battles and each of its 19 stages filled with eye candy and fan service. The Pokemon themselves are just as full of life. If you want to explain to someone why you find Pokemon so charming, this is the game you should reach for. Out of the box, Pokkén is a fully featured fighting game packed with gameplay modes, customization features, and a comprehensive training suite. The meat of the single player is the Ferrum League, in which players fight through 5 skill tiers to be crowned Ultimate Champion. Weaved throughout this is the story of a corrupted Mewtwo, which is a nice touch that alleviates the monotony of grinding through qualifying matches. It's a testament to the quality of Pokkén Tournament that I just wish there were more characters. There's more than 600 Pokemon now, and Pokkén Tournament features just 16 of those. Perhaps this is an unfair criticism, since this number is similar to what most fighting game rosters launch at. But I simply need more. I need Hawlucha. Otherwise, Pokkén Tournament is magnificent to look at, delicately designed, and rewarding for players across all skill levels. It's the Pokemon fighting game we deserve after a 20-year wait.
This is my penultimate. So,
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016, and this is brought to you by Airheads. I'm your host, Mary, and I am delighted to be joined by my good friend Peter Brown, also GameSpot review editor.
Oh my!
Oh my! so official. And Philippe from the Red Barrels, who delights in scaring children everywhere. You monster!
What we like to do.
Yes, and you do it quite well. I was. Given the ability to play your demo for Outlast 2 at PAX East,
yes.
Scared the shit out of me. It's just absolutely terrifying demo, and I'm sure we'll show some gameplay of it pretty soon, but it's like, you guys create the most haunting atmosphere, and I think you guys have learned a lot from the original Outlast that you're attributing to it. We can already see that you guys are bringing back the camera with the battery. Yep. You are, it's always in the back of your mind, but there's enough batteries scattered around through the world. But it seems like you guys are carrying a lot of elements from that original game. But what new elements are you guys making for Outlast 2?
Well, we worked a lot on the environments and the setting, so it feels like completely new. We like to have what I call, the what the hell feeling, what the hell is going on, and we want to make sure that that feeling is renewed every now and then, so that it never feels like it becomes familiar. With the first Outlast, when you got to the DLC, the Asylum almost felt like a familiar place, and we want to make sure we avoid that with Outlast 2.
And now, when you were saying you put a lot of effort into the environments, which you guys absolutely did in the first one. We went to all sorts of terrible places, and kind of culminates in just horrible environments. Like, sometimes you don't even know where you are, and this is true in the demo as well, where there were some times where I was like, Am I in a school? I'm in a hallway. There's lockers. I'm not exactly sure where I am, but I'm in.
Yeah.
I know I'm somewhere I don't want to be. And it looks like now you're taking us to like the desert in the middle of nowhere. But there are people there. There's an underground cavern. What other environments do you have in store for us?
Well, the game starts in this village that people have been living there for 50, 60 years maybe. We were influenced by the Jonestown incident in the 70s, Jim Jones and drink the Kool-Aid thing. And no, there's going to be a river section. There's going to be a place where people have syphilis, which when it's really extreme can look like leprosis. There's going to be underground stuff.
Please go on. Yeah, it sounds like you have like all sorts of like really horrible and like speaking of Jonestown, I mean the people of this town are clearly on the Kool-Aid. Like they are drinking the Kool-Aid. They're nuts and they're trying to kill you. They got pitchforks. I mean, what's up with the people, the townspeople who are super unfriendly?
Well, they are convinced that the end of times are coming, and actually it's going to take place at sunup. So you've got the one night to look for your wife, trying to find her, and they're convinced that she has something special that you're gonna figure out what's happening with her by the end of the game. And it's really, we're trying to mess with the player's mind so that your sense of what's real and what's not becomes confused. And whenever you think you understand what's going on, we're going to put a new twist at you to just switch things up.
Yeah, I mean, in the demo already, as soon as I felt like I was comfortable in one environment, I was immediately transported into another. Seems like you guys are allowing some creative flexibility. You're allowing licenses to all of a sudden just be in a new environment without too much explanation of why. Do you know, the original Outlast was quite successful. It was both to critical and fan acclaim, which is fantastic. Do you guys think that that gave you more creative freedom, more liberty to be a bit more experimental with this one?
Well, definitely we allowed us to take more time. In the first game, we had to finish it before running out of money.
So money.
This time we could try some things, make some experiments, and we just want to mess with the player's mind and make something that we didn't want it to feel like just a longer DLC. So we experimented. We did some playtests about a year ago, found out what worked, what didn't. And now, looking at the results of the demo, it seems that we found the right amount of elements that we can mix together without going too far away from the brand Outlast.
And as you mentioned, that you basically had the constraint of time, and time is money. Maybe because you have a little bit more, you are able to really make sure you fine-tuned everything before you've I don't know, really polish it up, basically, before you bring this to view.
We're a fully independent studio, and we sold about 4 million units of the first Outlast. So, yeah, I mean, the way I see it is that the first one was like a solid double, and this one we want to knock it out of the park.
Fantastic. Now, going back to the original, you guys recently released a comic that kind of bridged some of the gap between the first and the second Outlast, kind of hinting that, I mean, are there going to be any characters that we might see from the first one? Is there any like kind of blending that we should expect for fans of the original?
You're going to see them in the comic books, but the game itself, it's mostly new characters. And
I mean, even the guy in the demo, I don't think does too well. I don't even think I'm going to see him in the game. Oh, this is such a great part, and I think this is where we start going into the underground caverns. So we've kind of seen like the outdoor environment, the village, but now we're getting into like this underground area, and when you look down, this part is absolutely frightening.
That's when you understand that these people, they're not there for camping.
Yeah. And the player has some really good audio feedback during these cues. If you guys watch the gameplay that we have on GameSpot, you'll hear the player starts breathing really heavily when he sees things that upset him, which is often, but it's a really nice reminder that something is so alarming that even the character can't contain it.
Yeah, and then this time we added more dialogue for the main character. In the first one he wasn't talking, in this one he will be, but it's mostly for us a narrative tool to just give more information to the player.
One thing I'm really curious about is how maybe you're considering VR support. If you are, is that a thing?
A lot of people ask us about VR. I mean, it's definitely something. We have the dev kits at the office.
Yeah.
So we always thinking about it, but we're a small team. We're 18 people, so we got to focus on one thing at a time. We'll get this one out of the door, and then we'll see what we decide to do after that. But I mean, obviously, it would be really interesting to exploit VR with the in the world of Outlast.
Of course, the mobility is sort of an issue when you're using a first-person game and moving with a joystick. That does create some disconnect.
Absolutely, There are some things that we're doing that are not very VR friendly.
Of course.
So what would be best is just to build something from the ground up for VR and not just port or adapt whatever we already have.
Why do you think horror is so popular in general? Because it's one of those things that it turns off a lot of people. It also gets a lot of people very excited. Like, why is it that you think that people love to be frightened and terrified?
I think it's, for some people, just being scared makes you feel alive.
Yeah. It's those like natural instincts. Like we're never running from predators anymore.
Speak for yourself. I'm running from predators all the time.
Good old Jackrabbit Peter, always trying to save himself. I mean, like I never really do get genuinely scared in my day-to-day. My biggest fear would be like, I don't know, money and like just making it day to day. But the idea of like, why I love horror so much, going to a scary movie or playing any scary games, is to get that intrinsic fear, that rush, when you can feel your heartbeat. And
those are emotions that you don't, just like you said, you don't feel in your normal day lives most of the time. And so it's fun. I mean, that's why I think you go to movies or you read books or to get these emotions that you're unable to get otherwise.
You mean art and media makes you feel things? So what about you? When you're playing your own game, do you still get a little bit nervous at times, or are you so aware of how it's working?
No, that's probably the biggest challenge, that you're so into it. Yeah. It's really hard to pull back and figure out if it's working or not. So, I mean, at first you trust your instinct, and then you get feedback from the team, and after that it's play test and reiterate and redo it. I mean, you don't do a game, you redo it basically. It's the first time you do something, it's never as good as you hope it would be. So it's just you just have to stick to it and work hard.
You just get a bunch of playtesters and put them in a room with a mic, and the louder the screams, the more successful you guys feel your game is. I think this gameplay clip right here in the cornfields is so indicative of what kind of different types of atmosphere you guys are creating here. So there are people in this cornfield that are searching for you. You got to stay out of their lights. You're hiding. I mean, it's a really terrifying moment. And as you can see on the left, you can see left and right audio, which is really interesting because now I'm starting to use like dynamic audio cues to see if I can hide from people if they're coming from the left or the right. It seems like there's going to be more opportunity for that, where you're in, even with the light, even when you're using the camera, your view will be obstructed and you have to find new ways to filter through the environment and get to the next area. I actually got killed in this cornfield scene, and it was really cool. The audio cues ended up helping me realize what I could and could not do. I ended up hiding in a barrel and using the audio cues to realize when I could leave. So I think that's really interesting. There's, and I think that's really cool that you guys are inventing that kind of these new gameplay mechanics for the demo.
No, the barrel is really interesting because there are some barrels with water in them, so you can't. Some of your senses get distorted. But like you said, you can use sound a lot to figure out if the threat is close or gone. And it's really in this part what we were after is trying to make you feel like the old village is after you. Outlast 1 was mostly about one guy chasing you down a corridor.
Yeah, that guy sucked though. He was really bad.
And so we're still gonna have that, but we want to also to mix it up and have sections that are more open with several enemies chasing you at the same time.
Even though there seems to be a village of many people, will there be an overarching villain or one key person that we will be fearing the most?
Yeah, I think after the first Outlast one, we did our postmortem, having main enemies that are very stereotypical is part of the brand. And so yes, there are going to be some characters that you're going to meet more than once. And actually the one you see at the near.
Yeah, I remember her. Yeah.
You're gonna see her often.
She took.
She's convinced that God has told her to take care of you.
Some of them almost didn't seem, well, they just seemed a little otherworldly in a sense. I mean, that girl, sure, you could say she's just a kid, but she almost looked demon-esque. You guys obviously are getting a lot of inspirations from probably other horror classics, things that inspire you, like The Grudge or Poltergeist. What types of things have you guys been inspired by for Outlast?
There's The Shining, there's Jacob's Ladder, also a more recent movie, Take Shelter, we liked a lot. I mean, basically we take stuff we like from very, very varied places and we try to merge them all into something that feels fresh and unique. But figuring out the school part, figuring out how that ties in with everything else is part of the experience. You're going to get some answers at some point, and maybe those answers will change also based on your own perception and philosophies. That's really what we're trying to achieve, something that when you finish it, people have different interpretations and argue about it. Even among the team, there are different interpretations of what goes on in the game. So I'm really curious to see how people react to it.
No, in terms of length of play, the original, how would you say this compares to the original one in terms of like clocked hours?
It should be a solid 25-30% longer than the first game, so hopefully closer to 10 hours than the first one was between 5 and 7. I think this one will be closer to 10.
Great, and that does, you know, I remember actually replaying the first one just to kind of get a better feel for it. I think what's cool about your game is even though a lot of these types of games you might not want to play again because you've seen it, like the jump scares and stuff, but because most of your fear is atmospheric, you can actually play it again and still get a really nice vibe for what's going on.
Yeah, I'm always amazed of reading comments from players who've played it several times, and also we have on the first game we had a insane level of difficulty, which you couldn't die. If you die, you have to restart at the beginning. And I'm always amazed to hear players who've done it, because I haven't.
I mean, imagine dying right before like the 6th hour and just being like, well, I'll try again tomorrow.
That'd be really cool if, like, when you died, it was like, well, that's the only chance you had to play the game.
Yeah.
You can no longer play the game. You're dead.
Well, that's life.
Right, exactly.
She comes in and kills you in real life.
Is this coming to consoles as well as PC? Is that correct?
Yep, PS4, Xbox, and PC at the same time. The first one we had to ship them one at a time because we had to put the pipeline in place, but now we've got the pipeline, and so we're able to ship them all at the same time.
Physical copies?
Still in negotiations.
I hope so.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see other abilities to get your game, because your game is something that's now quite close to people. They're really interested in seeing what else they can have, and they want items to go along with it. They want collector's editions or something to give them physical elements to remember this game by.
Yeah, and we're gonna put up a store. I don't know exactly when, but it's part of our plan to have some figurines and stuff. It's it's just the fact, we're such a small team. We always have to bring back our focus to production, because otherwise it's easy to get carried away and deal with other stuff and just I remember when we left our jobs, we were working in big studios and mostly doing meetings and stuff like that, and we really wanted to go back to be hands-on and work on the game. So kind of ironic right now that now that we've done it and we've got our company, we are able to work on the game, but at the same time there are just so many things to take care of and deal with. So it's a lot of work, but it's really satisfying at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like it's a huge part of your job to remind us that you're a small team all the time, so that people don't get overwhelmed with their expectations, because we want it all, right? And like that's just natural, especially with seeing the first game and having so much quality with such a small team in such a small time frame. I mean, now with all these resources, I think people have much higher expectations. Is that something that like motivates you guys? Are you looking forward to reactions of the public?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the days. Some days it's daunting, but most of the time it's just a motivation factor. Motivation element, and it's always flattering when you read people that they think it's a big blown AAA game. We really have talented people on the team, and we just work hard, and we are passionate about what we do. I think that's what makes a difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about indie games, right? You can really tell that the people who had their hands on it really care, because there's so many small touches that maybe get lost in the noise for a big production. So.
Yeah, I think it's the big key is to work on something you would like to play yourself, and that makes a huge difference. If you're satisfied by what you're making, then it's going to make the whole difference in terms of quality.
100%, yeah.
Cool.
It was a pretty good sneak peek what we got so far. We've gotten basically a 15-minute demo a lot of people can play, and then some gameplay clips out of that. Will there be any other things that you guys will be showing in the upcoming months for people to look forward to before your guys' release?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the comic book, probably tons of screenshots, and definitely a new demo by the end of summer, probably. Either PAX Prime or Gamescom, nice new Gamescom demo. And this was like a pretty good chunk, like a 15-minute demo really gives you the vibe of the atmosphere, the story. So like we kind of know we are a dude looking for his wife. There's I think like it all begins like a helicopter crash. But before that even, there's like some preliminary story that helps explain why we're here and what we're doing in this world. So it'd be nice to even get more snippets of that story when we can. Yeah, it's always a challenge to try to find something that makes sense as a demo but doesn't give away too much of the whole game. But yeah, I mean, I think it's part of the. I guess as artists, you want always the people to play it without, as a clean slate, they're not knowing anything. But that's not reality. You have to explain what you're working on and have people know a bit about the game before they buy it. But yes, I honestly have no idea what the next demo will be. It's probably going to be somewhere in the middle of the game. But yeah, I mean, I'm really eager to see how people react to it. We're going to be showing some really edgy stuff in this one. We pushed it a bit in the Whistleblower, but this time we're going further. And I wouldn't say I'm worried, but yeah, I'm curious to see how people are going to react to those things.
I mean, if it's anything like your demo, you're already pushing the bar in terms of.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah. Well, my penis got cut off, so I felt like I was pushed.
Wow.
It happened in the demo. Show me this demo. It's really cool. There's a lot of gameplay that's coming up now from everybody playing it here at E3, and it's really intense to see. So I'm looking forward to seeing more snippets of it. You guys do not have a release date yet, though, correct?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure the game. I'm confident the game will get done this fall, but we'll see if it comes out just before the holidays or right after.
Okay, so that was Outlast 2, and that's on PC, PS4, and Xbox One sometime in the fall. But that's all we know so far, so we'll have to wait to see more. All right. Well, thank you so much, Philip, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and thank you guys for watching. This is the GameSpot stage here at E3, and we actually have a lot more coming up for you, but not me, sadly. This is the end of my hosting here, but it's been awesome hanging out with you guys, and please stick around. We still have several more live shows, lots of cool interviews, some exclusive gameplay clips, almost got through it, and you guys aren't going to want to miss anything, so please stay tuned, and I will see you guys again later.
Few games use live-action cutscenes as emphatically as Quantum Break, and for all intents and purposes, it's one of the game's defining elements. Between each of its 5 gameplay-based chapters, you have the opportunity to watch roughly 20-minute-long episodes, which are entirely optional, but designed to offer a wealth of insight into the antagonist's state of mind. Otherwise, Quantum Break focuses on Jack Joyce, the time-bending lead character played by Shawn Ashmore, better known as Iceman from the X-Men films. Ashmore is one of a few well-known actors featured in Quantum Break, and each member's professional acting chops are put to good use. Of course, Quantum Break is intended to be played rather than merely watched, but even if you skip its optional episodes, the best aspects of its gameplay are suppressed by frequent bouts of mundanity. Combat is the unequivocal star of the show here, driven by time-based superpowers at your disposal. At the start of the game, you're imbued with the ability to manipulate time, which allows you to slow down combat, speed up Jack's movement, create shields that freeze bullets upon impact, or cast time blast bombs near unsuspecting enemies. And it doesn't take long to develop a flow, to understand how to link one ability to the next by managing each move's cooldown timer. You can thrust yourself into danger to establish line of sight on an enemy and protect yourself with a shield while you open fire. When your defenses run out, you can quickly zip into cover and cast a time blast, or continue to use your firearms while your abilities refresh. There's no one right way to fight, and there's great enjoyment to be found in experimenting with your abilities, not to mention witnessing the environment react to your powers as the scene shifts, cracks, and glitches out around you. Quantum Break is a great-looking game with some truly impressive character models that bring its actors to life, and the time-based special effects are a constant source of amazement. There's also an incredible amount of real-time destruction on display, which not only looks great, but also keeps you moving during combat as enemies regularly destroy your hiding spots. Quantum Break's shooting mechanics, however, are slightly less impressive. There are times when your enemies introduce devices that disrupt your superhuman abilities, and you have no choice but to resort to your firearms. Now, it would be unfair to compare simple shooting to manipulating time, but it is reasonable to hold Quantum Break to modern third-person shooting standards. You spend a lot of time in cover during combat, and while it's possible to blind fire your Time Blast ability, you can't use your guns with the same amount of freedom. You don't have the option to shoot while crouched. You have to stand up and expose yourself to other enemies, and usually take damage, unless you have enough energy to cast a time shield around yourself. Of course, this is an option that shouldn't be needed when you already have suitable cover. Both aiming and movement feel loose and cumbersome, making the aim assist feature the only reliable way to consistently pick off enemies. When you're not engaged in combat, you're probably exploring environments for clues and story tidbits, or traversing obstacles during ill-conceived platforming challenges. Again, movement is so loose in Quantum Break, and the combat's so exciting that it's frustrating when you're forced to slow down, awkwardly scale objects, and leap around. Sadly, Quantum Break's gameplay is essentially divided equally between combat and hapless environmental traversal. Given that the entire campaign can be completed in less than 10 hours, live-action episodes included, the distribution of activities feels that much more disappointing. Prior to the TV show like episodes, you get to make decisions for your nemesis, Paul Serene, which have an impact on some events in the show and in the game. The effect of most decisions are noticeable, but not truly consequential, in part because the game's cliched, potentially story-spoiling opening dulls your sense of wonder from the get-go. Far worse, however, is the end result. Quantum Break only has one ending. Realizing this, your choices ultimately feel trivial, and not worth reconsidering. You're encouraged to replay the game, but by the time you reach the credits, it's unlikely you'll feel motivated to do so. So by the end, you know the most important parts of the story, and you understand that replaying it to witness alternative events in the middle would require you to retread well-worn, sometimes boring territory. Getting to the end of Quantum Break can be an interesting ride at times, but no matter how impressive the combat is, no matter how great the game looks, there's no getting around the fact that it's driven by a story with limited appeal and hindered by disappointing design decisions.
Welcome to GameSpot's coverage of the Electronic Triple 2016. How are you doing? Welcome to the GameSpot stage. Brought to you by Airheads. I'm Danny Dwyer, joined by Mr. Michael Mahardy and his astounding chin.
Oh, chin
very
wags.
happy. Yes, you are the chinniest of them all. And Graham Goring from Telltale Games, thank you so much for coming on to talk to us about Star Wars: The Force Awakens.
It's absolutely my pleasure to be here.
Actually, okay, can we get this? Because I used to work in GameStop, right? And I used to love the names of these games because they were like the longest ones to get into the computer. So was it Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens, the video game?
I don't know if we are the video game. I think we're just Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens.
People know what Lego Star Wars is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone's trying to make Star Wars games now. You've got Vince Zampella trying to make all these ex-Assassin's Creed and Uncharted people doing, but you guys are OG. You've been doing this for
like
at this stage.
over 11 years now.
Right.
So yeah, we have a history there with LucasArts, which is ace because it means that we get to tell new stories as well as tell the story of the movie, which is awesome.
And that's your role, right, at Telltale as well?
Yeah. We're Traveler's Tales. I should point out we always get told Tales.
Oh God, I did do it.
No, it's fine. It's fine because there are still things. There are still things that we are credited on Moby Games as being Telltale. So,
really?
They still haven't fixed it. But so I write the dialogue. Basically, I write daft jokes for kids, which is what I can do because I'm an idiot. So I'm perfectly suited to do that.
And how long have you been doing it at Traveler's Tales?
I've been doing it. about 7 years. Lego City Undercover was my first one.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. We've actually got the game running right here as well. Jamie's off screen playing.
Yeah, Jamie Eden, who is my boss, far more photogenic than me, but a very modest man. So he didn't want to appear on stage, but he's playing through here at the moment. And this is one of our new adventure levels, which kind of feeds into the start of the movie. And in this one, you're playing as Poe Dameron, and you are rescuing Admiral Akbar from the Finalizer.
Okay.
So if you want to start running around, and this shows off this level kind of shows off all of our new features. We have these things called multi-builds, whereby, like in previous Lego games, you had the same pile of bricks and you'd always build the same thing with it.
Yeah.
But now you can use a pile of bricks to build multiple different options. And sometimes it's just for like a silly little joke. In this case, you've got two different ways of getting rid of a dying ogre. But in other ones, you'll have like little puzzles. So it's nice. It means that when you replay the level, you're always seeing something new, which is cool. We really tried to push things forward with this game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the sort of double-edged sword of being as successful as you guys are, is that we have played lots of Lego X games. In fact, at this stage, we played a lot of Lego Star Wars games.
Yeah.
You need to sort of, I guess, retain what made those games so successful, but also trying to add some little flares here and there.
Yeah, and always increase the amount of characters you can unlock. So it's like 200 plus this time.
Is it really?
Yeah. Plus this is the first Star Wars game where we've actually got dialogue.
Right.
Because the previous one didn't have that, and so this one, and we've also had the cast come back and record new lines for us.
That's great.
As in, like Harrison Ford came back and was Han Solo for us.
Did you get to write dialogue?
Yeah, I've written dialogue for Han Solo. In fact, Greg Grunberg, who plays Snap Wexley, even came by the stand and played with himself, if you'll pardon the phrase. On there for us, which was awesome as well. But like everyone came back. It's amazing.
That's wonderful. Mike, you played a bunch of the Lego Star Wars games?
Yeah, I have what was the original Saga when they released it? Was it all 6?
Yeah.
I played that a lot. I mean, I played a lot of Traveler's Tales. I think Marvel is my favorite one.
Right.
But I'm excited for this just because I haven't really played any Force Awakens in video game form yet.
Right, that's actually a good point.
It's been a long time. This is the first one, right?
Well, I mean, there's a little bit of it, I think, in a rival product. But yeah, we're the only ones who are telling like the full story, and then these extra stories as well. So it's kind of, you get your full fix with that, except in daft Lego form. So it's the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
How close are you sticking to the story? I mean, it's usually pretty true to the story, but are you adding in anything?
Well, we got the new adventure levels, but I mean, in terms of like telling the story of the movie, we stay pretty close. Obviously, we have to take certain license. Like there's a family reunion in the movie which doesn't go that well,
right?
And obviously that's quite a dark moment, but we have to adapt that so that kids aren't terrified out of their skins.
Yes.
So we have a bit of fun with that. But yeah, like I said, we have these new adventure levels which are all sort of leading up to the start of the movie, and we came up with those in conjunction with LucasArts.
Right.
So,
how did that process go? Because you're basically filling in canon.
Well,
is it canon?
I'm not sure if it's canon. I hear one thing, I hear another. The way I see it is, if you've seen the movie, there aren't tiny little Lego dudes in it, so I don't know how it can be canon.
Good point.
Right. I mean, apart from some of the droids. But we totally came up with them. I mean, it was kind of, we'd say, oh, what happened here, or they'd tell us, oh, here's a story event that you can fill in, and then we'd sort of bash back and forth a design document, and then I'd come along and write a load of idiotic jokes about it.
Yeah.
It was totally in concert with them.
Wonderful stuff. I'm guessing, as this is a Lego Star Wars game, that a large sort of focus has been put on playing cooperatively with people as well.
Absolutely.
Multiplayer, all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah. So you got 2-player, local multiplayer, and there's also things like because it's a Star Wars game, we've got these blaster battles in it, which we've never done before, where you totally have those, the gunfights with the lasers and the pew 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 down the corridor. We totally have that in there. You hunker into cover and you take shots and you lean out and stuff. And we also, like, our flight gameplay is way better. Like our dogfights in space, which we have later in this demo, are so much better than we've done before. Yeah. We've really just upped the ante on everything.
So let's actually focus on the demo a bit, because this is what everyone's looking at the moment. By the way, if you have any questions at all in the chat, let me know either in the GameSpot chat or on the Twitch chat. I'm keeping an eye on both of them. So what's going on here? I love the water effects in this. It looks like I'm getting my toys dirty every time he walks into that sludge.
Well, as it starts, we've ended up in a trash compactor, and so after a couple of failed attempts, we're trying to make our way up to this exit that's at the back of the room here, with the help of all of our characters. And in this case, we've actually built another one of these multi-builds I mentioned. In this case, we need to get C-3PO up to a little control at the back. So we're using these pile of Lego bricks to build a lift here to get him up, and then we can smash those bricks apart and use the same ones to build another part of the puzzle. And we have a bunch of those in the game. And if you get it wrong, then the characters will kind of talk to you and go, "Oh no, maybe I need to build this first." So it kind of directs you towards the right solution. And then once we get C-3PO up there, he'll do like a little mini game, and we'll get into our space flight.
Some of the folks in the chat are asking which version this is. This is the PlayStation 4, is it?
Yeah, this is PS4 this is running on.
Actually, this is maybe one of the most fun things I love doing here, especially when one of your games comes on. What platforms is this game coming out on?
Everything, like toaster ovens. It's everything. Yeah, it's PS4, it's Xbox One, it's Xbox 360, it's PS3, it's Wii U, it's PC, it's 3DS, and it's PS Vita.
Wow, that's wonderful. So no PSP version this time around?
No, I think we have dropped support for that. I'd have to check, to be perfectly honest, but I'm fairly sure we have.
Good stuff. Actually, does the Vita version have like the voice acting in it and everything?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah. It's that's it. We try and get as much into all of our versions as we can.
Yeah.
Because it costs a bit to hire those actors, so you don't want to not put them in every single version.
Traveler's Tales has always been great at actually like releasing on those consoles, and some of which, like, I'm a PS Vita owner, and there's some good games that come out. I played Severed last week, but often sort of underserved markets. Those ones.
Yeah. But a load of people love playing. We've always had. It's always lovely getting letters from the fans, and loads of them they do play them on those platforms. Those are the only ones they actually play them on. So we like to absolutely serve those people.
So what's kicking off here?
So we've managed to escape from the finalizer, but we're going to have a bunch of TIE fighters after us, so we're going to try and lose them in an asteroid field, because it wouldn't be an asteroid field without someone telling us about the odds of death in an asteroid field.
Is that Akbar in a Jedi Starfighter?
Yes, I believe it is. We've also got we've got a bunch of creatures from the extended universe and things like that, which is cool. But so we have these on-rail segments, which are just these candy-filled rushes of explosions and stuff like that. But then we also have these bits where it opens up and you have complete control over your ship, and you can barrel roll and do loop-the-loops if you get an enemy on your tail.
Is it a real barrel roll, or is it what we call a barrel roll? It's not really a barrel roll.
Okay, well you're going to have to tell me what the difference is.
Doing that thing?
That's
not a barrel roll.
What is that not a barrel roll? What is that?
That one.
Oh, okay, right. It's not a barrel roll then. What is that thing?
I don't know.
What is that thing?
It's got a way
less like a corkscrew. Almost.
Yeah, it's got a more boring name.
It's basically a spinny be sick in the cockpit move.
Yeah,
basically that's what it is. Well, we have spinny be sick in the cockpit as a feature in our game. We're flying into this asteroid, which is full of these creatures who we're going to use to basically mask our escape from the First Order here.
It's like a Star Fox game right here.
Right.
Do you know? Here's the thing. I've had an absolute blast playing the shooter sections of the game. I think I've been doing Lego Star Fox. That'd be totally awesome, because I think it's really, really good. It feels really great. I'm always slightly surprised. I shouldn't be surprised that I work with competent people, but it is really good. I mean, it's really wonderful how well it's worked out, and even the bits where you have full control, they're really cool.
I got a bunch of questions coming in.
Okay, cool.
Some of them. Ben Leslie 5 asking, is the PS Vita 3DS versions different gameplay-wise to the console versions?
A little bit different, yeah, in terms of the amount that's in there. Like I say, it tells the whole movie, but I think there's slightly fewer in the way of the new adventure levels that feed into it. Right. But in terms of the level designs, they're pretty much identical.
Also, folks asking how sort of are there like open worldy type sections?
Yeah, we have these hub levels. As you play through the story, you'll play through a hub, and then you can revisit the hub. So like you've got the car resistance base, you've got the inside of the Millennium Falcon, the Star Killer, Jakku, and Takadana Castle. Cool. That you can then explore, and there's loads of little silly side missions in there that you can unlock, and then they give you the gold bricks that allow you to unlock the new adventure levels.
Right. Okay. So that's how you get to access to these.
Yeah. So they unlock, but then you have to pay a bunch of gold bricks to actually play them.
Cool.
So.
Awesome. So you get to pick and choose which one you want to do next.
Yeah.
So what's going on here? This is a whole hell of a battle.
Here we're going to knock out a bunch of the TIE fighters around, and then these Special Forces TIE fighters are going to appear, and they've got these torpedoes behind them. We can use those to destroy these blockages. You can see the little crystal. There's these blockages with purple crystals in them, and that's going to release a bunch of aliens into the playfield. And the idea is we're trying to create enough chaos that we can escape in that chaos. So what Jamie's going to do is hopefully shoot some of these TIE fighters and then snaffle the sweet torpedoes that they drop, and then he can use those to blow open these things. And you see, like the pink arrows are basically pointing towards these targets.
Even this looks a little more open than like that last section was rail.
Oh yeah.
And this kind of reflects those hub worlds and how.
And we totally have a whole bunch of these. Like there's one where you're escaping the finalizer early on, and you can like fly between the decks of the finalizer and stuff like that. It's like we built this really big model of it and just shoot all the gun turrets on it and create all this mayhem. They're really good. I can't overstate it. They're really great, these sections.
There was one of the wonderful things about this series has always been that you're able to play as like so many different characters, not just the main ones either. So in The Force Awakens, obviously there are a host of characters people really love. There's a host of like sort of sideline characters as well. How many of these can you? Is there anyone you missed? Like,
do you know? I mean, if I say no, then someone will go, well, there was a Muppet left of camera at one point that we did, but. Like I said, there's 200 plus, and I mean that's not just from this movie. There's some from the previous movies and like Clone Wars and stuff like that. But I mean we even have some sort of adventures with them. Like there's this character, the Crimson Corsair, who's in one scene. It's the guy who Finn is going to leave with, and we have an adventure where he basically steals the ship that you use at the start of this mission in order to infiltrate the finalizer. We try and really serve that, and you can go and unlock them and play them and mix and match the parts of them. But basically, if they were on screen for about 5 seconds in the movie, then chances are we built a Lego version of them.
Mike, can you think of any people you could ask Graham? I'm thinking of the Simon Pegg's character, the shopkeeper.
Oh yeah, Uncle Plutt, and he's being voiced by Simon Pegg. So
really, you got to fight for Simon Pegg as well?
Yeah.
Do you have a Daniel Craig Stormtrooper?
We do have him. Yeah, we do have them. We have a level where you're controlling him and Rey basically escaping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Daniel Craig a Stormtrooper?
Yeah, he's the one that she does the first mind trick on.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant.
He's not voicing him in ours. I should point out. I feel like
I was gonna say
before rumors get out of hand.
You could probably just say, yeah, we have him, and I would see a Stormtrooper, hear the voice, and be like, I guess that's Daniel Craig.
Oh, in that case, yes, he did come back.
Yeah. Sweet. You heard it here.
Oh, that's excellent.
That's it. That's the demo.
Done.
So
perfect.
We're just going to talk awkwardly over this screen now.
That's great. You're out like real soon.
Oh yeah, June 28th.
Thanks for that, by the way. Usually at E3, it's like, great, thanks for coming on and see your game at E3 next year.
Yeah, when we'll announce the date.
20 exactly. But you guys are out in a fortnight or so, right?
Yeah, June 28th on everything.
Yeah, so presumably it's finished.
I hope so. I'll have to phone the office and check.
Awesome. Do you guys do any DLC at all with this stuff?
Yeah. We got these really cool extra adventure levels that kind of sort of span off from the main narrative. Like we've got one where there's a couple of pilots who basically crash on Starkiller and they have to get across the Starkiller to escape the planet before it explodes. And a bunch of others. It's really cool stuff.
Good stuff. All right, Graham, before we send you on your way, when is it out and on what platforms? I don't even ask this at the end of most demos. I just want
June 28th on everything. Xbox 360, Xbox One, PS3, PS4, Wii U, PC, 3DS, and PS Vita.
Awesome. Graham from Traveller's Tales, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you very much to Jamie for putting on a wonderful display in the background.
You timed that really well.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, we'll be back in a couple of minutes, folks. We've got Hitman Episode 4 coming on next. We're going to talk about South Park, The Fractured Butthole. David Cage is coming on to talk about Detroit Become Human. Apparently, the Wild Hunt is going to be on stage while we play some Gwent. Apparently, he's going to be playing Gwent, which will be fun. Kingdom Come Deliverance, that really exciting Kickstarter out of Prague. Eagle Flight VR from Ubisoft. Mr. Schaefer's coming on to tell us all about why we should play Psychonauts in virtual reality, plus God of War at the end of the show. Loads of stuff right here on the GameSpot stage. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I love Battlefield, and as a longtime fan of shooters, I finally had a chance to play Hover Junkers on the HTC Vive. The Vive, unlike the Oculus Rift, makes use of physical rooms and has players running around a square between sensors. In the case of Hover Junkers, the square could be the multiplayer lobby, which was a small bar with a robot bartender, alley-oop, a platform at the shooting range, or your actual hover ship used in the multiplayer combat arena. Selecting a gun and holding it with the HTC Vive controller was initially very thrilling. You could flick open the cylinder and look through it. You could turn the gun over and look at the details from all angles. They even scribbled words between each cylinder groove in the revolver. Better than that, when you fire the gun, you actually need to use sight picture, and I found myself closing one eye to line up shots as they do on the range. I would say that one adjustment the game probably needs, though, is the ability to seat the gun higher or lower in the palm of your hand. The virtual hands in the game are tilted a little bit too far forward than my natural hand, which meant I had to cock my hand back further than I normally would to get good sight picture. After practicing at the range, mostly shooting and doing manual reloads, I hopped into a round of multiplayer. I must say the stress of reloading, trying physically to get to your ship's controls, and selecting weapons to shoot back was fantastic. Similar to the active reload mechanic in Gears of War, you have to split your attention to many different actions while under stress. This simulates the feel of shooting a real firearm better than any other 2D counterpart, except maybe Receiver, a game specifically designed to simulate how a firearm works mechanically. Now for the downside of physical shooters in a real room. The cover on the hover platform is about belly button height, so players have a few pieces of junk initially to build around them, but as that gets blown away, you have to duck down to get below cover. While fantastic in VR, in reality you're constantly slamming your knees into the hopefully carpeted ground. This game should probably come with tactical knee pads. Also, you're constantly spinning around to engage targets and getting wrapped up in the HTC Vive's physical cable. This is not only a tripping hazard, but could break the Vive if you stepped on it the wrong way. And let's be honest, there are a lot of middle-aged gamers now. You could actually wrench your back playing this game. Overall, though, Hover Junkers is a great proof of concept. After playing it, I firmly believe a Borderlands-style game would be possible in VR. Movement controls being handled by your left hand worked really well. And going from a hover platform to just accepting your virtual feet gliding across the landscape wouldn't be that big of a jump. VR is incredibly expensive, and no particular fully featured shooter is on the horizon. But Hover Junkers, at least in concept, makes me hopeful. There is nothing in 2D gaming right now quite like picking up a gun in VR, closing one eye, and squeezing off a few rounds.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of the Electronic Triple 2016. I'm Daniel Dwyer, joined by Michael Mahardy and his standing chin. I love you, you beautiful man. Torben, my friend, we're here to talk about I was about to say Tobias Reaper. I'm not sure if anyone ever calls him that anymore. I think that got thrown out with the first one.
They call him that briefly.
Right, yeah.
It ends badly.
Maybe one game, I don't know. Agent 47 has had a wonderful renaissance this year in the form of Hitman.
Yes, just Season 1 Hitman.
Hitman, yeah. Let's talk about that first of all, because there was sort of, I guess a bit of, as you know, anytime you release a game in a sort of a non, just boxed copy, there you go. There's a bit of confusion about it. Talk a little bit about, I guess, the impetus behind releasing Hitman as this like purchase and an episodic game.
So this goes back to Absolution.
Right.
I was on Absolution. I was working with the guys who built Contracts Mode, which was the create your own target thing there. And we shipped it, and very quickly, as you always do with a game, you discover things that are perhaps not as good as they could have been, or things that you designed as diligently as you could, but it turns out that when you put tens of millions of play hours into it, stuff is not working the way it should be. The three things in Absolution that were kind of troubled were the disguise system that was maybe a bit too punishing, a little bit difficult to understand.
Right.
It was the scoring system that got a lot of flack because it was stupidly punishing. And finally, the contracts economy was just busted. And the problem with the way we built that game, the problem with the way we understood how to build games at that point, was almost like packing a trunk to go on a trip. Right. You stuff stuff into it, and you stuff stuff into it, and you get your friend to sit on it so you can close it. If you open that thing again, it's going to explode.
Yeah.
So we shipped it, and then we thought, okay, what can we do without opening this trunk again? And we managed to get the disguise system kind of fixed, but we couldn't touch the other things because it was just
too much.
Madness,
And the other problem with packing for a trip is that once you've hit your first waypoint, you realize you brought all the wrong things.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely. So, so a bunch of us sat down and we thought, what are the things that we wish we could have done? And we identified things like the ability to kind of go into a level and make game mechanical changes, like for example saying, okay, suddenly these guys are going to enforce disguises, or you can't climb the side of the building, or you have to do the whole thing in 5 minutes, but not knowing ahead of time what everything would be, but have like a framework that would allow us to inject new rules. You'll recognize these from escalation mode, this idea of complications. We wanted to be able to go back and create and inject new game design into levels, like new targets and new security setups and entirely new activities in the levels, which is what we've done with the summer bonus episode by creating the film set and Marrakesh by Night.
Yeah.
So it was like in that scope of things that we arrived at this understanding that we wanted to have a game as a platform.
Right.
I mean, it sounds like an awful buzzword, but this idea that we could touch these things in a way that didn't require us to patch constantly. And that brought us kind of to where we are today, where we have episodes that come out and bring a new location and a bunch of setup. And we have weekly content drops of escalations or challenges or elusive targets that can really change the level. The one that's live right now in E3 actually goes into that back area of the palace where usually Decker meets Novikov and you break his neck and chuck him in the river. It's like one thing that happens there. We've lifted all of that out, and now there's a party there.
Right.
And all the people who could normally get in can't get in. And there's a whole piece of setup there. And our ability to do that, or even our ability to go in and do things like Marrakesh by Night that you see there, which is this much calmer, cooler, more welcoming Marrakesh, that is on this scale of things that we can do with this game platform that we've come up with.
Yeah, it's always interested me, the episodic structure itself. I'm always kind of skeptical about when I hear it at first, but in retrospect, this game just really works with it, because it, like, the way people talk about this game is so different than like when you talk about the earlier Hitmans. You play through the entire game, someone says, oh, I saw this is how I did this is how I completed this objective, or I used this disguise. But this game, it's like every single episode that releases is just under this really tight scrutiny, so then people really learn it, like the ins and outs. And that's really interesting to me when I come into work and I hear like Pete, our reviews editor, saying like, yeah, I just played this again and I just found this, and like you really learn it inside and out. I'm assuming that was your intention, maybe.
Yes, but it was, I think the big realization for me with releasing this game now is how it almost seems we consume games now.
Right.
When we release something, it's live and it's streamed and people have passionate opinions about it. And we watch this, and sometimes we're sitting there thinking, should we fix this like moment to moment?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, wait and see how it settles. And an example of this, in the Sapienza level, you can unlock this breaching charge device thing. You slap it on a door, you trigger it, it'll blow the door in, blow a safe in, that kind of thing. Game mechanically, it's a low yield, was a non-lethal explosive.
Right.
But people worked out that it actually had a very, very high physics impetus.
Okay.
So then an elusive target comes out, the first one. The target is the forger. At one point he walks out onto a balcony. So one of our fans, works out that if he takes a fire extinguisher, puts it out in the garden on top of this breaching charge, triggers the breaching charge,
Kidding me.
the fire extinguisher smashes the guy in the face and kills him.
That's awesome.
In a game mode with permadeath.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, what?
What did you think as designers when you saw that happen?
As designed. It sounds facetious, right? But it goes back to the infamous traffic accident kill in A New Life in Blood Money, which was like at the dawn of YouTube, where someone figured out that if they went into the specific level and triggered a specific series of events, the target would panic, call for his backup, run out into the street, and his backup would get in their car, drive over, hit him and kill him. And it's like, we did not script that. We did not design that. It was like an emergent result of hundreds of hours of like abuse of the systems. And that led to contracts mode in Absolution.
Right.
And in many ways, it's informed a lot of the design decisions that we've done on the new game, which are embracing the fact that there is craziness. We're seeing Sapienza running here. This is the film set. This is a superhero epic sci-fi movie being shot in Sapienza. The target is a film director. It's a lot of fun because he's an old school guy. He does his own stunts. He likes pyrotechnics and physical effects, and that's a dangerous
Lots of interesting ways
with
to kill
47 on set.
Yeah, to Mike's point, I mean, the Hitman games were one of those games that replaying levels was always fun. It wasn't like you were just constantly trying to get to the next one, but there also was this element of you want to see what happens next. So it was almost as if the game was sort of pulling your attention in two different ways. It was like, play with the sandbox, but also, hey, see what the next one is. Yeah. So in a weird way, and again, it goes to like gamers don't know what they want, right? Because like people are probably saying like, I want to play a full Hitman game. I don't want to pay $60 and have to wait. But you've actually allowed this like the players to breathe and experience the level and play with that emerging gameplay and trick things and in a way that like the game has such a long tail. It feels like this game is coming out every 2 months or whatever because it's like a new thing. Did you expect that would happen, or were you worried that there would be a backlash to like, why are they asking me to pay for $60 for one level and promising me the rest?
Let's be honest, right? It was on us to prove that this was a thing that could make sense, that it was valid not just to wait for everything to come out. But I think you're on the money, right? People are realizing that they have time and they feel kind of liberated to go in and explore and discover the fact that everything in our games is built up around the context of the level, the progression system and the challenge. All of this is about mastering a level. But talking about liberation, that was kind of an interesting outcome of the escalation design. Escalations are like these little multi-stage missions where we say, kill a guy dressed as a waiter with a saber. Okay. Can you also do that if you've got to hide the bodies in 90 seconds? Can you also do that if you have to delete tapes if they spot you? Can you also do, right? Kind of a horde mode for Hitman almost, right? But what came out of that is that it's liberating because there's no fiction. There's no reason why 47 is doing this.
Right.
It's mechanics. And the mechanics are fun. And going through a level and then suddenly encountering the fact that, hey, right, you can only carry this weapon in this disguise. Why? Have fun with this challenge. And it's liberating and helps, I think, it helped me, right, when I first played the prototypes of this to realize that, hey, the basic mechanics of this game are a lot of fun.
Right.
We do tend to kind of get locked into the fiction and the fantasy of this ultra-powerful assassin.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's, when we live stream it, me and Travis, our community manager, when we live stream it, it always goes south.
Yeah.
And, #Travis proximity bombs. But it's fun because it just lets you play with the mechanics.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was gonna say, like to use a dumb metaphor, I was like comparing the earlier ones to like novels, whereas this is a collection of short stories that you can get attached to them individually, but then also like the overarching structure of the entire game is still interesting. Like there's that through line that kind of connects them all.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's been interesting to me since it started releasing.
It's also been, I think, key to the way we're trying to imagine our story and our development of the narrative in the game, because Absolution was an interesting study of the character in kind of like a particular kind of story, a very grindhouse, gritty, how many lives will you take to save one kind of high concept thing. Maybe not super approachable from the point of view of Blood Money, but with making this one, I think we made the decision really early on that we didn't want to do a hero's journey with the guy, right?
Right.
We wanted to keep 47 the stoic, cold guy in the middle and tell stories around him.
Right. Which is wonderful. Which is like, I always find it funny that there are 2 Hitman movies, because Hitman to me has always been like a cipher for like the player to just. It's like a game of chess, right? It's like all of these mechanics. So to me, the pull was never, and there are some wonderful moments throughout the franchise. Like just thinking about the coffin scene with the credits running and all that, and like Hitman 1 has some like wonderful moments in as well with like his origin story and all that stuff. But yeah, it's like, I guess you guys picked your poison. You went, okay, you know what? People know this is a video game. Like the escalation mode is a perfect example of that. We know it's a game. Yes. Like we know there are some games where you shouldn't see the puppet strings, but it's perfectly fine in Hitman to know where those puppet strings are and then to sort of mess with them.
Precisely that. I mean, it's like this giant clockwork machine, and when you've mastered it, you know if you stick the thing in here, this machine will tear itself apart and your 2 targets will die and no one will be blamed, and you can do it in less than a minute.
Right.
And that's as designed.
Torben, I could talk to you all day about this. I'm sure Mike could too. We have to cut this one.
Yes.
But before you go, when is the next? So is this technically episode 4?
Well, no, we call this the summer. This is the summer bonus episode. Episode 4 comes after it. This is the midpoint.
Cool.
It's out July 19th on your preferred console or digital platform.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Best of luck with the rest of Hitman Season 1.
Thank you.
And best of luck with if there is a Season 2. I'm sure there is. People seem to be chewing this one down. So thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Thank you for watching, everyone. Make sure you get those questions in. Sorry, I was hogging Torben there for that segment. We've got Jason on in a second to talk about South Park, The Fractured Butthole. I know a bunch of people looking forward to this one. So stick around. Back in a couple of minutes.
You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads.
All right, boys, let's rock and roll.
As someone familiar with the series, Star Fox Zero is immediately confusing. On the surface, it appears to be a modern extension of Star Fox 64, but Zero plays by its own rules. It relies on the gamepad's display and motion sensing capabilities, asking that you divide your attention between 2 screens, one for flight and one for shooting, which fundamentally changes how you play the game. Zero has a few tricks up its sleeves when it comes to vehicles too, including the Walker mech transformation for your R-Wing jet. You also have access to a slow, drone-like copter in the Gyro Wing, which packs a tiny tethered robot that you can lower and navigate through small spaces to access computer terminals. Once lowered, you look through the robot's eyes using the gamepad's screen to pinpoint your target and hack away, though it's a process that's more tedious than it is enjoyable. More than anything else in Zero, piloting your R-Wing is a joyous experience. Your booster jet communicates a great sense of speed as you twist in midair and flip around behind enemies, leaving bursts of energy in your wake. You also have to contend with tight spaces, tipping your wings at just the right angle to slip through small gaps and avoid environmental perils.
On second thought, let's take the back way.
The Landmaster tank from Star Fox 64 makes its return as well, but new to Zero is the ability to transform the Landmaster into a jet. Though it doesn't match the speed or maneuverability of the R-Wing, it's a welcome bonus that makes piloting a slow tank a tad more interesting in practice. Most stages in Zero are on rails, where you move forward at a constant rate. In other scenarios, typically boss fights, you switch into all range mode and take full control of your R-Wing, and it's here where Zero's complicated control scheme becomes the center of attention, and not in a good way. Now in theory, Zero's controls allow you to be a more capable marksman, picking off enemies with greater speed and accuracy than before. The catch though is that you have to look away from your TV and focus on the gamepad's first-person cockpit view while your vehicle flies unattended. You have the option to press a button to shift the cockpit view to your TV, but even so, the same disconnect applies. Though you may find some success aiming with a third-person reticle when flying through linear stages, it's actually terribly misleading. Rather than indicate where your shot will actually land, the reticle in Zero's third-person view is representative of your line of sight from the cockpit. Once you enter all range mode, you have no choice but to switch between first and third-person perspectives. Here, the camera becomes unshackled and floats around your vehicle rather than directly behind it. Your over-the-shoulder line of sight is stripped away. Although you can lock onto enemies that come into view, it's only the camera that's affected, not your aim. And it took hours to become fully acclimated to Zero's new rules, but it did eventually click. While I still resort to feeling out my aim during linear levels, I'm more comfortable and effective in all range mode. The high learning curve was enough to make me put down the controller and walk away more than once early on, but every time I came back, my skills improved. My relationship with Zero did get off to a rocky start, but I was in a better place once I convinced myself to forget everything Star Fox 64 taught me and accept Zero on its own terms. Now, the new controls don't necessarily make for a more fun space combat game, and I found myself wavering between excitement and apathy when going through the campaign. No matter how you slice it, Star Fox has always been a series about flight and movement, and Zero dilutes that formula by forcing you to prioritize shooting. That's not to say you never had to fire at enemies in the past, but the act of aiming was tied to movement, which in practice maintained the ever-present joy of flight. Now, the act is tied to a complex control scheme that's a mild but regular source of frustration.
Use your brakes! Stay focused!
Zero is saved in part by its presentation. Blue skies and verdant hills with crimson enemies give way to vast expanses of outer space, the perfect canvas for lasers and radiant stars. With the added gravitas from the soundtrack and the quips from your allies during battle, Zero often echoes the Star Wars film's great battles, albeit with a cast of cute and furry heroes.
No time to celebrate. We've got a fight on our hands.
The old material is handled with care, and later levels do a good job of standing out, with new mission designs and set pieces that feature impressive scale. By the end of my first playthrough, I was eager to go back and retry old levels, in part because I wanted to put my newfound skills to the test, but also because Zero's campaign features branching paths that lead to new locations. My second run-through felt way better than the first, and solidified my appreciation for the game. While I still don't love the new control scheme, it's a small price to pay to hop into the seat of an R-Wing and dive back into combat. Zero is a good-looking homage with new secrets to find and challenges to overcome. It doesn't supplant Star Fox 64, but Star Fox Zero does the series' legacy justice.
Hey folks, welcome back to GameSpot Stage right here at the Electronic Triple. It's time to talk about fractured buttholes. Cannot wait for this one.
Single.
Oh, sorry, just a single one?
The fractured butthole.
Jason
It's 2
Schroeder,
words.
I'm so sorry.
Very
Lead
important.
on
Branding is
fractured
important.
butthole. Thank you so much for coming on to talk to
My
myself
pleasure.
and Mike
My absolute pleasure.
about your beautiful fractured butthole. Congratulations, you did a great little bit on the whole place falling apart the minute you come down here.
It's fracturing right around me.
How was your time on the stage trying to wrangle Trey and Matt?
It was fun. It was exhilarating. I barely remember it. Like, it was sort of an adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
We had did a single rehearsal.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was not anything like the one we did live, so it was pretty fun.
It was good.
The main thing is just we meet very, very, very regularly. So like all of the game design meetings, we basically were like, let's just go up there and kind of have a meeting. I was like, I have some prepared videos that I kind of need to make sure we hit. So you guys will say some stuff, and every once in a while I'll go, backstory. We should talk about backstory because there's a really great video about it.
Yeah, what's that relationship like? I guess like how involved are? It seemed like they were incredibly involved in the Stick of Truth, writing the whole thing. Is that the same case here?
I mean, they write. They're like the creative directors and the lead writers and like the head editorial, and it's just like they're super duper involved. Like, I think that they could be making a movie, they could be making another play, but they're choosing to sort of divert all that energy into making a great game.
Yeah, and it was really interesting watching sort of the series after the Stick of Truth because there was so much random video game related stuff in there. Like you could tell they were like visiting websites and Reddit and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that anytime you watch an episode and you're like, where do they come up with that? It's like, yeah, it's just what they're thinking about. It's just what they're very personally doing, and it's either the boys are saying stuff or Randy's saying stuff.
So what's it been like for you then working? You worked on Stick of Truth as well, right?
I was working on Rocksmith at that time.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So what's the sort of impetus been around doing the sequel? Has it come from those guys? Was there sort of unfinished business left in that, or have you guys dragged in like a bunch of people who wouldn't have played a South Park game before, and you kind of want to service them again?
Well, I think it's a few things. Like Ubisoft was really happy with how the Stick of Truth was received, and then I think South Park was like, well, I mean, people liked it, but what if we did it even better?
Right.
And like, oh, well, we wouldn't want to do that. And it's like, well, but if we did do it, it would be about superheroes because we liked the Coon and Friends. Like, yeah, well, what would we call it? And then I think he's like, the Fractured Butthole. Okay, we have to make that because now I want to see that on a giant billboard, and and we'll get Ubisoft to pay for it. Done.
Good stuff. You just completed it recently, right?
Yeah, I didn't. I've been putting it off for so long for some reason that my roommate was like, all right, he heard I hadn't played it, and he's like, okay, let's play it.
Yeah.
And just like from the outset, I played Undertale right before that.
Right.
And
So
they're very
mood.
different games, but they're also like kind of play with what you expect from RPGs.
Yeah.
Very much like in the classes of Stick of Truth, especially. Because I don't know what's appropriate to say on the stage.
Anything.
Trepidation.
We already said fractured butthole a bunch.
Yeah, I guess so. But no, it's.
Did you play as a Jew?
Yes.
Okay. I'll get it out there for you.
No, it's and then well, obviously the whole when you're picking your name or whatever, he's like, "Are you sure it's not douchebag?"
Great.
Yeah.
I believe you entered douchebag. Is that correct? Yeah.
No, I didn't. I think you entered douchebag.
All right, confirmed douchebag.
So what type of sequel is the fractured butthole then? Is it like are you using those same RPG mechanics and layering on a new story, or are you trying to move some new stuff in there?
It's this. You're the new kid still from Stick of Truth, so like the familiarity of the town and everything will feel really good. But I think Stick of Truth ended up being largely sort of satirical about all games, and this is a little bit satirical about movies and entertainment in general, and just sort of everyone. It's funny that everyone like that's just a normal like mass market person at this point. Understands an origin story and conflict and crooked cops and like what you really need to do to be a superhero these days, and just like the citizens of South Park kind of getting caught up in the kids' game and just being a part of their sort of fantasy.
So does it play similarly to Stick of Truth kind of? Will people be used to that? I mean, because there is an element of if it ain't broke, don't fix it there. But then, you're making a sequel, you want to add some
I mean, you were able to finish Stick of Truth pretty short order. And like I think we still went that level of, Ubisoft has games that can take you a lifetime to complete.
Right, totally.
Do everything.
Yeah. I mean, there's no shortage of those.
This one, I mean, we want it to, it's big, but we want people to not feel like I'm never going to be able to finish that. Right. And that's nice. So for Fractured, I think that the combat is obviously a big change. So the last time it was turn-based, just you each stick on a side, and this time it's still turn-based, which gives us a lot of flexibility to get in jokes and like, timing and have the time to hear the joke delivered. But it also, we wanted more depth, so we were talking about, it kind of sucks that when you're able to like explore around South Park, but then we have this little cutaway, and then you're kind of fighting in an approximation of the place you were just exploring. We really want to just have a fight in that kitchen. We want to have a fight in Cartman's kitchen, and we want to have a fight on Main Street, not an approximation of it. And so in order to do that, we're like, well, why would you have to no longer be able to move if you were just exploring? So like, okay, well, let's move. And then I realized, oh my god, I just quadrupled or maybe octupled the amount of animation work we have to do, but totally worth it, because now you can like knock each other around and really...
just watching.
Are you
just
watching
the B-roll? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those are time farts, which we can totally talk about as well.
Slow down time when you fart?
It changes the turn order if you do it during combat.
Okay.
So in a turn-based game, if you can manipulate the turn order, it's one of those weird things of the boys are always imagining that they're superheroes, but somehow they're always kind of also having a real impact on the world. So there's this sort of weird mind game of, are you really farting so bad that it's breaking time, or is everyone just agreeing to switch up the turn order because you farted?
Do you still have... Oh, sorry. Do you still have like character archetypes you choose from for your character? Like not classes, but kind of,
We have classes actually, because we took the superhero class types that you might play in like a superhero tabletop RPG, and so you can be a speedster, blaster, or like a brick. So you could be like a thing, Quicksilver, Cyclops, and sort of mix and match those powers so that you like have a defensive thing, but you can move fast and shoot blasters, because you're kids and you're just sort of like revising the rules based on okay, you can have another class, but you have to have this new kryptonite or whatever. Like they're just making stuff up.
There's a bunch of questions coming in. So many of them I cannot possibly say, but keep them coming in. Did you change the town of South Park? Asks Thematgary, or is the map the same? So how do you even like deal with that, considering like it exists? Right? There's a South Park canon.
You as the new kid still live next door to Butters.
Great.
And Butters lives next door to Eric. So it's that sort of familiar stuff is there. But then at the same time, we needed to add new businesses. So because in a superhero show, you need that sort of like dirty place that you go to. So we have like the Peppermint Hippo, which is their strip club, and Buca di Fagaccini, which is their Italian restaurant.
So what's that called again?
Buca di Fagaccini.
Okay, yeah.
Is the Peppermint Hippo in any way a play on Spearmint Rhino?
Never heard of it.
That was a place we saw recently. We're in like Santa Barbara on the drive down here.
I can't see the connection. I have no
I'm
idea.
Sure you. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But like we have the ruins of Soda Sopa are still built up around Kenny's house from the last season, so you can sort of see like season 19's blending into this version of South Park.
So I was going to ask something, and then you mentioned the Spearmint Rhino thing. And it's completely gone out of my head. I guess when Trey and Matt were on the stage, they talked about the Kanye West sort of
the
mini
touching
game.
moments in our
game.
game.
There might be. Is that actually in the game?
That exists.
That is actually in the
you
game.
You will
so
help a gay fish's mom get to heaven.
Okay. So
it's going to be emotional for everyone.
It's like internal. It's like you have a game within a game.
Yeah.
Almost. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they've
added value.
Like in the last game, you went to Canada, and just sort of the stuff that kind of takes your expectations and subverts it. Like we're definitely still finding that sort of stuff and just trying to get you to just not just do the same thing every moment.
Do you have any idea like what games those guys play? Did they ever come to you and say like, "Oh, look, I've been playing a bunch of this"?
Well, that's what makes it really easy to collaborate with them, is that they are both big gamers.
Right.
So just like, when you're working with game developers and you're like, well, like this, I was playing this weekend, and they did this really smart thing. The same exact way, like right now, not because of a Ubisoft thing, Matt Stone is playing The Division like crazy. So like that's a really good touchstone for us to talk about. Oh, well, the reason they did that, and we could do something like that in our game, really unifies that language. Trey has been playing a lot of RPGs, but he also plays a ton of tabletop games.
Right, okay.
So he's a dungeon master and runs his own campaign.
Oh, really?
And for him, then a lot of those mechanics and a lot of those like tactics, things that we're doing are also things that he's sort of, just like a good game design lead, he's like, well, let's prototype it in a little board game scenario.
It doesn't get irritating when they're like, because like to me that sounds like every person on the internet ever. It's like, oh, you should have done it like that. Like I really like this part of like The Witcher. Could you like stick that in there?
Yeah, when you have editorial control, you could totally say that if you want.
I got a bit of like, it was like Stanley Parable-esque stuff with Cartman narrating over.
Yeah. So what you're seeing there is actually Cartman has an interactive backstory with you. So you go to Cartman, who's the coon, and he is trying to build up his franchise, and he wants you to be a marketable superhero because he wants you to be a part of making $1 billion for him. And so that means that you need to have a compelling backstory. And what we did is we used that interactive backstory to actually train you on your new powers.
Got it.
So if you unlock a speedster, rather than just throwing you out in the world like you were a Jew and you're like, I have no idea what that's going to mean, but it's a long-term consequence, and now you're locked into it.
That's the big problem, like all role-playing games.
Yeah, so you choose Speedster, and he gets to do, like, did you like those powers? Would you like to try something else?
Right.
Like, no matter what, you're never going to be in time to stop your dad from, how much can I say?
You just want to say whatever you want.
Yeah, you'll never be in time to stop your dad from fucking your mom.
Okay.
Like, no matter what. That's the problem with being a superhero that's just, has that painful origin story.
Sparksby asking, will the new upcoming season of South Park influence the game or vice versa? Is there any crossover? Does that sort of stuff happen? I mean, there's like elements of the seasons you can see in the game.
I mean, we're coming out in December, and South Park season 20 will be running from September to December. So I think it's much more likely to hit DLC than it is the game, just like because they don't know what they're doing in season 20 right now. Like legitimately, no idea. They will walk in September and go, what's on our minds, and let's get that onto the screen in 6 days.
I feel so old that there are 20 seasons of South Park. Like I remember being like feeling like I was like an old person, like an older teenager when it started out. I guess it's been ridiculous.
I mean, I think people have sort of grown up and had their minds twisted by it.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Who buys this game then, do you think? Because like I don't even know who the audience for, because the audience for South Park, everybody. Because like to me the audience for South Park is like people like our age who grew up watching it, but presumably there are like younger folks watching it as well.
One of these weird things about Stick is that like we start seeing people playing it online, and then they start playing it because they saw someone else playing it online and sharing those videos, and then they're like, man, this game's so great. Did you hear they made a cartoon out of it?
You kidding me? Is that actually
like, wow, that's such a weird way to approach that. Like we just never really anticipated it.
Yeah.
So now with Fractured, we're just like, we want moms to play it, and that seems like it's a weird thing. Like, whoa, moms. It's like, no, man, moms have become moms while South Park has been
Right. Oh God,
has
that's
been
terrifying.
running, right?
Oh my God.
So someone's dad
Fucked some. Yeah, that's fine.
right, and now, but she's still into South Park. Totally get in there and play, because we're trying to make something that's both like a good game and like gamers are going to feel like, cool, it's a tactics game and I get it.
Right.
But, you know, if you just want to experience it, you shouldn't be intimidated, and like all those jokes are there for you as well.
Well, that's the thing. Like the first with Stick, it kind of seemed initially like it would be tough to sell. Right? I mean, you have South Park fans which will go for it, but
Right.
then like people start playing it little by little. They're like, no, it's not just a South Park game. It's like a good RPG. Is that like I imagine it's a little easier to wrap your people's heads around Fractured Butthole?
Right, on the second time around, they kind of know what it is, right?
Yeah, there's a level of expectation that we're definitely going to have to hit it and go beyond it, and I think we definitely do that with combat and being able to explore the environments and really, you know, we've just improved on everything. The farting is more visceral and interactive than ever before.
Dynamic. There's emergent farts now.
Right, yeah, sure, yeah.
Definitely analog farts. It's really important that like both analog sticks are controlling sort of a sphincter and gas pushing sort of
Right,
thing.
yeah, really, yeah, emergent, sort of visceral, as you said.
Yeah, next gen, man.
Yeah, it's wonderful. What a wonderful age we live in.
Yes.
This is just, thank you so much, Jason.
No problem
for
at all.
brightening up my afternoon.
My
South Park
pleasure.
and the Fractured Butthole. When is it out and on what platforms?
December 6th on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC.
Just in time for the holidays.
Right.
Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your electronic triple. We'll be back in just a minute, folks. Thank you so much for all of your questions, especially the ones I could not pause. Oh my God! I have to delete this
So
whole thing.
offensive.
A bit of a change of pace. We're gonna have David Cage on in a second to talk about Detroit, Become Human. So stick around. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. David Cage.
Hey,
I guess the writer, director, creative lead.
Yeah,
of,
whatever.
Detroit
All the
Become
things
Human.
at the same time. Yeah.
All of these things. Great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much. Great to see Detroit as well. Once again. If you don't mind, though, I want to talk to you about one of your earlier games. One of my favorite games, just briefly before we. Omicron: The Nomad Soul.
Oh my God.
Quantic Dream's first.
You're that
game.
old?
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Oh
I turned the grey hair. I turned 30 this year. But I love that game, and obviously earlier this year we lost David Bowie in January, and that was, I believe, the only game that he was in, or the only game
think so,
ever.
yeah.
So what was it like working with him? Do you remember? Was there fond memories of it? Or?
Well, it was my very first game.
Really?
And I remember the first time we met, actually. I mean, we were supposed to meet in the publisher's office in London, and I thought it would never come. I thought all this was just, would never happen. And actually it was like 10 minutes late.
Right.
And we were all looking at our watches thinking, oh, he's never going to make it. And then 10 minutes later he arrived and he apologized for being late because of the traffic.
Oh, really?
And he came with a young kid. He was maybe 14 years old at the time. And he said, okay, this is my video game expert. This is my son, Duncan Jones.
Yes.
Who became, of course, the director that we know.
Yeah, of Moon and of course World of Warcraft.
Yeah. And so it was really funny because I met both at the same time, and we had a wonderful collaboration together that lasted a year.
Right.
And he wrote about 12 original songs, and I had the pleasure to direct him in studio because he would play 2 roles in the game. So it's a fantastic experience, of course, as you can imagine, and he was a fantastic person.
Right. That was actually how I found out about David Bowie. Because I had never found his music, and then I remember walking into, was it the bar where the band is playing for the first time, and it takes control away from you and does the music video, and then I was like, what is this? My auntie found out and bought me a David Bowie album then.
So I introduced you.
You did, so thank you so much.
Oh my God.
For giving me the gift of David Bowie, and to all of us.
My pleasure.
Quantic Dream, obviously you've created a bunch of games since, Fahrenheit or Indigo Prophecy, depending on what side of the Atlantic you live on.
Absolutely.
The last one we played was Beyond Two Souls, another collaboration with a bunch of famous actors.
Yes.
One of the interesting things about Detroit, seeing it initially, is that there doesn't seem to be any familiar faces. We don't have a Willem Dafoe. We don't have any sort of celebrity in it, at least so far. Is that the case?
Well, our goal has never been to look for the most, famous people to get them in our games. It was just to find the right actor for the role. And in this case, we worked with a bunch of young but very talented actors. And the first one we introduced at Paris Games Week is the character of Kara.
Yes.
Incarnated by a young actress called Valerie Curry. And she was in a TV series called The Following recently, and she's a fantastic actress. And of course, she was Kara in the shorts that we did in 2012.
Yeah, a long time ago now. Yeah.
So same actress. And here at E3, we came with a new scene, and we absolutely wanted to come with a playable scene because with our games, each time we introduce a new game, the first question we get is how does it play? Because it's still quite mysterious for some people to know how you can play a story-driven game. So we wanted to come with this playable scene and introducing the character of Connor, who is incarnated by another very talented actor called Brian Deckard.
Let's talk about some of your, influences that sort of create this world. What type of world are we looking at here? Obviously, you can talk about things like Blade Runner in terms of the sort of like android sort of human relationship thing happening there. But what type of world are we looking at in Detroit? How far in the future is it? What does Detroit look like?
So Detroit, we call it a neo-noir thriller. It's set in a near future in the city of Detroit, Michigan, of course. And it's important for us that it's a near future. It's not sci-fi, so there's no flying car, no laser gun. It's just our world, but 20 years from now. And in this world, the technology allow the creation of androids that look, speak, move exactly like human beings, except they are just machines. So they took most of human jobs, as you could expect, and so there are millions of them all across the country. And the story starts when some of them start to show strange behaviors. Some of them leave without any reason, others kill themselves, which is very unusual for a machine. And others start to be aggressive against humans. And we're just at the very beginning. It's very few androids having these dysfunctions. And we are going to discover why and what happened, etc., etc. Well, what was important for me was to take a different angle than most stories about androids. I didn't want to tell another story where the humans would be the good guys and they would need to face these evil androids and
Yes.
who have a virus and we need to kill them before they kill us. It's been done before very well. I wanted to create a story where we would play the androids and see the world through their eyes and from
Right.
their point of view, and maybe they're the good guys and maybe we are the bad guys.
It's always an interesting part of your games is or I suppose maybe the more modern ones, is that the idea of playing the story through multiple perspectives. Presumably that'll also be the case here?
Absolutely, we play more than one character. We introduce again Kara, and Connor is the second character that is playable, and who knows, maybe there are more.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out over the coming months. Yeah, the demo you showed, I guess there's this thing when the games that you create are always so striking and so sort of like film-like that I guess maybe audiences we assume that they're incredibly linear and that there isn't much choice, because that's the case for most video games that sort of take that route. Was there a sort of a very determined mission to sort of show that, okay, here is one small scene and this is like the various different ways in which it plays out?
Absolutely. I mean, we want to create an experience in which the player is not only the actor of the story, but he is the co-writer. So basically, based on his choices, his decisions, he's going to tell his own story, and his story is going to be different from someone else's story. And all this happens through gameplay. So we didn't want to tell the story through cutscenes. We want the player to play, and as he plays, he tells the story. And that was really our starting point and a real motto for every decision we make. We wanted to create the more, we call this bending, for bending stories.
Right.
But it's branching narrative. And basically, we wanted to create the more bending game we have ever created at Quantic Dream.
Right. Well, is that always the mission for the next game? Because obviously, with Heavy Rain, that was the sort of modus operandi. That was the mission, it seemed. And then with Beyond Two Souls, similarly, but in
a different way, probably. Yeah. Game after game, we don't like formulas in a way. We try to reinvent what we're doing. We try to challenge ourselves, and we have the immense luxury of having time and support from Sony to try things, to experiment, and maybe fail, maybe succeed, maybe find something or find nothing. But at least we can explore and try. And each story you want to tell must find its own voice, its own language in some way. And so game after game, we try to find the best gameplay, the best interface that will better fit the story we want to tell. And for Detroit, it became very obvious from the beginning that would be the best choice, having different points of view. Also having characters who can die, which is also something very interesting. Right. Because I never felt comfortable with game over. In video games, to be honest, especially when they are story-driven, because it's always a strange thing, these game over situations where you die and then we go back in time and you need to replay this again until you play the game the way the game designer wanted you to play, which in a fighting game is fine, or a shooting game, but in a story-driven game doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah. So what we tried to do was to give a narrative consequences to your failures and make sure that maybe you will be injured, maybe you will lose something, maybe you will miss an information or something, or maybe ultimately your character can die, but there will be a logical consequence to your failure and significant consequences on the narrative.
Your games are, they're different as individuals. If you compare one to the other, they're different. But people know what a sort of a Quantic Dream game is. They know where you're coming from. Why is it, do you think, that even though you've been making these games and they have been successful and selling and seem to be well critically sort of acclaimed or received, why is no one else making these games? Is that weird to you? That
I think the situation has changed a lot, to be honest with you, since we started. Because when we really initiated this new genre, maybe with Indigo Prophecy, we were pretty much alone to believe in this story-driven game with branching narrative. And I remember very well that it was very challenging to convince publishers at the time to sign this kind of experiences, because they said, well, there is no shooting in your game. What kind of game is it going to be? So we are now, 10 years later, and I think things have changed a lot, because now we can see some story-driven games arriving, and we can see, most of all, more and more storytelling in all kinds of games.
Right.
even in shooters now, you have a very strong story and you have virtual actors and they try to bring emotion. So
yeah, I mean, Heavy Rain was a game that sort of, back then you guys were the first people, it seemed, doing this sort of like facial capture voice within the game. I mean, it seems like it's happening in every game now.
Absolutely.
Is it easier for you guys now because there's like, it's not like you're creating this technology to put in your game. It's more ubiquitous. Is it easier to do that now? Has the technology become sort of more available?
It's easier and harder. It's easier in that sense that because other people are doing it, then you know what the benchmark is and what you want to improve compared to others where you were on your own. I mean, you were setting the benchmark by yourself, so it was like hard. But it's more challenging, of course, because now there is a lot of competition and there are some very, very talented and skillful people out there doing great things. So it's some pressure on the studio, but it's a very interesting challenge. And overall, I think it's a good thing for the industry as a whole that we compete to tell the best story and have the best characters in our games.
And does Sony support you, I imagine, quite well in this endeavor? I mean,
absolutely. I mean, we came here 10 years ago in 2006 and we had this short technical demo that we created that was called The Casting that you can still find on YouTube. And actually we never worked with Sony at the time and we just showed them this little piece and they said, okay, would you like to be on Sony's booth at E3? I said, oh, yeah, of course, that's a dream coming true. And they put the demo on their booth and it's been very successful, got very positive feedback, and then they came back and say, okay, what do you want to do after that? We pitched them Heavy Rain.
Was that the video of the lady in the kitchen?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And here we are 10 years later, and it's been a wonderful relationship, honestly, with them for 10 years. They really supported us. Always supported us, and even in our crazy ideas, even when the games are late or cost more than initially planned, which never happens to anyone in this industry. But still, they were very supportive and always pushing us for innovation and being creative and letting us what we wanted to do. I mean, total creative freedom, which is incredibly rare these days.
Yeah, I mean, and also sort of as you as a writer and director, like. You only get video games take a long time to make, and you only get to make a certain amount within your lifetime.
Yeah.
Was this a story that you always sort of wanted to tell? Is this one you've had on the back burner when you were making other games like Heavy Rain and Beyond? Did you always want to do your sort of take on the android-human relationship?
No, but I think I can only carry one story at a time, but I know that this is a story that I need to tell. But it's one thing at a time, and there is a moment where you carry more stories in you, but there is a moment where there is one, and you know it's the right one. It's the one you're going to fight for over the next 3-4 years of your life. And you know that you cannot leave without telling that specific story. And it slowly grows in you, and it becomes something obvious at some point, and you know you have to do it.
And I guess I've got a lot of questions, sort of. I'm sure you won't be telling us too much about it, but about Detroit. I mean, the word Detroit in America as well means something. That you can't sort of think about that without thinking about race relations and sort of like I guess like socioeconomic issues and things like that. And obviously, we were talking briefly before we went live about sort of what's happening in Europe at the moment as well. Do you feel like you want to tell those types of stories within your games? Is there any of that in Detroit itself, or sort of because it's a difficult one. It's like, do you want to have the responsibility or burden of talking about these things?
I chose Detroit because I was very fascinated by the history of this city. It was an industrial giant in the 20th century, and then it went through very hard times, and now it's trying to be reborn again somehow. It has also a fantastic history of, as you said, racial, issues. The cultural aspect is also amazing with the Motown and all the great artists
of course,
coming from Detroit. So it's a fantastic place, but it's also a great city with a great history. And this idea of being very high and losing everything and coming back is so strong, and it's such a human story somehow. So that was the starting point for getting interested in Detroit. And then we said, okay, we cannot write about Detroit without going there. I mean, of course, you can go on the internet and grab some pictures and then Google Earth it, and you
there are lots of ways today.
Yeah, but the thing is that you don't feel the place, you don't know the people. So we traveled there, spent some time there. Of course, we visited the abandoned factories and the abandoned churches that everybody knows, and all the urban fields type of areas. But at the same time, we saw some wonderful things. We met some incredible people, and the Fox Theater, for example, in Detroit, is one of the most amazing places I've seen. And it's right in the center of Detroit, and it's incredible. And the people there are full of energy, and they're struggling and they're fighting, but they are revitalizing the city in a very interesting way. And all this combined, we came back from Detroit really thinking, yeah, this is the place where we want the story to happen. But this is a very sensitive thing, because and that was also very important to us, is that if you choose a real place, you need to do it in a very respectful way, because this city has its own history. There are people living there, and they love their city, or this is the place where they live. I mean, you need to pay attention to that and be respectful, and not just use what you want to use for your game and throw everything away. So we try to do it, and we'll see. But I hope that people in Detroit will feel proud of this game and the way we use their city.
Lovely. Last question, David. Thank you so much for coming on and talking to us.
A lot, right?
No, it's great. I mean, I could talk to you all day. It's always fascinating to speak to somebody like you. Last question: what games are you playing right now? What do you have much time to play games at the moment? Are you very busy? What have you played in 2016?
I played a bunch of things. A little bit less this year because the Detroit is taking pretty much all my time. At the moment, I'm playing a little game on iOS. Great game. It's called Human Resource Machine.
Okay.
And it's
that sounds like work a bit.
It sounds like work, but it's actually a very fun game to be initiated to programming.
Right.
Though that sounds very boring, described like that, but actually it's a very fun game. And if you like puzzle games on iOS, you should check it out, because it's really surprising in many ways.
Excellent. There you go. Game recommendation from David Cage himself. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Looking forward to seeing more of Detroit Become Human as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Another change of pace. We were just talking to David Cage about Detroit. Next, we've got our friends from CD Projekt Red on to talk about Gwent. Stay there. We'll be back in a second.
Bravely's second End Layer is a sweeping adventure across Celtic myths, pirate legends, and science fiction fairy tales. Poor writing and forced plot points do impede the journey's momentum, but its vivid world and sleek combat are strong enough to overcome the weight dragging it down. As the sequel to 2012's Bravely Default, End Layer returns you to Luxendark, a land of arid deserts and snow-capped mountains. Throughout your travels, you'll upgrade 4 characters, engage in turn-based combat, earn new specialist classes, and prevent the world from crumbling around you. The story serves mainly as a means to pull you between Luxendark's locales, offering new MacGuffins on a whim as you navigate class struggles and solve a variety of political disputes along the way.
Nobody important. We're just looking for a man named Go.
Go? Go get it. The new guy.
At first, End Layer's variety is suspect. It's hard to tell whether it's a wild western, a medieval journey, or a dystopian sci-fi drama. But after several hours, it's clear the game is using the gamut of genres to introduce aesthetics and characters just for spectacle's sake. At this point, I'm content to let it unfold, curious as to what I'll see next. End Layer's characterization and dialogue don't reflect the same ambition, though. In fact, its main character, a young cavalier named Eugeni Olja, is cloying from the start. His catchphrases arrive during emotional moments. His reactions to plot twists are rarely believable. His optimism and candor remain static throughout, never drawing any real meaning from his sense of innocence and naivete. Few of End Layer's characters display much dynamism, but you is the embodiment of the poor writing choices that drag the adventure down. End Layer also breaks the fourth wall several times throughout, often during pivotal plot moments, and it feels forced every time. These meta moments, which I won't spoil here, are interesting concepts on their own, but the story doesn't earn them. They cheapen what little drama the writing already struggled to impart.
Cats are everywhere. Cats see everything. And what they see, I see. Meow, isn't
While End Layer's narrative fails, however, its combat succeeds. The turn-based title brings back the Brave and Default system established in its predecessor. By defaulting, each character enters a defensive stance and saves up Brave points, which allow them to use multiple actions in one turn. Do this without defaulting though, and you're useless for the next several turns. Endlayer benefits from this risk-reward system much like Bravely Default did. There's an inherent tension when choosing between careful defense and all-out aggression. The now eponymous Bravely Second ability also reprises its role. The mechanic allows you to stop time, granting one character an extra action during that turn, further increasing the possible ability combinations against your enemies. It's especially useful against tougher bosses where each turn carries more weight than it might otherwise. And all of this combat is built on the franchise's recurring job system. Jobs, and the array of possibilities surrounding them, are Bravely Second's lifeblood. As with the game's varied locales, its class system borrows from a plethora of genres. There's a Templar, there's an Exorcist, there's even a cat person. There are 30 jobs in total, and each character can equip 2 at a time. By combining the passive abilities of one with the active attacks of another, you can create your own disparate subclasses to further your goals. Endlayer's class system is as much about experimentation as it is execution. Actually acquiring each available job, however, leads to problems in Endlayer's overall structure. Although many classes are unlocked through the main storyline, some are tied to optional side quests that pit 2 NPCs against each other. By choosing sides in the conflict, you opt to fight the opposing character, thereby gaining their job for the remainder of the game. This is conceptually intriguing, but it often creates situations where the job you want is at odds with the character you agree with. Endlayer forces you to play story above gameplay, or, in some cases, the other way around. Without spoiling too much, Bravely Second does allow you to retrace your steps in order to collect every job title in the game's latter half. But the dissonance of the earlier side missions halts the momentum of the globe-trotting plot. On that note, the sequel's late-game hours are far more enjoyable than those of its predecessor. The pacing is constant throughout here, and you witness different areas from those of the first half. It's a far cry from the backtracking and tedium of Default's waning chapters. Despite Endlayer's new quests, though, and the variety of locales on display here, it's worth noting how familiar the sequel can seem as a whole. For large chunks of the game, you're revisiting the same cities and dungeons as those from Bravely Default, and the combat, despite its sleek design, doesn't make any major improvements on the well-established formula. These complaints don't affect Endlayer's overall quality, but considering the time the first installment took to beat, its sequel imparts a sense of deja vu more often than I prefer. One could argue it feels more like an exceptional expansion than a true sequel. But in the end, Bravely Second transcends the limitations that its poor writing and redundant storyline create. It's a grand adventure in every sense of the phrase, whisking you across exotic environments and satisfying your curiosity every step of the way. It has its restraints, but as the story closes on the plains of Luxendark, Bravely Second's grasp more than matches its reach.
And yet, we never know when the enemy will strike again. Stay vigilant, Ballbuster Magnolia Arch.
Wait a minute, Magnolia. What's going on?
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer. Delighted to be joined by Mr. Michael Mahardy and Damian Monnier from CD Projekt Red.
You're getting better at it every time.
I'm determined not to get CD Projekt people's names wrong pronunciation.
Marcin told well, I think.
I think I was calling Mikkel for a couple of years too. Michał.
Getting there.
And thank you, Eridan from the Wild Hunt, for coming on to talk to us. Wild Hunt leader. That's great. Look at that. You even have a lower third.
The spikes are a bit unfortunate because that's where
there's room over here if you want.
Yeah, thanks.
It was great to see the side of the fig being covered in Gwent.
It was,
stuff.
wasn't it?
It hasn't been finished yet.
It is right now, I believe.
Okay, really?
Yes.
Great, just in time.
Takes a while.
For your great unveiling here on the GameSpot stage. Of Gwent.
Of Gwent.
It is a full video game.
Yes.
So before we get into Gwent, can I ask you quickly, you actually made Gwent for The Witcher 3, right? You were part of the team that did it.
Yeah. I designed it with a mate of mine, and then once we had a prototype over a weekend in Post-its,
right?
Because we didn't have long to come up with a prototype, then we enlisted some people that had basically the spare time to make it, because we were very busy with Witcher, and it's a pretty big game, but we knew we wanted this thing, and so we had Jason, who was our coder, and some artists from the marketing department. So yeah, there was basically 2 of us working on it.
So I guess, you took out Dice Poker out of Witcher 2. You were like thinking of something else to put in there.
Yeah, well, we knew we wanted a card game, because we like card games.
Yeah.
We said, let's have a card game. No time to design it, so we sort of outsourced some ideas. Came back, not quite what we wanted. So at that point, Adam Badowski, who's the studio director, said, look, we're going to need to upgrade Dice Poker, which was still on. And at that point, I was in his office, and I said, I'm sure we can do better.
We can come up with a card game in a weekend.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly. I had no idea. I was just so upset that we weren't going to get it done. I said, let me do it for you. And he said, fine, it's Friday evening. Come back on Monday morning. That was exactly my laugh. And so I was with Rafa, my mate, and we're like, yeah, sure, no problem.
Right.
And we exited the office, and we're just like in tears. Well, we did it, so we came up with something, the early prototype. And then, because we knew we literally didn't have time, so we made a better prototype and started playing Gwent against some people that we knew the team needed, so coders and so on. And we said, look, do you like this? Do you want this to be in Witcher? If so, then Gwent needs you it to work all night long, basically, for this. So.
And you made it happen.
We made it happen. That's the thing. Gwent's always been really special for us. And then after releasing Wild Hunt, we received literally thousands of emails. And no exaggeration, like thousands of emails from fans saying, hey, good game. How about
standalone?
Yeah.
And it was great. I mean, you had the physical copy as well and the expansion pack as well.
For us, that was it. That was the end. We didn't think. First, we weren't sure that people were gonna like it that much, and we liked it. And then for the second expansion, they said, okay, we need more Gwent. I said, okay, I can make a Skellige deck.
Right.
I had it prepared in my head in case, and we did it. A bit OP, but that was a way for us to say, you know what? Goodbye, everyone. We know it's the last one, so here's an OP deck. Have fun with it. And then they said, okay, let's make a proper start.
Well, Arden's getting a little bit restless here, so I kind of want to get the game started.
You want to get going? All right, with the fat thumbs.
Yeah, it still works. Fair play.
So we actually made an Eredin deck.
Oh, wonderful! Congratulations.
So he's just. So right now we are against Northern Realms. As you can see, there's quite a few things that changed.
Yes, UI looks a bit
improved, you
different.
could say, but we wanted to keep the core mechanic. For example, 10 cards at the beginning. Definitely redraw there. Yeah, nice one. You got some Wild Hunt Riders there. Now you can redraw up to 3 actually. So we've tweaked a few things. This one is a cool card. This is one of the fans' favorite. Can we have a look at Roach?
Oh, wonderful.
So Roach basically
How'd you
comes
get up there?
on. You might want to redraw her because Roach actually comes on whenever a hero card comes on the board.
Okay.
And she will come at a random point on the board. Just like in Witcher.
Yes, perfect.
So Monster versus Northern Realms, looking at 2 different tactics. I know you guys are familiar with Gwent, right? But
well, a lot of the people who are watching on the stream might not be.
If you're not familiar, it's that simple. You've got your army that will go on the battlefield, fight for you. Your army being your deck, being your hand. You get 10 cards at the beginning, and that's going to remain your hand until the end of the whole game. So you have to manage your units. You have to know when to bluff, and the goal is basically to have a higher value than your opponent. I think that's that in a nutshell, basically.
Yeah, one of the wonderful things about this is you know you have on your deck, and that can change obviously, but there's an element of like sometimes it's even advantageous to sort of intentionally lose one of the rounds, just so you can make sure the amount of times at the start of playing Gwent that I was like, I won the first game and I was like, yeah, I got like 4 cards left. A nightmare.
Yeah, we really want to make it as expensive for the opponent as possible. So right now, I don't want to say too much because we have someone off screen playing.
Right, yeah.
So I don't want to say what we have in our hand, but because Eridan's French, by the way, if you didn't know.
Oh, parlez-vous français?
Un petit peu, mais he doesn't say anything. He just nods and chokes me. And then, yeah.
Whoa, what you guys do? What you guys do in the hotel after has nothing to do with us here.
La brume. Ouais, vas-y.
So there's also like a single player aspect.
That's right.
To this,
so what we did is, like I said, Gwent has been a special project from the get-go. And when we said, okay, let's make a standalone, unfortunate, a standalone, we basically said, okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it properly. Let's go speak to the lead writer from The Witcher. Are you on board? Do you want to help us come up with some cool stories? Maybe some stories that you hadn't had a chance to tell The Witcher. Not necessarily Geralt stories, you know. Then we got Mateusz Tomaszkiewicz, lead quest designer.
That's how you say his name.
That's how you say it.
Not Tomaszkiewicz or something.
Yeah. I say it with a French accent. It's not. Sounds better, but it isn't. So he and his team came up with some pretty good quests, I think, for The Witcher. I'm a big fan of their work. So
do you play as Geralt in those, or are you playing as a
in the
random
tutorial
person,
right
or?
now? You will. The stories, not necessarily. It's stories from different point of views. Each faction gets its own sort of epic, 10 hours long.
Oh, wonderful!
It's brilliant. You get this beautiful map that you can explore with your character, and basically every clash, you could say, is resolved through Gwent.
Right.
So
the way it should be.
The way it should be. That's how we do it at work. Whenever someone's upset, we're like, hold on, go back and Gwent. And so you interact with things. We wanted some elements from The Witcher that we loved and that the fans loved. So you interact with something, the way you interact with it, maybe like say a ruin. You choose to explore it and interact with people a certain way. You may get a card or a soldier that will join your army, and then you carry on. You might come across a village that's been attacked by the Wild Hunt, so you will maybe start on round 2 with Frost already and some outlet, and it becomes a bit of a puzzle. Here's your hand. How do you beat the guy in, say, X number of moves?
Oh, that's cool. So I guess you're sort of having fun with the balancing within those games.
Absolutely.
In that story mode.
We wanted to not just do a port in multiplayer. We wanted to add this really epic. I hate the word epic. It's being used too much. Do you have another word for epic?
Epic. Come on, writer. Mike Mahardy.
Massive.
Nuanced? No, that's not the same thing.
Let's say massive.
Yeah. Expansive?
Get this massive, expansive single-player campaign.
Marketing the game.
That's why we keep you here, Mike.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think I'm alone in thinking. I mean, in retrospect, I know better, but I don't think I was alone in thinking that you were just pulling Gwent from the game and then you're going to release that as its own standalone thing. But then now you have all these layers. You have an actual story to go along with it. It's like a fully fledged game.
Yeah, we never do the bare minimum.
Yeah.
We've got to draw. I know. Yeah, you guys.
You've played the expansions?
Yes.
Yeah,
they're quite
20
long.
hours.
Yeah.
It's way more than 20 hours.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Ridiculous. They work you to the bone over there in Warsaw.
We work ourselves to the bone. We do it because we love it. Honestly, I know it sounds like I'm bullshitting, but it's true. We do it because fans give us the energy to just keep going.
And it comes across in the games.
I think so.
So we're in the draw at the moment. This is the final round, I believe.
Yeah, it is the final
each.
round. Quite a few cards. He just played a Scorch, a classic. Why would you Scorch? Why?
Look, dude who made the game. It's like you can't just pontificate to everyone who's played it.
It's fine. He plays well. It's the guy off screen. I mean, it's a pretty good move, but you don't Scorch Roach. Bless her. All right, go on.
I mean,
let's try and wrap this up. See who's gonna win.
Yeah, I mean,
go for the riders.
Eridan's not used to losing. I mean,
he's not
losing to Geralt, maybe.
Just like this isn't creepy.
Darn it!
You stuck in with that one. Put your narrative.
All right. I mean, this isn't going too well.
Maybe have a look. I don't know because we only have units anyway. Pop the leader. Pop yourself.
Pop yourself. There you go. That must be particularly
Two
satisfying.
Roaches. Both decks had roaches. So, yeah, these decks are sort of. And again, sorry, I don't like to lose when we do a live thing. Nothing scripted. These are. I actually don't know what the other guy has in his hand.
Oh yeah.
The game starts off still very approachable, very simple for people that are new as well to Gwent. but we worked really hard on the curve, because originally in Witcher 3 we thought, you know what, if people find or buy cards, super OP, just let them have a full hand of hero cards. Heroes are the Why? Because it's a single player. Geralt, at the end of Witcher 3, you're up here and you're just owning. Same with Gwent. It was a design.
You want to feel powerful.
Yeah. So we thought it was good. Obviously now as a multiplayer. Damn it! What have we got? Oh no, that's not good. He's gonna get upset.
So what's happened here for the folks who don't?
All right. So what's happening is it's 52-19. The opponent's got no cards left, and his leader to use leader ability is sort of this one-off ability you can use once in a match. And Eredin's got 2 cards. May as well play them. So look at what happens. Go. New spies. We've added new spies.
Okay.
Spies are things that... Yes! That is great. We have new spies. Spies are cards that allow you to draw more cards from your deck. Because obviously, like we said, we only get 10 cards at the beginning. So those cards are really, really important. Oh, we've got this. We've got this, I think. Come on, do it. Maybe not. 140-19.
That's quite the... Yeah.
That is quite the high value. Yeah, the guy off screen knows what he's doing. And this card is one of the new special cards we have, Wild Hunt Leader. That, you know what, you may as well rage quit now. We have a rage quit. You want to rage quit?
You have a rage quit button?
Yeah, I've got to help him because he doesn't. Wait.
No, don't ruin our set.
Yeah, you can forfeit and rage quit.
I think anything's a rage quit when you have spikes on your body.
I'm so sorry, Eredin.
Sorry,
you
man.
did such a good job. I mean, who was it that bet you? I mean, there's only ever one person that's ever bet you at any one time.
Let's bring him on.
Oh man, history repeating. Geralt of Rivia, congratulations. Amazing. Yeah, you need to separate these two. Nice work, Geralt. Can I shake your hand, Geralt? Is that right? Wonderful. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
From CD Projekt Red. When is it out? When can people play it?
Getting better. No, thanks for having us. You know, we love you guys in the office.
No worries. When can people play it? Gwent.
Sorry.
When's it out?
It's out in September. I got so excited. Play Gwent.com. So it's out in September. Xbox One and PC first, and please, we need everybody to join and destroy our servers. We made it for you guys, so we need your feedback.
Good stuff.
Playgwed.com.
Geralt, Eredin, Damien, thank you so much for coming on. We'll be back in a second as long as our set is still here with Kingdom Come Deliverance, so stay around and we'll be back, hopefully, in a minute.
Peace.
Hi there, folks. Chris Waters here outside the LA Convention Center, where the video game convention E3 is in full swing.
Citizens of the world, may we have your attention. The method of communication you so dearly love is a scam. Invite has been selling your data to government agencies. They've provided clandestine access to information security firms. They will use your own stolen information against you. They will attempt to change your behavior. We are looking at the single most powerful population control tool ever created. If you are a willing activist, or someone who simply wants to defend your freedom of privacy, join our cause as we dismantle Invite. We are dead sick. Join us.
Which prompted many, myself included, to hope I never see another tiny hamburger again in my life. It just goes to show that at a show as big and complex as E3, anything is possible. For more of the latest news from E3 and expert analysis on what it all means, stay tuned to GameSpot.com. I'm Chris Waters, signing off.
Hey folks, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. I'm very happy to be joined by Toby from Warhorse. Sir, you guys are responsible for one of the most successful video game Kickstarters, certainly one of the most successful coming out of the Czech Republic. Tell us about your game, Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Kingdom Come Deliverance is a medieval RPG set in Bohemia in Central Europe. And we try to create a game that is as realistic as possible and as historically accurate as possible. So we try to tell a story that actually really happened in Central Europe. And it's sad that life is telling the best story, so we are going this way. And yeah, that's what we are working on. And as you said, we were Kickstarted funded in 2014. Now we are on track, so it's kind of a Kickstarter success story because this is happening.
And also, you asked, what were you asked for? Like, it was around $250,000, and you ended up getting.
We wanted 300,000 British pounds.
Right.
Don't ask me how many.
No,
that is 500,000.
$400,000, something like that.
Let's say something like that. And we got that actually after 30 hours,
right.
And after 25 days, we had 1.1 million. British pounds, and this was like we were surprised, of course. We thought that the people might like this idea, of course, otherwise we wouldn't do that, but the good feedback we got even from America, Germany, was amazing. So yeah,
this has been a fascinating project to sort of watch, because the game that you're creating is one that, like, I'm not surprised you got that much backing, because it's a very sort of underserved part of the video games market, even though, you know, this sort of like realistic take on this like part of history is really popular around the world.
Well, yes, you are right. Well, and on the other hand, no one did that before, which is kind of, if you look, a lot of RPGs have this medieval setting, so you have swords and kind of stuff, but it's always combined with dragons, magic, and which is cool. Well, I like it. I like The Witcher. I like Skyrim. I like those games. They are awesome. But we try to go another way. We try to want to show the real medieval setting. So you have a landscape that really existed. We have castles and churches and monasteries that really existed back then. We reconstructed them all. We have a 16 square kilometers map of real land mass with heights and valleys and mountains and stuff. We have NPCs that really lived back then. So that are noble persons that actually did something in the world and shaped the future, or shaped our today's Europe. So that's really interesting, and we're trying to show that. We want to show the people how the medieval life looked like really looked like. What topics did they cover? What problems did they have? What political struggle there was in Europe? Maybe one of the first real, let's say, national problems between Bohemia and today's Germany.
Right,
so
yeah.
That's something we want to cover.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but you also have kind of like a survival needs system with eating and sleeping and actually kind of stuff like that?
Exactly. We have this as well. It's not in a big extent, but there's a big part of it, a small part of it. You have to eat and sleep in order to stay healthy. You can take food in your pockets, of course, but it will spoil during time.
Right, yeah,
Which is a fun story. I was fighting one time due to a presentation. I was fighting, and this guy nearly killed me, and I wanted to restore some energy, and I had only spoiled radish in my pocket. So I ate that, poisoned myself, and died of spoiled
really?
radish. It's like, it happens.
This game comes across almost like a medieval Arma or something, where it's it's pushing so much into realism that it's just compelling that you guys are creating this. So even is there something like 16 different points of storage or clothing on your character as well?
Exactly. It's kind of like this. You have an armor system.
You've got horse armor as well here.
Of course, we have horse armor. Well, it works like that you have a different slot system. It's 16 slots. You can layer different parts of armor over each other, and every part of armor or fabric or material is good against another type of weapon, attack, slashing, stabbing, something like this. And you have to combine it in a smart way, because, for example, a full plate armor, if you think about that, it's a full plate armor soldier is something like a medieval tank, pretty much.
Right, yeah.
And with a sword, you just can't penetrate this guy. You can smash him, stab him, but the weapon, the sword, will bounce off. So think about this situation. Take a mace, crash him to death inside his tin. So that's what you have to do. And with this layering system, you are physically really layering, let's say, a soft gambeson, a strong full plate, and with this you're customizing your armor, and that keeps you alive, because health is nothing you can level in the game. Everyone has the same amount of energy, health, but it's the armor that keeps you alive. And as you said, the armor is not some strange number in your inventory, but we are calculating the physical collision between your weapon and the piece of armor you're hitting.
Okay.
So that's why we have 16 slots. Makes sense.
Of course.
Because you can customize this however you want, but if you hit, let's say, if you are completely naked and have only a full plate helmet, for example, and I hit you with my sword in the helmet, you will survive that. But if I poke you in the stomach, you will die. That's what we want to have in the game, or that's what we have in the game already. So we are only calculating the physical collision between your weapon and the piece of armor. But it makes sense, because if you have a full plate armor guy in front of you and he's not wearing a helmet, then where are you attacking? Of course, the head, because it's unprotected. And your shoes won't protect you from head strikes. So
sounds like we might be dying a lot.
Yeah and no. Well, we want to make it, of course, we want to make one-hit kills, of course, if you hit the head. But on the other hand, it's a game. And it's a fun game. It has a big epic story inside, and we don't want to make it so hard that it's unplayable anymore. So there's, of course, the compromise, as I said, as realistic as possible, but it's not a medieval simulation, but it's something that tries to give you a good feeling about that area, and it has its compromises. But of course, if you have a bad armor, there's someone coming, you will die a lot, of course. So prepare.
So what is the sort of moment to moment in terms of what is your, do you play one character? Is this all single player? Do you have quests? Is it open? Is it linear? What are we talking about here?
We are talking about an open world RPG, a single player open world RPG, where you are playing a particular person called Henry. He's the son of a blacksmith. His character is not a historical person, but the entire frame is. But you are playing a guy that is living in a city which gets attacked by a foreign king, the king of Hungary, and the interesting part is that this really happened. So this is something that if you open a textbook, it's really there, and you will. The city gets attacked, your family get murdered, the city get destroyed, everything happened, and you have to flee from this place. First, you are driven by revenge. You are getting in the service of a noble who gives you quests, who tells you what to do, who brings you back on the feet. But then you are driven by revenge, as I said. But first, you realize. After you realize what is really going on in this place, because there's a political struggle, you will have to pretty much save Bohemia, kind of, or be part of it. You are not saving you are no superhero. That's the point. You're just one of many.
So is there larger battles then as well?
Well, we want to show real medieval life, but it's also important to know that large battles is something you might know from Lord of the Rings or something. With millions of soldiers. This is not something that happened really in back then, and it wasn't even happening now and like every weekend. So
right. Yes. Exactly.
We'll have castle sieges, for example. That's an important story thing in the game, but it will be something like the cherry on the cake or something like this.
Yes.
So
it's not going to be happening every 2 days.
It will be the big moment, let's say.
Super fast. Sorry, go on. Yeah, you were about to say what's going on here.
I just want to say that this is a monastery which is actually really standing right now in Czech Republic. You can visit this place. This is really looking like that. And the only thing we had to do is we had to send our team there, take reference pictures of all the stuff, recreate it and reconstruct it, because it looks kind of different today. It was destroyed partially, but this church we are standing in right now looks exactly like this. With these pictures, we have a full-time historian in our team. We have a painter in our team who's recreating those buildings. We want to show you the real medieval experience, how it really looked like in Bohemia or Europe in the 15th.
Fascinating stuff.
The funny thing is, the funny thing, it was under construction in 1403, so there's a construction site as well.
Oh man!
Just saying. So.
That's wonderful. Those monks didn't look like they were wearing a lot of armor. Could you just, if you wanted, just stab one of them? I'm guessing it would be.
I don't want to spoil too much, but this is like an extreme important part of the game. You will have to. You have to investigate some guy who's hiding inside this monastery, and the only thing you know that he has a scar on his face. So, but you have to go inside and find this guy. But there's no way how you could enter a medieval monastery without like getting kicked out. So you can either sneak in, do the ninja game, sneak in during night, but you have the disadvantage that you cannot talk to these guys because they will kick you out. You can. Well, that's the brutal way, but you can just go in there and murder everyone, which is like one of them is the right guy. So well.
Presumably quite hard, though.
It will be quite hard, and you will have a great impact, a very bad impact on your reputation. People want to kill you. People want to imprison you. Everything you do in general in the game will have some kind of proper reaction. So everything you do should face the consequences. But the third thing is actually what you said with the monks. You can actually enroll in this monastery and become a monk. Something like a game inside a game.
Oh, really?
Because you have to get inside, pretend that you actually want to become a monk. You do monk duties, like praying several times a day, eating with them.
I was about to ask what a monk duty is.
Just
well,
a
we had to
agent?
research actually because we wanted to have the monastery, but we had to research what they actually did there. How often did they pray? How can we put quests inside? Does it make sense to go there inside? Was it possible? So we have our compromises, we have our ideas, but that's what we want to show. And here we flew away to a castle right now, so we are inside a noble place. So our painters strike again. Painted. Everything is hand painted, by the way. So on one hand you have this epic story you want to tell. On the other hand you have as far as I would say, this epic visuals. So the big goal of Kingdom Come Deliverance is tell an epic story and raise the immersion bar to a level that never existed before.
And it's interesting because
believe to be there.
Well, we have a lot of games that go back in history, but they always seem to, maybe they have to because of the types of game they are. But they sort of toy with the history they're playing in. Assassin's Creed was wonderful. You go back to Accra and Damascus and all these places,
and that's awesome.
It was super fascinating. Yeah. And I grew up in a medieval town in Ireland. It's 1,000 years old, and it a lot of this sort of stuff reminds me of where I grew up. And I would love to have been able to take a time travel back.
That's what I hear often, that it looks when we have forests, for example. Some of you might know our forests look really good, as far as I would say, but people are actually telling us, wow, this exactly looks like when I'm looking out of my backyard. It looks like a real forest. If you just do a screenshot, it looks like a picture, and that's what we want to achieve. We want to give you the illusion of a real living world with an AI system which runs the world, where everyone has his daily cycles, everything is working somehow, and with the visuals that you look there and say, wow, this is something I totally believe.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat asking what platforms this is going to be available on.
We are working right now on the PC version, but of course we are planning for PS4 and Xbox One as well. So these three are the AIM platforms, and that's something we want to release in 2017. And here you can see Rataj Castle. That's a castle that's also still existing in Czech Republic. It looks a bit different, but people need to understand that in medieval times a castle was not a Cinderella castle or Minas Tirith or something like this from Lord of the Rings, but this is how it really looked like, and this is how we want to transfer it into the monitors.
Yeah. Very sort of functional.
It's like, what do you mean?
As in the castles, they're sort of now we look at them as tourist attractions.
Exactly.
Whereas, like, obviously much different. I think.
The castle is an important place, and you will even siege it because of the story. You can't say I want to siege this castle because I am bored or something. But it will be connected to the story because if you open the textbook, it was really sieged.
Yeah, that's wonderful stuff. When will we see Kingdom Come Deliverance? I know you guys have been working on it for years. I think there was an alpha for backers last year.
Exactly. Now we are in beta stage.
Okay.
We released the beta in March, and we want to release the final game next year. We don't have a precise date right now, but 2017 is our release window.
Right. It's a nice big window.
Yes.
I like it. Toby, thank you so much for coming on and showing us Kingdom Come Deliverance. Absolute pleasure. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, folks. The folks from Eagle Flight from Ubisoft will be here in a second to show us off one of their virtual reality games. Stay there. Back in a minute.
They say that battle changes you. It makes you stronger. More ferocious. A monster in the night. Watching. Learning. Hunting. Each time I enter the pit, I emerge reborn. Put the devil on the other side, and I will show up. Evolved. Adapted. And prepared. To fight.
Hey folks, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. I'm delighted to be joined by Olivier Palmieri from Ubisoft. Sir, you are showing one of the many virtual reality games that Ubisoft are working on at the moment, Eagle Flight. You guys were on during the press conference a couple of days ago. What's it been like getting reactions from people for seeing this game for the first time?
So reactions are really amazing. People are amazed by how intuitive it is to control the game, but also how precise you can be in the game, because we are really using the most of VR. The game is really comfortable, but you pick it up in a few minutes, and in a few minutes you become an expert of flight. You don't need a complicated control, so yeah, the reactions are very good so far.
So you've been working at Ubisoft for a long, long time, almost 2 decades. You've got your finger involved in everything
18
from
years.
Assassin's Creed to Far Cry to the Splinter Cells and Rayman. Tell me about the sort of the challenge there is with virtual reality, with making a game like this. You said you did quite a lot of research and development on this before you got it off the ground.
So before we started the project, we did 6 months of research on VR. I wanted to make sure that we use the most of VR headsets and VR in general. There was also this problem of discomfort that can be in VR, so I wanted to make sure that we can have lots of motion and be very comfortable for most, and also use the most of VR in terms of accessibility, like being very intuitive, so everybody can pick up and enjoy being a bird, being an eagle, flying over Paris. At the same time, being very precise, so you can be very precise. You can go into tiny passages, like in the tunnel you can see here. So it's a combination of several elements that makes the most of VR.
Most VR games, or at least a lot of the VR games we're seeing early on, have tried to restrict motion as much as possible. You know, it's all about the sort of small, minute motion. What made you guys go in the complete opposite direction?
I couldn't believe that VR was doomed in a way to be only seated experience, non-moving experience. I was convinced that it was possible. It should have been possible. It would be possible to have lots of motion and live the dream of being a bird, being an eagle flying, and do that in VR. So I went up to the wall and through the wall, and we researched. We did studies to understand why there can be discomfort and what we can do. So we have many techniques today. We have the beak you can see, and the beak and the eyebrows. We have what we call the blinders, so it's the black elements, the blackness that comes on the sides dynamically depending on certain conditions. In fact, it's when you need it, it's hiding your peripheral vision dynamically. It's also about the motion that is forward with no inertia. So there's lots of a combination of elements that makes it possible.
That's fascinating that the beak is actually an important sort of thing for. Is that something to do with how we have our noses there at all time and we kind of know our equilibrium or something?
Yeah. So in fact, our brain is used to see our nose all the time, and it grounds us in the world.
Yeah.
In VR, the issue is that when you put the VR headset, then you don't see your nose anymore. So we did during the R&D phase, we also did another experience where you were a human, and we added the nose, and it was really helping to ground the players and helping with comfort. So we found the equivalent in Eagle Eagle universe.
It's a good
thing.
So
you have your beak, and it's really grounding you in the world, and gives you a referential also for the world to know exactly also where you are. As I told you, the game is very precise, so it's also helping you to gauge where you want to aim and go in tiny
It's like
passages.
a crosshair you've got into your face.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got the chance to play it, and you watch that footage and it looks like, okay, but will it really look that good when playing? But it's really just, you look where you want to go. You have the controller, which is doing you can shoot out those sound waves when you're playing the multiplayer mode. But I mean, immediately I was kind of dropping down into those alleyways and then coming back up out of courtyards, and there's a sense of momentum that feels awesome.
So we've talked about the game in I guess in the sense of how it controls and virtual reality and all those important questions, which especially a lot of the people who watch these streams have never had the opportunity to put those headsets on. But let's shift a little bit to the gameplay. What exactly is going on in Eagle Flight? It seems to be almost like a game of football between a bunch of different birds.
Okay, so in fact the full game has 3 parts. Let's say the first one is called the free flight. So it's for everybody to pick up the headset and enjoy exploring the city from a new point of view, the eagle point of view. Then we have a single player mode, a story mode, and finally we have the multiplayer mode. So the multiplayer is it's called capture the prey. So as an eagle you have to capture a prey and bring it back to your nest to nourish your little eaglets. And so there is 2 teams competing in Paris to grab the prey and deliver it first to the nest.
Paris looks a little bit different. We see like Ile-de-France and Notre Dame here, but it looks like there aren't many humans around anymore.
Yeah. So the world is set 50 years after humans left the city. So nature is reclaiming the city. Animals are getting back in the city. So there is actually a zoo called the Zoo de Vincennes close to Paris, and the animals escape from that zoo, and that's why you can see giraffes and elephants and zebras in the city, wandering in the city. So it's really nature taking back the city, and it's not apocalyptic. I don't like this word. In fact, it's really positive. It's nature taking back the city and making it beautiful.
It's like Pripyat or something, or like Tokyo Jungle. It's like a good thing. So I guess who are you playing against? You said like the multiplayer game. Are we talking about playing online predominantly? I'm assuming because virtual reality headsets. It's not like you have 6 of them lying around.
Yeah. So that's another thing with VR. We really wanted to show that VR can be social. So it's a multiplayer game. You have teammates with you, so it's two teams of 3 players. It's 6 players in total, and it's a social experience. And so with your teammates, you can cover your teammate. Another one can play the sniper. Another one can be the runner. You know, like he's grabbing the prey and runs into the city, go inside the tunnels and under the bridges, etc. And yeah, each player can have its own strategy and tactics to make it happen.
How do you sort of, I guess, keep an eye on what your teammates are doing a lot of the time? Because it looks like you'll have quite a lot to concentrate on because you're going to try and make sure you go in the right direction. So how do you sort of keep your eye on what they're doing and work together as a team?
So in VR you have a large field of view, though. So it's fairly easy when you climb up in the sky to see what is happening. That's what we have in the game. In fact. We chose Paris because it's very organic. It's you have very tight streets, but sometimes often it's very useful to climb in the sky and to have a very good overview of the city and where are your teammates, where are the opponents, where is the prey, and it's really that gameplay of going up in the sky, then diving into the tunnels, diving to get the prey, and that allows you, with the large field of view, to see what is happening and where are everybody.
Cool. Mike, you said you played this back at, was it GDC or was it here at E3?
It was the Oculus event before GDC. So I don't remember the beak. Was that implemented at the time?
Yes.
Oh, it was. Okay. Yeah, maybe I just didn't notice it.
It was. It's probably.
It's natural because it replaces your nose, so it's like.
Well, it makes it feel like an extension of your own face, right? Yeah, as opposed to just this huge block on your eyes.
Right. Maybe your nose just looks like a beak from your perspective. All
maybe
the time.
I just feel like an eagle all the time.
What did the moment-to-moment gameplay feel like to you? If you can go back then and remember.
The multiplayer mode that he was mentioning, Prey.
Yep.
Prey, yeah.
The rabbits?
Yeah, so you pick up the rabbits and then you want to it's like capture the flag essentially, but you have these sound waves you're shooting out, right? Or maybe not sound waves, but
it's sound waves.
Okay, yeah, and then you can hit another eagle and it'll puff into like a cloud of feathers. But you want to get the rabbit, but as soon as you escape, you want to like make it hard for people chasing you, or because then a lot of people will be above the buildings waiting for you to come back out. So a lot of times they're going through alleyways or up through these like the cathedral attics. Yeah, like you kind of go through like the entire building inside it almost, but then swoop down, changing elevations. It's fun to like be chased in that game because you're just playing mind games with people that are right like behind you, but then also like that's the last few seconds when you're about to bring it back to your nest, but someone else was already like above you waiting and killing you.
Yeah, it's almost like we've seen a lot of like, I guess, dogfighting or spatial dogfighting games in virtual reality because it seems to be a good fit. It's like, okay, you're walking around, you're looking around. But this is sort of a unique game in that it's not just you against, targeting things. It's more about your movement within the world as opposed to like what you're trying to hit all the time.
Yeah, it's also about the dream of being a bird and flying over a known city, a wonderful city. our controls are really on the fact that you can move your head, and everything is done with your head, and that's why it's so intuitive for everybody to enjoy it, and so precise at the same time. So space shooter in VR, it's great, but it may not be as intuitive and as precise. It's something else. You can use a joystick, etc. Our game has a more simple approach, but I'd like to compare it to a sport. You know, the multiplayer mode has rules that are globally fairly simple, but in fact there's a lot of depth. Like soccer, you have to grab the prey and bring it back, and you are very precise with your head. So we also wanted to set apart from the other games, and that was personally my dream of flying. I did many dreams about flying since I'm a child. So I really wanted to have more, because dreams usually you dream about of flying, but it's 2 minutes, 1 minute, and then it stops. And I wanted more, so I wanted to find a way, and VR is a way to make my dream come true, and I'm sure make the dream of many people come true.
That's wonderful.
Fly as a bird.
Did you grow up in Paris as well, or?
Yes, exactly.
So this is perfect. This is exactly your dream. It's excellent. What is? I guess I'm fascinated to talk to somebody who has developed and worked on so many games, who's now directing a sort of a virtual reality only experience. Because there's lots of games that are sort of using VR as well, but like this seems to be like you're dead set on just like working within this. What are some of the most difficult sort of obstacles you've had as a director, as a designer of this game, to try and make this something that people can play and not feel like they want to like get sick, like something that makes them feel positive as opposed to negative?
In fact, so VR is a new medium. It's a big challenge, but I like challenges. And so it's great to be able to develop on a new platform and find those new challenges of comfort, and also on controls. How are we going to make the controls easy to pick up? On Rayman, for example, we really tried also to make the game intuitive and easy to pick up and play. Though there's lots of depth and replayability and very tough challenges also in the end in Rayman, and that's what we are aiming for also for Eagle Flight. So those challenges are very interesting, in fact, to discover a completely new medium and study the best use we can make and all of that.
So when is it out and on what platforms?
So it will be released in fall 2016 on the PlayStation VR, Oculus Rift, and HTC Vive.
Awesome. Will it be a launch title for PlayStation VR? Will it be?
It's undecided yet.
Okay, still figuring it out. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Olivier, for coming on and showing us Eagle Flight. Merci beaucoup, and good best of luck with the rest of the development as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much as well. Merci beaucoup to all of you as well. My French is terrible. That's about all I can say. Désolé. We have, I believe, Mr. Schaefer in the wings to come on and talk about another virtual reality game. He just wooed himself. So let's get him on to talk about Psychonauts in the Rumbus of Ruin in just a second. Stay there.
Jimmy Thang here with Scott Butterworth. And Scott, you had the chance to check out some PlayStation VR titles recently. Can you?
Yeah. No, just last night I was at the Sony press conference. They did this whole big VR event directly afterwards. They're showing a bunch of stuff that they announced during the press conference, actually. So a lot of games we've already seen, like 100-foot robot golf and Harmonix VR, but also tons of stuff that was just announced last night.
Cool. Can you walk us through some of the biggest titles that you saw?
So let's see. So I saw Final Fantasy. I saw the Final Fantasy 15 VR experience.
Which is in first person, looks like, right?
Yeah,
like
it's
a shooter.
weird. It doesn't really feel like much of a Final Fantasy game. I mean, it's just a straight up like first person shooter experience. Basically, you're fighting one giant boss with the help of some of the other characters from the upcoming game. But you can kind of like warp around the environment. But really, it's just like you have the one move controller and you're aiming at the boss and like just shooting until it dies. And that's kind of the entire experience, actually.
Do you know if it's going to be multiplayer, or is that why the other characters
are
there?
I was asking them about that after the demo, and they really weren't willing to divulge any other information. I asked if there's going to be, more levels or different gameplay, and all of it's to be determined. Even the release date's to be determined. So it was interesting to see those characters kind of up close and personal, and to see all that in VR. But yeah, it didn't really feel like any Final Fantasy game that I've ever played. It was a bit of a weird little demo. So I don't know if it'll actually result in a full game, but that's what last night's experience was. So wasn't super crazy about this experience, but then again, like Final Fantasy in VR. It's kind of unexpected
Shooter
to begin
too.
with. Yeah, just shooter gameplay.
And is it like a
It's bit of
laser
weird
gun?
one.
Is it kind of like machine gun? Like what kind of?
Just a pistol. Your only option, at least last night, was just pistol. Actually, another shooter I saw that did have a machine gun though, Farpoint, which they actually led with during the press conference. That was sort of their first VR title that they showed. That one was actually a little bit disappointing too. It's just kind of a very, very straightforward sci-fi shooter. It's just you on a kind of Mars-looking, rocky, dusty planet, shooting a bunch of bug, alien type of things.
Okay.
The environments were pretty believable. It was really cool to get to walk around, and it does have this crazy peripheral that was just announced. It's basically the successor to there was like, what was it, the Sheer Shot, the Move Sheer Shot, back when the PlayStation Move was a thing during the PS3 days.
Sure.
It's kind of a version of that. It's like this rifle peripheral, and it actually has a joystick and a D-pad on it. So you use that to maneuver through the environment, but you still aim and shoot using the trigger and the headset.
I know we were talking the other day. You said Batman was surprisingly
Batman
awesome.
was surprisingly cool. So for anybody that's played the Arkham games, if you know like the detective sections where you're analyzing a crime scene, it was basically that. But in VR, so you could actually view a crime. Yeah, exactly. It's all in first person, so you could view the crime from multiple angles. Kind of the same thing as Final Fantasy, where there were certain spots around the environment that you could warp to, but because it wasn't action, it didn't actually feel as limiting. You could basically just like scrub through the playback by twisting your wrist with the move controller in your hand. So the whole experience is framed as basically a murder mystery, where you're trying to solve the murder of Dick Grayson, which is kind of a cool narrative conceit. According to the devs, it's only about an hour-long experience, but what I played so far was actually like pretty cool.
What else did you check out?
Let's see. Oh, another big one was Resident Evil. That was great. So for anybody that saw the conference, that room that you see in that trailer that you're kind of like walking through this derelict house with like peeling wallpaper and all that kind of stuff, that's basically what the demo was. I think this is actually the same level that's playable on the downloadable demo on PSN, but I got to play it in VR. So it's really cool. You play with the DualShock 4, so it's about what you would expect from the controls and the movement and all that, but you actually can look around the environment and you feel a little bit more immersed actually being in first person in the world. It's kind of hard to feel too scared when you're standing around a bunch of other people in a giant room, so I don't know if the immersion is really going to make the experience any scarier. It's kind of hard to say, but it was definitely cool getting to like explore this whole environment in first person in VR.
You know, I can't even play like horror games like on a straight flat monitor, so let alone like in VR. Yeah, that's like no for me, thanks.
I think the last game that I would probably want to talk about, sort of number 5 to round out the list, was Psychonauts VR. For anybody that doesn't know Psychonauts, the original game came out, I think, like a little over 10 years ago, and they finally announced they're doing a full sequel, but they're also doing a separate standalone VR game that kind of links the two. It's called Rhombus of Ruin, so they were showing that last night as well. And it's really cool. It's like all the original voice actors, all the writing still done by Tim Schafer, so it feels very much like a Psychonauts game, but the way they kind of get around the gameplay, since the original game was more of a platformer, you're basically, it's a seated experience.
First person,
and you can transfer your consciousness to different characters around the room.
Nice.
So it functions as a bit of a traversal mechanic because everyone's kind of situated in different parts of the environment. Yeah. So if you jump into their mind, you can suddenly view the room from their perspective.
And it makes sense within the context of the game's narrative as well.
Yeah, totally, because it's all about, psychics, basically. The game is about people with psychic abilities. So yeah, you have like a clairvoyance ability, but you can also light things on fire with your mind or move things with your mind. So it's kind of like a puzzle game meets the humor and writing of the original Psychonauts. So
it's escape the room kind of thing. You got to figure out puzzles to progress and.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you move the experience along by solving puzzles. I don't know that I really had to escape anything. The scene that I played was actually took place immediately after the end of the first game, and the puzzles were fun. It was really cool to get to kind of move stuff with my mind. I mean, I could pick stuff up with the controller, but then it would actually move as I looked around the room.
Was it using the PlayStation Move controllers or the?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Man, like I said, there was a ton of other stuff, but for me, those were the 5 kind of biggest games that I thought people would want to hear about.
Awesome. For more E3 coverage, stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
Hello folks and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of the Electronic Triple 2016. Myself and Michael are joined by Mr. Timothy, what's your middle name?
Schaefer.
Middle name.
John.
Timothy J. Schaefer, the president.
I've never been introduced with my middle name before.
There you go. Now everyone knows, and now they're going to steal your identity.
Why don't you just give out my social?
I know. Yeah. We can tell you where you live as well. You guys are on the same bus route, right?
Mm-hmm.
Be careful.
We found out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ran.
Good to have you here, as ever.
Thanks for having me on your lovely couch.
A pleasure.
With your candy.
I know. Do you want one of our Airheads?
Grab it as I leave.
You can. This whole set is actually sponsored by Airheads. Would you like one?
You're welcome for letting you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's great. We don't even need to do our plugs. Tim Schaefer will come on and do it for you.
Big Airhead, yeah.
How's your E3 going so far?
It's great. It's awesome. We're showing like a bunch of stuff, like 4 different things at least. but also seen a lot of cool games, and press conferences were exciting, and yeah, it's a lot of fun.
What have you got to play yourself walking around?
I'm playing, there's a game Bound has a VR version of Bound in the VR section of the Sony booth. Always like to see Below. It's come a long way.
Yes, we have Nathan on tomorrow, I think, to talk
Inside,
about it.
And if I could come up with a third prepositional phrase, right? But next to.
Okay.
Yeah, next to is pretty good, but no, really, been waiting a long time for to play Inside, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah, pretty soon. But we are not here to talk about Inside. We're here to talk about Psychonauts in the Rhombus of Ruin, your virtual reality experiment. You guys have always been doing this, been like messing with the tech. You made some of the most like interesting games on Kinect. What's it like been working in virtual reality?
Yeah, we do like to try out new stuff, and virtual reality is it's kind of natural for us because we always like to make worlds and then pull you in it and make you want to feel like you're in a space that's transformative, like you're teleported to a different world, and VR just plops you right into that. And it's kind of intense because you you can tell that it looks nice when you look at the film, but until you put on the goggles and you're in the world. Like right now, all those different figments you're seeing, you recognize from the first game, they're all at different depths, so it really feels like you're in this 3D space all around you, full of mental figments.
Right, doesn't sort of come across a lot of this stuff on the screens. So for folks who have played Psychonauts, are you playing as Raz?
Either way, it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what does this do? Is this filling in between 1 and 2? Is that what's happening here?
It tells the mission of the rescue of Truman Zanotto, which is he's the grand head of the Psychonauts and the father of your girlfriend. And if you played the first game, or if you haven't, it still works. But you ended the first game becoming a Psychonaut, saving the day, and then you hear about Truman getting kidnapped, and you all jump into a jet and fly off to save him. And that's it. Cut. Roll credits. And this game picks up right after that. Now you're in the jet, and you're trying to find Truman Zanotto and rescue him. But first, you have a little tutorial where you get to relearn some of your psychic abilities, but now in a virtual space.
You guys throughout the years have had to go back to the sort of, you've done remasters of some of your older games and had to like take these characters that looked a certain way at a certain era and update them. I mean, the same thing is happening here. We have these crazy super detailed 3D versions of characters from the old Psychonauts game.
What's what they look like in my head the whole time, and now they look more like that.
Finally realized
in luscious 3D. This is our first game in Unreal 4, so we use all the bells and whistles of that engine, and it's also kind of a warming up of that world, the Psychonauts world, which was shipped 10 years ago.
Right.
So we got to call up all the actors, and some of them had retired, and we're like, hey, come back and do this game, and kind of hoping their voices were still there, and it sounded great. It sounded amazing. So all these characters, Sasha, Mia, and Lily, and the coach are all there, and it was fun to be back in the studio recording with them. And a great way to get ready for Psychonauts 2 as well.
So what's the moment-to-moment action of the Rhombus of Ruin? Like, what are you doing? What type of VR game experience are we talking about here?
It is kind of an adventure game, kind of a puzzling game. We're not platforming. We really wanted you to be comfortable, which means we're pretty conservative with our motion, where you're mostly in a chair, but you're psychic. So it's a perfect fit for VR. Like I could levitate that bowl of Airhead brand candy, and I could burn it, which you would never do.
No,
never. Fine confection. No, you can use your psychic abilities to move objects with your brain, telekinesis, rotate, like look at them and then throw them away, or burn them, or put them in the right place to solve a puzzle. But then you also use clairvoyance, which allows you to. Is it like I timed that? See, I looked over and clairvoyance on the screen, and which means you can see the world through someone else's eyes. So I could jump into your head and see myself, like looking back at myself, and I could look over there and see someone on the camera, and I can jump into their head, and I can look out the window and see someone jump there. And so that's how we can navigate the world. Instead of just teleporting to a spot on the floor, you're going to another brain, which means you're also seeing how that person sees the world, and that can be sometimes slightly different too.
Right, yeah. Did this stuff was this at all connected to the FIG funding of Psychonauts 2, or is this like a separate sort of thing?
Rhombus of Ruin is funded by Sony, our pals at Sony, and that's it's on the PlayStation VR. And Psychonauts 2 is funded by our crowdfunding campaign on FIG. Yeah.
Was that called a FIG because of the FIG?
I think that was part of the idea there.
The hotel, okay. Yeah, that was. I heard somebody mention that to me a couple of days ago, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Although hopefully your fate will be. Is the FIG getting torn down, or is it getting redone?
Well, because they took the name away, now they can't operate it, so that's why it closed down. No, that's not true. It's getting remodeled.
Remodeled. Okay.
Made more beautiful and luscious, just like Psychonauts.
There you go. Yeah. So how long is this experience?
I kind of want to hold off until we finish it and time it out. But this is just an introductory area. It's kind of small and confined. The other areas are bigger, and there's more of them, and you're solving actual puzzles. It's not just like a demo or like a room that you play with. It's a real story and an adventure, and has a narrative. You go into a mental world in the whole game, just like you do in Psychonauts, and so it's a real full-on game, as I say.
Do they?
Yeah, they all say it's a full-on game. Why am I talking like that?
I don't know.
I feel just jovial.
Have you played Rhombus of Ruin? You
No,
played
I
a lot
have
of VR games this week. Why have you not played it?
Someone else could have signed it. I didn't make my way over there. I don't have an excuse. I'll play it. I've got a couple days left.
We had
Sorry, put you on the spot like that. That's awkward.
I could have lied and said I did play it. Yeah, I played the part where you're in the jet and you're looking around, and then you see like a squirrel on the roof.
Yep, that's a squirrel. Summer camp.
Is this coming out for sort of launch of PlayStation VR, or is that around?
Yeah, aiming for near the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah, so around that area.
What's it like been like? I guess. With Kinect and all the games you sort of developed for that, I imagine you were doing a lot of bringing in friends and family to sort of figure it out and demo it.
You mean testing it?
Yeah, testing.
Yeah. I mean, Kinect Party was a great game. The whole family could play it. And we have had people, like my daughter play this, although I think they say you're not supposed to let little kids play, but she likes it.
Is that what they say about VR?
Yeah, it kills them instantly.
Oh, I thought you meant about Psychonauts.
Kids shouldn't play Psychonauts. Kids can play Psychonauts. It's totally kid-friendly.
So what's that been like, I guess, trying to develop with this new type of technology that so many people are having like a little bit of trouble trying to get folks like comfortable with it and trying to teach them the sort of, I guess, the language of virtual reality? What's that been like?
Well, I mean, it's really exciting to be at the beginning of something, and everyone's like, even the biggest players in the games industry are like, what is a VR game? What is it? How do you move? And everybody, the smartest people in the industry are trying to figure out this problem. And, we think we have a good solution. Our psychic context lets us give toilet paper to the player.
Perfect.
Yeah. But the psychic powers, I think, fit perfectly well with VR. It doesn't spoiler for one of the major puzzles. So now you know the solution.
That's how you complete that one.
But we're really sensitive to, I'm the first person to get sick if anything goes wrong with VR.
Yeah. So
there's going to be nothing in this game that ever makes you sick. Cause I'm the best canary in a coal mine for that kind of thing. So it's like, it's a great time to be doing stuff because everything is so new and but also it's really intense. Like it's hard to explain unless you put on the goggles what it's like to stare in the face of another character.
Right.
And their eyes are looking at you. And then in other games, characters look at the screen and stuff, but now they're really looking at you. And it's really like powerful.
That must be like enjoyable as a designer, especially considering you worked so much in a genre that you sort of helped popularize very much so, part of all that team at Lucas, and then sort of maybe it was or wasn't, but sort of became like a known quantity. Like people thought they knew what adventure games were, so then you were probably doing a lot of like extra work to try and like usurp expectations. Whereas here it's like almost like you've got a blank slate. People don't really know. I've just answered your question for you, haven't I? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
What he said. That's true. We what could I possibly add to that? Except for how delicious Airheads are. Do I get paid every time I say that? No.
I certainly don't, so you shouldn't.
I think you made up for each segment that Danny forgot.
That's true, yeah. So much appreciated.
Would it be bad if I mentioned a different candy right now like 4 times?
Would it be bad if I mentioned a different game?
As long as it's a Psychonauts game. We talk about Psychonauts 2 or Rhombus of Ruin or Headlander. You can talk about Headlander if you want, or Full Throttle.
Okay.
I've given you a lot of options.
Can I talk briefly about a game you didn't make?
Fine, I might fall asleep.
Do you know what I'm going to ask you about?
Go ahead.
Have you played Uncharted 4?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You have?
I'm at the very end. Don't spoil it. I don't want to spoil it either, but I'm in like one of the final tunnels.
Okay.
Let me just say, Pirate Tunnel. And I've seen some, I think you're going to talk about some pirates, some familiar pirates that have appeared in it.
Can I just ask you, were you involved in those conversations?
No, I was not. I mean, I don't know if they called Ron or not.
Right.
Ron Gilbert talk about it. But, no, what I heard is, and I don't want to spoil it for everybody, but Twitter spoiled it for me.
Did they really? Oh, that sucks.
Neil Druckmann sent me a code. He's like, play the game now. And I was like, okay, I'm getting to it. But then the day it came out, people were like, have you seen this photo? And it was like, there's an Easter egg. There's a fun Easter egg that refers to a game that I had worked on.
Yeah.
But It's a really fun Easter egg, but they had spoiled it. But I didn't realize the depth of it. Like, it keeps going.
I know. In fact, there are some other references to, like, that's the second biggest X I have ever seen, which is almost like...
with the monkey. And there are always references that are fun. And he was like, yeah, we're just going to sneak it in. And then, like, no, you have to ask for permission. And then they got actual permission. I'm like,
really?
How did you... Like, that's...
From
It's
who?
amazing.
Who
I feel like I'm scared of saying these names because they'll appear behind us. But the powers that be. So they got official permission from the powers that be.
And what kept happening to me when I was playing it was then I felt like I was projecting. Like I kept seeing.
Like, is it me?
Monkey Island things in it. Like no.
Yeah. Oh, you said the word. Now, okay.
There was one part where there's somebody with a telescope sitting at the end of a set of steps.
I wondered that too. I was like, is that a reference or just that's the thing?
Yeah. Is that? Yeah. So I guess we'll have to ask Neil Druckmann that one.
Goes blind. But I think it's done in a way that if you're you don't know anything about that game, it's just fine.
Yeah. He does look younger than all the other pirates. That's true. Can we talk about Psychonauts 2 as well?
I'd rather talk about Uncharted the whole time, but okay, if you want to talk about, because I want to help those guys out. They're struggling, you know.
He's indie devs.
No one talks about them. They just give them a chance. But Psychonauts is also good.
Right. Well, how's Fig gone? That was a crazy sort of experiment.
Yeah, it was. We wanted to crowdfund this game, but also you feel a little strange with crowdfunding. Sometimes you take a bunch of money. Like, what if your game is a huge hit?
Right.
And you get rich, and thanks to the backers, and you get a T-shirt, and that's cool. But it's nice to be able to say, like, if this game does really well, you're going to share. We're going to share, and that's what Fig is all about. You can actually share in the profits for the game, and so it did better than any crowdfunding we've ever done before.
Right.
We made almost $4 million with that, and now we're going to make this game, this awesome game.
Is that where the impetus came from? That it sort of felt like the relationship there, we kind of, I guess, when Kickstarter and all of these things came off, we didn't really understand what we wanted out of crowdfunding, and I guess you as a creator and somebody asking for money didn't really understand what you wanted out of it either. Was it just kind of like a moral thing, or where you thought, like, maybe this is something?
It was the one uncomfortable part of it, where you're, for the first thing to happen, it was more just like, we're trying to do this thing, will you help us? And everyone, I think, felt really good about that.
Yeah.
But to have it be a repeatable thing, like, this isn't just a stunt. This isn't just like a novelty. We're going to talk about a whole new way to fund games forever. Then it has to be more, not just about goodwill, but also about, like, fairness. And you can't just go, oh, shucks, we need help again, over and over again, and they just keep keeping all that money. And you have to say, like, this is the deal. If you help us, you get to share in the profits. And it's fair and repeatable. And I think it's just a whole new way for games to get funded in the future.
And how's work on Psychonauts 2 coming along?
It's awesome. We have Zach McClendon as our lead designer, the lead designer on BioShock 2, and really smart, taking a really deep look at all the mechanics in the first game, because the first game was, it had a crazy story and crazy inventive, like, things that happen, all these mental worlds. You never know what's going to happen in the game, and we really want to go and look at all the collectibles and all the psychic powers and really tune them to be just amazing in the second game, and also, like, bring back some of the old psychic powers that people like, but also add some new ones and new twists to it.
Is there a pressure to make this for a new crowd as well? Like, Psychonauts always seemed like one of those franchises that, had like an incredibly, passionate sort of group of people who played it. But, I'm guessing you shipped it around to people, publishers, and they weren't, maybe as confident that they would have had that, like, mass appeal.
Something happened to third-person, stylistic, brightly colored, humorous platformers. There was, like, a period where, like, there was a million of them.
Yeah, like Giant Citizen Kabuto and like
Psychonauts was in there with, like, Ratchet and Jack and all those games, and then it seemed like people were like, kids want something edgier, darker, more brutal, and there are a lot of, and they did. They're like, let's see where we can take games and how gritty and dark we can make them. And I feel like we hit that. I feel like we've definitely made games that are as brutal and gritty as people want, I think. And now they're like, okay, now I'd like to have some brightly colored shoes and be a happy character. Like, I think there's room to go back to games that are funny and games that have a stylized art and aren't all just brown and bloody and tone down the neck stabs a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly it's working because... What'd you say?
50% as much neck stabs as...
Yeah, I mean, Dishonored's doing quite a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, they've got the corner market on neck stabbing, I think, right now.
Psychonauts 2 is a competitor, though?
Psychic neck stabs.
Okay.
Yeah, you go into people's minds maybe through the neck a couple times.
Right, yeah. Get them to do it to themselves.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
right.
so gross.
Here's an idea for you.
Yeah. So wait, how do we get started on all of the next tabs? Anyway, I think people are underserved in that area. I think people would like to have an option, like you see with like Banjo-Kazooie, spiritual successor.
Yeah. Yeah, ukulele. We'll have them on the show tomorrow.
Ukulele. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Great to have you on. Rhombus Ruin out later this year.
Yeah.
And what about Psychonauts 2?
Psychonauts 2, we'll just look for updates. We just put out a fig update showing some progress.
Check your inbox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check your bulletin board. What about Headlander? When do we see that?
Headlander is coming. Have we announced the actual date? Very soon. Very, very soon.
Okay.
I think I'm not allowed to say the date because of weird things. But it's very soon, and it's awesome. Headlander.
Final question. What's your favorite candy?
I don't want to get you guys in trouble, but I've always enjoyed Abba Zaba.
Okay, 4 was enough. Tim Schafer, pleasure as ever to hang out with you. Best of luck. We look forward to seeing more of Psychonauts over the next coming months. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, on our live stream. We have one more. We actually were going to have a little chinwag about, sorry, Mike, I know it's your favorite phase, about what our favorite games here at E3 2016, but actually we managed to get the God of War folks to come in and talk about that. So stick around. We'll be back in just a second with God of War.
Psychonauts.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2016. We are on the GameSpot stage talking to developers all day long, and I'm delighted to be joined with Corey Barlog. Sir, Sony Santa Monica, you guys did a real good job of keeping a tight lip on God of War. What's it like to finally have people out there talking about it?
An incredible relief. I did not sleep for the 4 days leading up to the press conference. Partially, I mean, there was a little bit of nervousness of playing to a live orchestra.
Right, yes, good point.
Playing an early build of a game live on live stream for millions of people to a live orchestra. Because it wasn't hard enough. I needed to make it harder.
Up the ante.
Yeah. And, we're doing so much different with this franchise that I was very nervous about how it was going to be received.
So let's talk about that, I guess. What was the impetus behind, fundamentally shifting the perspective of the camera and then, I guess, the perspective of the game? Where did that come from?
The roots of it were kind of the personal journey that I wanted to tell. I think coming back, I said, I have another God of War in me, I think, and I have a story for Kratos, and it kind of was born out of this change, this shift, this new lens that I sort of see the world in. You have a kid, and it kind of changes the way you see things and how I approached problems creatively. And I thought, there's some fascinating potential here for what Kratos would be like if given a second chance. And stars sort of align in that one.
Right.
And the shift in camera, honestly, was born of that, we want to tell a much more intimate story. We want to really kind of get in close. And initially, we took every aspect of the game, broke it apart, put it in pieces on the floor, and we're looking at each piece. And the camera, 12 people initially, and half and half. We love the cinematic camera. Some of them were like, well, you know what, I think we got to do something different. And looking back at that shift from Resident Evil 3 to Resident Evil 4, even when the director himself was like, you can't make a horror game, a Resident Evil game with a controllable camera.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, he did. And I think that's the same thing. A lot of people love the cinematic camera, but I think you can get just as much intensity with that closer game.
So I guess, you changed a lot, but what were the things that you wanted to keep? What were the sort of fundamental things that you could not lose in a new God of War game?
Right from the beginning for me, it was Kratos and sort of the history of him. While I want to go in and sort of reimagine all aspects of the play experience, the sort of through line of Kratos, this history that we built, the chapter 1 of his life in the sort of Greek era of games was what we wanted to really maintain so that the really interesting storytelling can start happening, taking this character that has made so many horrible decisions and actually get you to care and root for it a little bit. From a gameplay perspective, there's a sort of that accessibility, that kind of pick up and play mentality of the game so that anybody can pick it up. It's easy to sort of start playing. The mastery of it comes from really playing with time.
Yeah.
So is this a continuation of the Kratos we've already played as, or is this a new incarnation? Are you talking about that yet?
Continuation.
Okay.
So it is like the way I kind of see the mythologies is kind of like that Hubble telescope image of all of the galaxies.
The ultra deep field.
Yeah. So that image shows the universe with all of its individual galaxies. Each galaxy is kind of like a representation of a mythology, and sort of wrap that around the Earth. And at any given moment, all of these mythological belief systems existed. They all deal with a creation myth around their region. It's just separated by geography. So that while the height of some of these mythological beliefs are at different time periods, a lot of them kind of align with a single point in time. And even this one, we're not really in the Viking era.
Right.
A lot of people think Norse, they think Viking, but there's really this amazing prehistory, sort of the migration, and then prior to that, the pre-migration era, where in the Viking era, they always talked about the gods have abandoned us. Thor and Loki and Odin all walk the earth at one point, but they're not around anymore. They fight for them, but they're not there. And this idea that we're at is saying we're at a prehistory point when the gods did walk the earth, when monsters were real before they became extinct. It's kind of cool. It's a fun space to be in because it allows us to paint our own image of Norse mythology as opposed to anyone else's.
Yeah. You were saying obviously about how you're sort of your personal. Did you had children yourself?
Yeah.
So like this sort of bled into or at least inspired this new creative shift for the game. Are we talking about Kratos' son? Is this his son himself?
Yeah.
Where is the rest of the family unit in this situation?
That's a very good question. That actually is a major part of the story, kind of the answering of that one. So this thing here is kind of just introducing the dynamic and the relationship, but in the game you actually find out all the information, much more information. This is for me, it's an intensely personal game. Like it's so much that I'm pulling from my own life. It could be because I just lack creativity, but I think it truly is. As a writer, you always try to write what you know.
Exactly.
But find more truth when you're actually building it from something that is nearby, that is true. You know, and I think even in high fantasy and science fiction, when it comes from a place of reality, it's relatable. to so many people. It's a human level thing.
Did you have to sell it to Sony? Because I mean, this is one of their, most beloved franchises, right? This is one of the when you think about Sony, you think about PlayStation, you think about God of War. It's been there for so long, and it's been some of the most enjoyable games on the platform. So, I mean, there's obviously a certain amount of trust involved in there, but what was it like actually pitching this idea? Because you aren't tearing up a lot of what, would make a lot of executives quite scared.
Yes. Yeah, I had kept in communication with Shannon Studstill, and when she took over the studio again, we kind of got in conversations for about a year, really toying around with this thing, saying, I think I have a crazy idea. And I think immediately she was like, okay, I think we can do this. We started bringing people back together, getting that core team, putting a pitch together. And surprisingly, everyone kind of got it very quickly.
Right.
I think I credit it to the concept that it's a very simple concept. The idea of Kratos being able to change because of his child. That idea of how much of ourselves, our real selves, do we show our children, and how much of what we do changes when we know we have a mirror reflecting our flaws back at us.
Right. Yeah.
And they kind of all were rallying around and excited, and I think that Sony-wide, the whole organization really backed us incredibly on this one.
And what have you thought about the response from your fans as well? I mean, critics, at least within our own little bubble, it has, like you said, actually, it's been like, oh yeah, okay, this actually fits. Like there's a remarkable sort of understanding right off the bat. What's it been like for diehard God of War fans who might have been looking for a new God of War? What have you seen from those communities?
I haven't seen a ton because I've literally been going nonstop since Sunday. I take a little bit of a break here and there. I actually fell into a reaction video rabbit hole last night.
Okay.
And was up until 4 in the morning watching. I never even knew this existed.
Right, yeah.
The idea of people taping themselves watching something. But it is the greatest thing I have ever experienced. As a creative, you sort of pay for this stuff. You pay for understanding how people react to various things and seeing sort of the true emotional reactions, the ebb and flow. And I watched some of the God of War stuff, but then I just kind of watched everything. I was soaking up every reaction video I could find because it was just so incredible. And then 4 o'clock rolls around and I haven't slept, so it was a very rough night. But I think overall the reaction has been amazing. I expected it to be exceptionally polarizing. I know our fans, they trust us, so even I think in this early phase when people are skeptical, they have concerns, that's great. I think it's fantastic to question that, and keeping in communication with us and letting us know the things that they're worried about, that I think was what makes a better game.
Mike, what was your reaction when you saw this? I'm interested.
Yeah, it was interesting at first, like you said, the camera shift struck me as more of, over the shoulder. I was thinking to myself, it's going to be tough trying to implement what I assume there will be a lot of melee combat with a controllable camera, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time, melee games are this third-person action. You think Devil May Cry, you think God of War 1, 2, 3, and Ascension. I thought maybe that's interesting that they're kind of taking this perspective with the kind of combat I associate God of War with. And then, of course, this moment, beginning of the press conference, is kind of a macabre, somber end to the demo.
Yeah.
Kind of hints at some themes you might be seeing between the father and son, like a dynamic that's appealing to me. You see it in a lot of movies. You see it in like The Road. You see it in.
Yeah.
Right. I got a real sort of the final chapter of Red Dead Redemption, actually.
Sure.
This sort of reminded me a lot.
The Last of Us kind of.
Yeah, that sort
dynamic,
of stuff.
but
this is a very controversial moment for the demo to end on something like this, because I think even in the team, a lot of people were talking about, look, this is, we ended big, bombastic, monster, and I've seen so many people doing that, like the ending on the monster going to black kind of thing, which is great. But I think for people to really see truly that we were trying to do something different, we had to go crazy Ivan on this one. Like we just had to zig when they expected us to zag. And it was a lot of faith, I think, from everybody on the team. But they kind of all rallied behind it and just made it freaking amazing.
Another very interesting part of that demo was seeing you sort of take control over his son as well during that moment. Is that something we should be preparing for, like getting used to? Is that sort of duality persist throughout the game, or is it more of...
in that moment where he's showing him how to fire the bow, teaching is kind of an important aspect of the game, the sort of passing on of knowledge from father to son. And in a time where literally survival is like a footstep at a time, it means a lot to pass on information to allow them to survive in this very harsh world. And so those sort of father-son teaching moments could just be a cinematic moment, but as much as we can, we're trying to make them interactive. So that idea of in the beginning of the game, you're going to sort of start to nudge, try to get the kid to aim where you want him to aim. You're teaching him. But as time progresses, really quickly, he's going to be a kid. I got it, Dad. Go away. Right? And he sort of achieved not a level of mastery, but at least a level of confidence. Because the kid is not just a delivery system for narrative. He's not just going to follow you around and kind of give you information. We wanted him holistically sort of connected to the game. So there's literally a button dedicated specifically to the kid.
Right.
And then put in concert with the actual camera motion, you kind of have this sort of binary system that allows you to very simply, very easily, wherever you're looking at, press the kid button. And the context of what you're looking at determines whether you're going to interact in a puzzle, interact with the environment, you're going to attack an enemy, and how you sort of load out the kid, how you upgrade the kid, will actually affect what it is you're going to do there.
Right.
So it's not, we never wanted the son to be a burden. He's not something you need to babysit. He is exceptionally competent in the sense that when you are not using him, he is passively moving around the battlefield in situations where there are 15 enemies and 2 of them are really difficult enemies, 13 are just kind of less minor enemies. He'll automatically split the battlefield. Try to gain attention of some so that you can focus on them, the other ones. If you want him to do something else, you send him over there, go attack those guys. Just very simply single button.
If you'll pardon the comparison, it's kind of a similar theme I see might be at play here. Uncharted 4, a lot of people have been talking about how the way you look at Nathan Drake in that game actually addresses his character throughout the first 3. And now here, like you had said, now Kratos has this mirror, this sun to see himself through. Is there going to be some sort of self-examination throughout the whole game?
Oh yeah, totally. He is. It's interesting because this character that we've been so familiar with, hitting this very particular note quite often, throughout that 7 games within the Greek era, seeing him kind of start to make different decisions, seeing him struggle with the concept of controlling rage, because to him, godhood is like a disease that was thrust upon him without any choice on his part. And the side effect of that disease is rage. He has this God side and this human side, 2 things that were never meant to coexist together, creating this incredible amount of rage that in that previous era of games, he was the Hulk. He was the Hulk all the time, 24/7, because he didn't know how to be Bruce Banner. And in this game, in this iteration, it's like the son is teaching him how to be human. It's bringing out that sort of closeted humanity that he stamped down for so long. But it is a struggle. He fails constantly. It's like us as parents, us as children, like we fail nonstop. It never stops us, and if it knocks us down, it's the getting back up that's awesome. It's not the success. The success is sweet at the end of a really hard-fought road, but getting back up after each knockdown, after each failure, that's what you root for. That's what you care about.
It's presumably quite a challenge as a designer to try and marry these like intimate moments with. I'm assuming we're going to have quite large scale, bombastic battles like we're sort of used to. Am I assuming incorrectly? Actually, is that?
You are assuming correctly.
Okay.
We with this demo, we kind of felt people know we can do that. People know we can do big bosses. That we can do these kind of grand set pieces. What we need to do is make them believe in the new Kratos and see and sort of give him a moment of rooting for him, of wow, I felt something different when watching this. I didn't just feel rage and tension and fear, I felt something completely different.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much, Corey Barlog, for coming on and telling us all about God of War. When will we see more of it? It's one of these games that everyone's asking to see more.
Wow, I don't know, man. When I guess we're ready to show. It's,
seems like you've had an E3. Seems like you're probably pretty busy and pretty tired of showing people.
Oh, we literally are going back to work almost immediately after this and crushed under the weight of being, always behind schedule. That's game development. You are always a year late. You never can get above water, but that's what makes it exciting.
Yeah, and hopefully God of War will be worth waiting for. Thank you so much, Corey, for coming on. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for watching here on the Airhead stage at GameSpot's coverage upstairs here at the Electronic Triple. We are done for our second day. Congratulations to everyone for putting this show together, especially all the wonderful people in the back who never get any credit. You know who you are. Thank you so much. You know who you are for watching on YouTube, on GameSpot, on Twitch, on Facebook probably. I don't know. You're probably watching. There's so many things now. I can't even remember all of them. We are back tomorrow with a bunch more games. I'm looking at it here. Lawbreakers with Cliffy B in the morning, Dawn of War 3, Halo Wars, Lego Dimensions, loads more. E3 feels like it's been going on forever, but it's not over yet. We got one more day of this, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Take care.